Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone is well rested and ready for a big day. Just a quick wrap up for some of you who were not here maybe on Monday and Tuesday. So Monday was our Startups and Communities Day. AMLD was founded and focused a lot on research, but slowly getting into the startups world and the investment landscape, because to bring growth into the ecosystem, you do need research, but you also need the right leadership to apply this research to concrete projects. So Monday saw a few startup pitches, followed by data science community presentations. Tuesday was the sustainability and healthcare track, with keynotes from Time AI 100 Priya Donti in the morning, and keynote from Tom Lowry, ex-executive at Microsoft, in the afternoon. Today is also a packed day. We have many interesting speakers. One of them just wrote a book. He has, can we see the Akalytica slide? The one before. So Edzai is also very generous to give away some credits of Akalytica. He might say a few words about it later, but feel free to scan this QR code. A reminder that we also have the Oppo giveaway. So for those of you who don't know the rules, we are giving away 2 Oppo phones. What you have to do is post on LinkedIn using this QR code, Oppo AMLD Challenge. The 2 posts with most impressions will get the phone. And you can post up to 3 posts. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker of the day. He is from Ghana, but he is based in Switzerland. He also studied in the US. Please, a round of applause for George Jojo Boateng for the talk, leveraging smartphones and AI to provide coding skills in Africa. Thank you, Jojo.
Thanks, Khalil. So if you were here on Monday, you saw my presentation on an AI legal assistant. Today I'll be presenting something different. I'll be presenting about our platform to leverage mobile devices and AI to provide coding skills to Africans. And with this work, we are addressing 2 important UN SDG goals for quality education, and then 8, decent work and economic growth. So just a bit of context. So Kwame AI, my startup, we have a number of products and initiatives. So Esquire is what I presented on Monday, but we have a bunch of social impact products. So Code is what I'll talk about today. And we have Addition, which is an AI teaching assistant for science learning, which is a bot on WhatsApp. And then Brilla AI, which is an interesting project we are working on to build an AI contestant for Ghana's National Science and Math Quiz to win against human contestants. But today's focus will be on Code, so let's talk about that. All right, so the problem we are trying to address is that across Africa, only less than 1% of school children leave school with basic coding skills. And one major reason is that there's limited access to computers. In fact, there's only 11% of students in sub-Saharan Africa have access to household computers. But what do people usually have access to? Smartphones. So there's a proliferation of smartphones across Africa, millions of smartphones, and there's an opportunity to leverage smartphones to provide coding skills to Africans. This issue of limited access to computers was made prominent in a summer program that we used to run in my nonprofit. So in 2017, for our 27 incoming students, only 25% had laptops, but 100% had smartphones. So what we did was we realized an opportunity to innovate. So we basically modified our programming course to all work on a smartphone. So basically, students began learning to code on the phone. So you'd have students write code on the phone and then build this Pong game that you see. You'd have students, they would be in traffic working on their assignments, writing code, and it was this cool, amazing experience that we had. Because for the first time, you didn't need to have a computer to be able to learn to code. So with that experience, you're like, wait, this issue of limited access to computers isn't just an issue in Ghana, it's also an issue across Africa. So what if we took it out of the summer program, put it online so that we could reach millions across Africa and then give them this important skill right on their phones wherever they are. And so that's how Sua Code was born. Sua Code consists of two words, Sua, which means to learn in Chi in Ghana, and then code. So Sua Code means learn to code. And so it's a smartphone-based coding course. The language that we teach is called processing. How many people know processing? Okay, I'm always surprised when I ask people. So processing, it's basically, it's based on Java, but it's usually used by people that work on digital art. So it makes it very easy to build visual and interactive programs. So if you wanted to create a circle, you just needed these 2 lines of code. Right? It's so simple. So it makes it really easy to learn to code, which is why we decided to use that as a programming language to teach coding skills. Because remember the context, these are people that never coded before. So you need to make it very easy and enjoyable for them. Also, processing can be used to build complex programs. So there's an open source software for neuroscience work, which was built in processing. So you can actually build complex and advanced things with processing, and that's why we decided to teach processing. So I tell people that when you're learning to code, it doesn't really matter the language. You just need to start with the language. That makes it easy to understand, and then the concepts you learn can be transferred to a different language. So how is Sua Code structured? So I structured it in a way that, so you'd have lesson notes that students can read that goes through the fundamental concepts of programming, and you have an assignment. So every lesson note has a corresponding assignment so that students can practice the concepts that they learn. So in the Sua Code course, we start off with basic concepts in processing, and students for the assignment have to make the interface of the pawn game that you saw, and they learn variables, they move the ball, and then they make the ball bounce, and finally they put it all together to move the paddles. So in 2018, how we did it was we used an online platform, Google Classroom to be specific. So we had the lesson notes in there that students could access and read. Why lesson notes? So we decided not to use videos because data is really expensive across Africa. So if you're going to spend time learning to code, you can just use the lesson notes, download it offline so that you don't need to, it doesn't consume your data. So that's kind of the intention to address this issue. And students can also write code on this app called APD on their phones, also offline, so you don't need to be online to practice. And we also had quizzes that test the understanding of the concepts, assignments that they had to actually write code and then run. And then an important part of the Sua Code experience was a forum. So we have a forum where students can post questions and get answers from their peers or our team of facilitators. And that's a really important aspect of the Sua Code experience, because when people are learning to code for the very first time, they do need a lot of support, and you need to provide that support, otherwise people are going to quit. So we ran the first pilot of Sua Code in 2018, the online version, and we extended. So in 2018 was just in Ghana to try it out, and after that we extended it to Africa, people beyond Ghana, and then in 2020, which was during COVID, also opened it up more, and then we initially was in English, but we then added French to reach people across Francophone Africa. So what are the stats like during that period? So we reached over 2K students across 42 of the 54 African countries, and people also across countries beyond Africa. And this is how the progression was over the years. So as you can see, there was an exponential growth in terms of people enrolling in the course. We had a completion rate of 62%, which is well above the industry average. The experience, the feedback was really good from students, like the students who was really excited about the experience, having learned to code. So students that went through the program built proficiency in coding, and we assessed students' proficiency. And also the smartphone, so we asked students what's the experience learning to code on the smartphone, and they mentioned that it was really good. So one of the questions I get is, how's the experience like? And as you can see from the results here, it was quite good. But we had some challenges along the line which we had to address. The key one that I would highlight is that so it was difficult providing support to students. So imagine having 2,000 students on a platform asking a lot of questions. So to address that, I'll just skip to that bit in the interest of time. We built Kwame, an AI assistant, to provide answers to students' questions. So basically, it takes students' questions and finds the parts of the lesson notes that is most relevant, and then provides an answer to the students. And so I built this in 2020, way before ChatGPT. So provides answers in English and French. And so this was the initial version. So a student asks a question, how do I draw a circle? And then it returns the relevant part of the lesson notes. There wasn't a generative part that, like a chatbot like we have with ChatGPT now. So we then integrated that, and also all the lessons that we had learned from the previous cohorts to build our own platform, because it was really difficult to run the program using different platforms. So we created Code, which is now an app on the Play Store. Right now, so how it works is that we have monthly cohorts. Students can enroll in the cohorts for the month, access the lesson notes which they can read, read offline, like I said, and then there's a forum where they can post questions and then get answers from our AI in there now. And there's a leaderboard to encourage them to help other students, and then there's a certificate when they complete. So since we launched the app in 2022 in January, and as of now, we've had over 5K learners on the app across 45 African countries, and it's been growing. Along the line, we got a partnership a little over a year ago with Deloitte, Switzerland, to offer scholarships to students. So we have offering 1,000 scholarships to students to learn coding on Code. We still have over 600 scholarships available. So if you know someone who wants to learn to code, you can let them know so that they can enroll on Code. And students actually get career mentoring sessions with Deloitte professionals all over the world. So this is something that is ongoing. February cohort will be starting next month, so if you know people, you can let them know. We also have a partnership now with an organization to introduce coding skills to junior high school students across Ghana. How's the impact been? My past students have gone on to learn to study coding, computer science in top universities across the world, work at places like Google, Microsoft. And for me, the biggest impact, so students that I taught that learned to code for the very first time in Code went on to build skills, and then I hired them to work at Kwame AI. So going from never written a line of code to now working at Kwame AI. And for me, that's like the biggest impact, seeing people transition from not knowing how to code to now contributing to important products at Kwame AI. All right, so that's a bit about Code. And the hope and long-term goal is to enable students across young people, millions of people across Africa, to build this important skill so that eventually they can have better prospects for the future in terms of employment. So that's it about Code. I'll talk quickly about a course that I teach at ETH, AI for Impact. So I was like, I want people to learn machine learning, not just for machine learning sake, but to use to create impact in the world. And so I created this course from scratch at ETH. It's a master's level course where students are introduced to the fundamentals of machine learning. And so machine learning, starting from classical machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, large language models, and then they work in teams on a project to address a real world problem. So I taught this course for the first time 2 years ago at ETH. So they're like assignments that they work on, like similar to Code, corresponding to the lessons that I teach. And then they work on a project, and then they work on a project and then present a paper at the end, so they write a paper as part of the process. So I taught this 2 years ago. I had 14 students. Actually, my course was quite oversubscribed. I wanted only 15, and there were, I think, over 50 students that wanted to be in the course, but it was the first time, so I had to cap it. And my students, there were 3 projects that they worked on. One team worked on predictions to address biodiversity prediction. Another worked on a tool for science education, and then another for coding education, which was pretty cool. And for me, my long-term goal for creating this course beyond teaching at ETH is to put it online, put it as part of Senior Code, so that again, students across Africa can also learn like machine learning skills. So not just for the sake of machine learning, but to actually create projects that actually make an impact in the world. And so that's kind of my long-term goal with AI for impact. So this is my last slide. So as of now, it's not part of Senior Code, that's a long-term goal, but all my course material is available online if anyone wants to learn, so you can scan it. I really, in the course, I make sure it's really hands-on. I think my course is interesting, but you can ask my students to just check it out and see, and you can also give me feedback. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jojo. I think there is only one way to find out if the course is interesting. So this is an invitation to everyone to discover Jojo's class. Please feel free to ask him any question, either right now or at the break. We have a first question from Alex.
Perfect. Jojo, so I saw that you said you got a 4.7 rating on the Play Store. So is this available for anyone to download and anyone to try?
Yes, so it's available for anyone to enroll. And since we are having the scholarship with Deloitte, you also, for students that actually complete, they get to have career mentoring with professionals at Deloitte. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all this brilliant presentation that you've prepared for us. Mine is just simple. I just want to understand what were the challenges that you faced and how did you deal with those challenges? Maybe like if you can put out top 3. And another thing is I'm interested in your why. Why do you think this is important for you as a person? Because your social impact is really something that we need to do with our innovations and interactions with AI. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I had this slide, but I had to skip it. So when we used to run Senior Code, there's a lot of manual efforts. So especially during the COVID, we had over 2,000 learners, and I was like working with a bunch of facilitators to coordinate things on different platforms. So it was really burdensome to do that. And then the challenge of providing answers to students' questions. There are a lot of questions students would ask, and it was really burdensome. I actually had two facilitators on 1-hour shifts for 12 hours for 8 weeks to provide support to students, which was really a lot. So that's also the challenge why we built an AI teaching assistant for that. And we also had cases of plagiarism, where students would submit the code of other students, and so we actually built a code plagiarism detection tool to flag that, and then grading students' assignments too. So also built a tool to provide to grade students' assignments. But so this is like from the course point of view, but from a running this point of view, we wanted to make this sustainable by charging students, but we realized that it was difficult to monetize that. So that's from the business point of view, and that's why we explored partnerships with organizations to offer it for free. Somebody pays, but we still offer it for free, and we're not concerned about how to keep it up. So those are some of the challenges. The why, so Ghana's educational system, at least, I guess still, when I grew up in Ghana, it was very hands-on, it was very theoretical. I wasn't that much of a fan of it, so I, together with friends, would work on science projects in high school to, exhibit, teach other students to do that, and became an important part of our experience. And after high school, we decided to create programs to give that opportunity to other students. And so for me, I've always been passionate about teaching and empowering other people to make an impact in the world. And for me, that's why I do the work that I do.
Thank you very much, Jojo. I had a question, but it was almost to the same words, the same as your question. I wanted to ask about, the disparities in people having access, and in Africa having significantly less access to digital, not technologies, but as simple as having a phone. But I think you answered that already. So if there is no other questions from the room, we can please join.
So also maybe just to add, so after high school, I got the opportunity to study in the US, and being in the US, I went to school with people who were smart, but being in the US, you realize that it's not that people are smarter. It's just about access to opportunities, right? You grew up in a context where people didn't have access to opportunities like other people in other parts of the world. So it's also about making it possible for people to have access to those opportunities that I also got experience while studying in the US. So that's also the other component of it.
And you're also surrounded by people who have the same access, so that makes a community. Yeah. We have 1 minute for another question.
Yes, I would like to ask, since the code is basically prioritizing high school students to get exposure for coding, what is the main purpose of this code? Can it code like robotics, or is it largely for game use, or is it related to machine learning? Also, in completion of this coding curriculum or course, are there certifications that can help students, let's say, acquire? As I saw, there were students from MIT and Google that acquired jobs because they obviously were participating probably in this course and multiple others that helped them acquire the certification and skill sets for their jobs. So is there also a certification within the course called completion?
Okay.
Can I have a quick response?
Yeah. So just to clarify, so code is not just high school, university. Actually, one of the courses we had a mom who took part in the course, and she shared how she built this game, and her child was playing it, and it was like this fun experience, like people of all ages. About the certification bit, so code really, the focus is on introductory coding, so we don't really teach you advanced skills. It's just to get you started. We provide a certificate, but that alone wouldn't be enough to get a job. We just want to give you the starting point so that now you have the fundamentals, you can pick other skills. And so that's why I also thinking of adding machine learning so that we can add more courses. But for now, you'd have to go learn other things on your own before you can, get these jobs. Yeah.
Thank you, Jojo. Please, a round of applause for Jojo. You can also find Jojo he will be sitting at some points at the startup booths, and you can ask him questions about Esquire. So, I would like to introduce someone that I met here in South Africa. I'm very happy that I arrived to South Africa on the 31st of December, and I got to meet a bunch of interesting people. And one of them is Mr. Edzai Robvo from Zim, who will be talking about his recent book. So Edzai wrote 7 books. One of them sold to more than 20,000 copies. And he will be talking about his new book, Mathematics of Disruption. Please, a round of applause for Edzai.
Is the clicker on? Thank you. 1, 2, testing. Yeah, it works. Nice. So, morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. And I hope that whatever I'm going to share with you is going to be of value and is going to poke you. So, my objective today is to poke you, right? The idea is we want to think differently. We want to move away from being the product to being part of the solution, right? To being the custodians of the rails of the technological economics. So basically, my name is Edzai Cornelius Robo, and like Khalil said, born and bred in Zimbabwe, but I'm based here in Johannesburg, and I'm the founder of a company called Akalytica. So now, the essence of what I'm going to be talking about is about using mathematics for disruption. But the idea is that I'm using mathematics as a vehicle to communicate because I studied mathematics. So instead of mathematics, replace it with whatever it is that you know. So if you're a dancer, say dancing for what? For disruption. So I use mathematics to communicate. But I've realized that because mathematics has been presented to us in a very abstract, very unreal life-like, literally, if that word exists, right? So we've been presented with this subject as this dogmatic subject where if you break the rules, you're done for. There is no room for creativity. There is no room for imagination. You have to follow the rules. 1 + 1 is 2, right? So I'm here to say you can be as creative as possible. And mathematics is at the center of AI. Mathematics is at the center of machine learning. And it's due to the creativity of a lot of people that have come before us that we find ourselves where we are. It's because some people somewhere made a choice and we find ourselves here. If different choices had been made, maybe the type of AI that would be leading right now would have been different, right? So you find that for LLMs to be where they are, it's because Sam Altman saw that paper in 2017 by Google that was entitled "Attention is All You Need," right? And because he was coming from a VC perspective, he managed to raise lots of funds, and he managed to build product, right? And we find ourselves here because VCs and entrepreneurs coming from a VC world managed to conquer AI. Why? Because there are so many types of AI, right? And the one that took center stage is LLMs because all the money was poured towards LLMs. You have voices of reason, like Judea Pearl, who wrote the Book of Why. You should read that book, The Book of Why. Judea Pearl talks about causality, causal AI, saying that if you understand the underlying structure of data, of how data is generated, you can actually use less power. You can use less compute. You don't need as much data, right? But that school of thought was overcome because it was difficult to do. To prove causality is difficult, but it gives AI understanding. So it means that we chose the path of least resistance, the path that was fundable. And you'll find that technologically, from way back, we've always adopted technologies that are easy to implement, that are easy to scale, the school of thought that is dominant is the one that takes over. As an example, if you look at the fight between Tesla and Thomas Edison had VCs behind him, right? If Tesla hadn't fought, right now would still be using DC, and there wouldn't be any AC, right? Alternate current. So those fights have always been there at any given stage. So it's important for us to realize that whatever technology is current, it doesn't mean that it's there because it was inevitable. It's there because there was a choice made. So the question is, as Africans, can we make a choice to create technologies that serve us, to create technologies that are optimal for our pockets, that are optimal for our environment, that are optimal for our culture, our aspirations, our everything. Because right now, just like the previous technological revolutions, we are the product or we are mere consumers. So how can we change that? Then I said, no. Mathematics is universal. The mathematics they are using at OpenAI is the same mathematics I learned in Zimbabwe, is the same mathematics that is being taught in Johannesburg. So how can we use this universal language and other universal tools to be able to create things that serve us? Okay, so that is the essence of my talk. Right. So what if Africa's competitive advantage in AI isn't infrastructure catch-up? I left the only, right? Because definitely we need to catch up on infrastructure. So what if Africa's competitive advantage in AI isn't infrastructure only, but maybe mathematical sovereignty? Maybe we need to disrupt mathematics even itself and come up with our own mathematics that serves us. Right? It's not written in stone. I thought when I was taught mathematics, I thought mathematical rules were like this and I couldn't change them. But I've realized that they can be changed. Did you know that? They can be changed. So I'll show you how. But in this book, The Mathematics of Disruption, I have 4 characters. I wrote this book in such a way that anyone can read it. It's a story. You don't need to be mathematical to read this book. So there's Tandy, who is asking questions. Questioning. That's a very important tool that we need. I know in our cultures, like in my culture in Zim Shona, you can't tell an elder that they are lying. You can't question what elders say, right? So it means that we take those cultural norms and bring them into the corporate world, bring them into academia, but it constricts and limits our growth because we are not asking fundamental questions. If the ancestors said 1 + 1 is 3, and you know better, then why should you still continue saying 1 + 1 is equal to 3? Question it. So that's the role of Tandy in the book, questioning. Then we've got Sipho. Sipho, who studied at UCT, not here. Right. And he's in corporate. And he's deploying machine learning models. He's working, but now he has been so disheartened that he is very pragmatic and doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to think away from the norm. Just like our corporate in South Africa. Do you know that in corporate South Africa, R&D is a swear word? Did you know that? R&D is a swear word. They don't want to hear about it. They'll tell you straight up, dude, I am measured on a quarterly basis. I will get something that is already done, and I'll run with it. Therefore, I would rather be a reseller or distributor of a product from Germany or from the US. Turbo's algorithm, whatever, it's unproven. And who is Turbo anyway? Right? So, unfortunately, that is the dominant thinking in our corporate boardrooms. They don't have time for us. So how can we circumvent that? That is something we need to think about as us like this. And then there's Professor Kumalo. Professor Kumalo is the mentor who is just helping Sipho and Tandy understand the landscape of mathematics for machine learning and AI, right? He's just answering the questions because don't forget, Tandy is asking lots of questions, right? Then we have the machine. The machine is also clarifying to say, okay, you know what? Sometimes you prompt me 10 times with the same prompt, but I give you 10 different answers. In my world, I am consistent. In your world, I'm not consistent. to the Christians, you'll know there's this, I don't know what the verse says exactly, but it says something like, your time is not my time. I think that was the Lord speaking, right? So same thing, the machine's consistency is not our consistency. Why? Because of the underlying logic that is governing the machine, right? So in the book, like I told you, we'll be walking from one scene to the other, and we'll be listening to Tandy, Sipho, and Professor talking about AI. She'll be asking questions, Professor will be responding, and obviously Sipho, being the skeptic, will be throwing some sand into the conversation like that, right? So we cover things like floating point fragility, right? Floating point fragility. Who knows that computer scientists, for expedience purposes, broke what are known as the axioms of mathematics. Who knows about the axioms of mathematics? Anyone? The axioms of arithmetic, where, for example, you know that 1 plus 1, right, in brackets, plus 1 outside the brackets will give you what? 3, right? And then if you move the brackets such that the first one is outside and the other 2 are inside, you still get what? 3. But then the computer scientists said, no, this is messing us up. They changed it. So they broke the fundamental rules of mathematics for expedience to make sure that algorithms are efficient, right? So that means that if you have the confidence, you can actually break mathematics as long as 2 minutes left. Yo! Oh! Okay, right. Okay, so basically this is what I was talking about, right? So, so we're saying that we have to have the confidence to break mathematics, because mathematics, just like any other subject, right, is not written in stone. So the poke that I'm poking you today is that be courageous. Be courageous to innovate. Be courageous to actually face the norm and question it. Okay, so you find, by the way, this presentation is available. If you just Google Mathematics of Disruption, you'll see a page on Akalytica. You'll be able to download this presentation. It's already there. So, right, I'm having to run. Right, so you find that in 1985, computer scientists actually changed the mathematics like we saw there. And then in 2017, like I told you, attention is all you need. People came up with the transformer model, right? And OpenAI was the first to adopt it and bring it to market. But these were choices that were made, and we can also make choices depending on what? On what we have. Okay. Then, so there are many innovations that I talk about. For example, the most dominant optimization algorithm is gradient descent in machine learning, where gradient descent is almost like you're blindfolded, and then you're moving every step. It's like a stepwise optimization process. But now, it's expensive when it comes to compute. So why can't we create another system where instead of one step, let's take double steps, let's jump, an African one, right? Like the Maasais in Kenya, they can jump as high as possible, right? So why can't we do that? Right, and then obviously, correlation versus causality. Our LLMs don't understand anything. They are probability and statistical machines, so they don't understand the data generating process. So that means that they cannot understand what they're doing. So please don't delegate thinking to LLMs. Until they know that A causes B, they are dumb, right? But they are good at what? Pattern matching, right, at scale. Okay, so I will skip a lot of things, and yeah. The last thing is, where is the Ubuntu in that AI? How do we infuse our culture within that AI? Okay, I don't have time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry.
I'm a past, I'm used to 1 hour, 3 hours, sorry.
And I would definitely listen to you for 3 hours, but unfortunately we have the schedule to follow. I see a lot of questions, so also guys, you can find the presentation online at Akalytica.
Just Google mathematics for disruption, or at Akalytica, you'll find it there, yeah.
So we have the first question.
Oh, actually, I just wanted to ask where the presentation is.
Oh, sure, thank you.
We have a second question here.
Okay, so I wanted to talk on the choice thing. I hope I can be as brief as possible because it sounds nice theoretically until you actually do try to disrupt. I am doing a master's in mathematical ontology, trying to use math to predict the decisions that people make to survive their worst political situations. So if you could think of it as game theory. Nobody wants to supervise that. The game theorists are saying it's too political. The politics people are saying, but why math? And your presentation answers that because we can then do sort of like causational relationships. There's a lot you could do with math. So how do you break through into getting people to not see you as crazy, but as someone who's actually doing something that's worthwhile?
You know, like we have so many risk-averse lecturers and teachers. So I've learned to search for where my tribe is, whether they're in the US, Russia, or wherever. Like right now, the Turing Award winner, Judy Appel, that I'm talking about, we correspond about causality. Like I've realized that there are not enough people that are talking about what I'm talking about, but he talks about. So don't limit yourself to local supervisors.
Can I go? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, great presentation. And I'm actually glad that you point out that when you talk about AI, you talk about mathematics and algorithm. And you did talk about the infrastructure gap on the African continent and how can we create the AI that works for Africa. And so I think that brings a key, how will I say, continental or country level initiative or vision in terms of how the various stakeholders will work together on finding specific solutions to African challenges. We talk about LLMs, but we're also talking about how we use AI at the edge, for example, small language models, etc.
Yes.
How are you, or are you engaging with various stakeholders, let's say government, let's say universities, let's say the private sector, whereby there is this R&D that needs to take place to strategically enable those who work in that sector to provide solutions?
Yes,
Thank
you very much. So on my side, I sit on the expert panel for emerging technologies for African Union, out of NEPAD to be specific. And we've written a couple of papers that were advising the 54 states in Africa around how to adopt AI, 3D printing, 5G and all that. So we are trying. And also, there's a new commissioner at the AU who is in charge of infrastructure, and she's very much looking at AI infrastructure as well. But it is our duty, all of us, to spread the gospel because, our governments need a bit of knocking on the head for them to actually understand what's happening.
We have the last one here.
Hi. So actually, it was not a question, it was more of me to say that I pretty much like your presentation, probably the best one that I've enjoyed so far. And it makes sense because you said something that resonates with me. I think we are in a lot of applications today. Like we want to take maybe a model that was developed somewhere and then apply it and make applications. But like the lady was saying, we need to be crazy enough to think about fundamental research. Like you talked about the gradient descent, you talked about many optimization techniques. We need to think outside of the box and look at things that can be more relevant to our context. So I don't know, maybe you have enough voice and power to actually raise that awareness because I think and I believe of an Africa where we own our technologies. Like if Google, I was talking with someone yesterday, I was like, if Google decides today I'm not providing you Google Translate anymore, we can't do anything, right? But we have the minds, we have everything that we need. We just need to be courageous enough and like pursue research instead of imminent like result.
Sure. No, thank you very much. So I'll give you one practical example quickly of being courageous and being confident in what you're trying to do. So Elon Musk, he realized that there's a lot of energy being used in data centers, big data sets and stuff like that. You know what he simply did? And you can Google it. So for Tesla robots now, he has made a trade-off between accuracy and efficiency. So he has removed the commas. You remember that floating point system I was talking about? He has removed them. He's using integers, right? Integers, whole numbers only, right? Positive whole numbers only. And that means that he's using less energy, his robots are faster, but at the expense of what? Accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will go as more concrete and say not Google will stop supplying, but tariffs. So yeah, thank you very much. Edzai is also sitting right here outside if you want to buy the book. And we have a best presentation, so I hope that we can beat it in our next presentation. Good luck, Alex. So our next speaker will be speaking about low bandwidth, high impact, designing AI for African reality. Please join me in welcoming Alex Pryor. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did, yes. Do we have the clicker? Ah, fantastic. Okay. Right, hi there everyone. How's everyone doing today? Fantastic. Let me ask you a question. Who here has ever heard anyone say, AI is going to change everything? But pretty much everyone. Now let me ask you something else. How many of those conversations had the assumption that there was going to be always-on internet, or cheap data, or that English was going to be the default language? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. AI today is predominantly built for systems and infrastructure that many Africans don't have access to. But that doesn't mean that the innovation stops. The innovation actually gets better because of the constraints. Most AI systems are built with several assumptions involved. They're assuming that devices are powerful, that data is cheap, power is reliable, text is easier than voice, and that failure is rare. The thing is, when those assumptions break, the systems break. When you import technology, you're not just importing the technology, you're importing its fragility. So what can we do about that? Well, we need to understand that AI pilots for Africa look really impressive on PowerPoint. But the fact of the matter is that they fail when they get onto the ground, because African reality does not always match what is built in the global north. So we have different reality. We know that. We know that there are areas of Africa where there is not even any mobile data. Forget Wi-Fi, forget fiber. There's no data. There's no power. We know that lots of people don't even have access to smartphones. We have a different context, and we're not unique in this. But our constraints do not need to define us. And I think let me be very clear about this. The question is not, can Africa have AI? The question is, can Africa survive reality? Sorry, can AI survive reality? Because constraints aren't barriers to innovation. Constraints are actually their design discipline. They're really something that we need to be taking into our heads and thinking, how do we take these not as constraints, but simply as inputs, as non-functional requirements to say, we have to take these into account. Because when you're building for intermittent power, when you're building for lack of connectivity, for expensive data, for multiple languages, you're not just building something that you're worried is going to fail. You're building better systems. You're building better technology. And you're building that not bigger, not faster, but not flashier, but smarter. You've got to build smarter. And that's what's really, really important. And that's what I'm going to say very, very clearly here. And that is that constraints don't weaken engineering. They smarten it. They really do. Constraints make engineering smarter. Because when we design for failure, we design for resilience. When we design for expensive data, we design for efficiency. When we design for systems where literacy varies, we design for voice. And when we design for internet disappearing, we design for the edge. We design for systems that do not exist in places where AI is predominantly built today. And that makes us special. That makes it really exciting to be in Africa today. Because this really brings me to the heart of this talk. And that's to say this, that when African AI works, it works even when the cloud doesn't. Think about that for a minute. How many AI systems out there are built expecting that the cloud is always going to be available? Most of them. But it means that models can't always rely on that here. So you've got to think about, when are models going to be running locally? How can decisions be made on device? And how can we have syncing only when possible? These are the things that we need to think about from an African point of view. Because when you are designing a system that requires the cloud in order to be able to be used, it's not intelligent, it's dependent. And how do we reduce that dependency? So let's look at a few examples. Now, in South Africa, there's a company called Moyo, and what they've done is they've got autonomous drones. And what they've done is they've built machine learning models into the drones themselves. And what they do is they look at crops and they have real-time detection. These ones are looking for potato leaf fungus. But what they do is they use high-res images and RAG models, and they do the processing all on device. So you can have real-time access to be able to see what's happening with the crop and pick up disease early. Don't require access to the internet. They just require the drone to get out in the field and do its thing on device, and they get the feedback right there. If we think about medicine, there's a wonderful company in Nigeria, they're called, let's get this right, Ubenwa. And what they've done is they put machine learning onto a smartphone. And what it does is it uses the smartphone's capabilities, and it records babies' cries, newborn babies' cries, to detect potential infant asphyxia. And it's got a 95% accuracy rating, and it's got offline capabilities, which means it can be used in rural clinics where there's no power, there's no data. It's saving lives, and it's by looking at a system that does not require the internet. It's a low compute, high impact model. It's why we've got communities in Africa like Zindi who are building increasingly efficient systems and machine learning models. They're looking at agriculture, they're looking at education, they're looking at health. This is how Africa is innovating within our constraints to make things better. So these models that they're using, they're trained on low-res images. They're trained on imperfect data. They're trained on limited computing power. And by doing that, we're getting models that aren't necessarily going to be perfect in perfect conditions, or they can be perfect in perfect conditions, but what they are is they are creating models that are available. They're creating models that are useful, because that's what we need. We don't need a model that is perfect, but only when we've got all the conditions right. We need models that are good enough all the time. Because the reality is, when you're building, this is what our reality is. We have to take that reality into account. And here's another reality for you. If your app, if your AI needs a keyboard, you're excluding millions of people. Millions of people. If it needs English, you're excluding millions more. But you don't need it. Now, there's a company in Ghana called mPedigree that is using SMS technology to be able for people to be able to check for counterfeit medicine. Just using SMS, no app, no smartphone, no internet requirement. Just needs mobile data. It's one of the ways that we are innovating using machine learning backed and AI backed technology. There are thousands and thousands of people across Africa who are using VMO. Now, VMO is a voice-based system that people can phone up and they can talk and get information around health, get information around nutrition, around finance. And it's being used by people across the African continent in local languages. No English required, no literacy required. It's one of these things that you wouldn't have to think about in Europe. You wouldn't have to think about in America, but we certainly have to think about here. Because the thing is, if AI is only available in English, it's biased. It's not reaching everybody. Now, the other thing about building in Africa is that when we build AI in Africa, we are building to fail well. I think that's really, really important. We're building to fail well. When connections fail, then maybe things are going to be a little bit slower. Maybe the results aren't going to be as complete, but it's not going to fail. It's not going to fall over. Because available all the time, even if it's not perfect, is better than perfect, but only intermittently available. Something to think about, isn't it? Would you rather have something available when you need it, but maybe it's not going to give you the giant answer? Or would you rather have something that is going to give you the best answer possible, but you can only access it maybe if you're standing in this one corner of the lecture theater with your phone held up there and maybe getting some signal detection, and that's maybe it's going to fall over halfway through? No. When we're democratizing AI, we need to think about what is going to reach the most number of people in the best possible way. Because the future of the AI is moving towards the edge. It's moving towards privacy-based models. It's moving towards lower energy consumption, and it's moving towards a multilingual model. Which means that the way that AI is moving sounds suspiciously like what we need to be looking at in Africa today. That's our current reality. Which means that we're not trailing behind the rest of the world. We're actually leading the pack. We are the proving ground for what AI is going to have to be tomorrow. The future of AI is based on Africa's present. And it's a great way to reframe how we think about this, because we are doing things that no one's even thinking about. And this isn't a case of some sort of charity tech. We may be the forgotten continent, but what we build here can be used anywhere. It can be used in Asia, it can be used in South America, it can be used in disaster zones, it can be used in any emerging market, and let's face it, in any emergent market. And that's really something to think about. What we're building today is not limited. It's actually building for tomorrow. And this is where the economics really comes into it. Because when you're designing for an African reality, you're designing for local developers who can compete. You're designing for local businesses and entrepreneurs to be able to scale. You're designing for markets to be able to grow sustainably. And there's some systems that are, I'm going to end with this. To the developers in the room, guys, stop just building demos. Start building for systemic reality on our continent. To the funders in the room, stop looking for polish. Start looking for robustness. To the policymakers, guys, stop imitating. Start looking at our local reality. And for everybody in this room, I need you to remember that we don't need AI to be perfect all of the time. We need AI to be available to everybody all of the time. And you people in this room, everyone in this room, are building the AI of the future already. So keep at it, and thank you so very much for having me today. Here's to an African reality that we can export to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Wow, I think we have our contender for best presentation. So we have a few minutes for questions. Those were very interesting last few words, but we have a question.
There's a question at the back left-hand door, back left-hand corner from where I am.
Those were very insightful advice at the end of the presentation. Stop imitating, stop polishing, build robustness. I hope that the message will go through to our online audience and will go through to the right people.
Hi, Alex. Thank you for your presentation. I like the fact that you were speaking about the realities of AI in the African context. So I wanted to ask you, most of us here, we are entrepreneurs, we are students. So we want to actually solve our own problems. We want to get into AI. We don't want to be left behind. I mean, we have so many challenges in Africa. For instance, with agriculture, there's still a lot of food going to waste. We have problems with cold storage. We have problems with logistics. Even in the healthcare sector, you can barely find a doctor in the public hospital. And then you, as an entrepreneur, you want to go in there and bring your big machine to actually try and maybe get the records and put them in and use AI for that. It seems impractical, but then I would like to find out how can we actually really get involved as young Africans in solving our own problems, and how can we actually, because we do need partnerships, we do need funding, we can't do it alone, we are a little bit behind. How can we actually partner up with the relevant institutions and maybe the West to try and actually solve our, build technology to solve our own problems? Thank you.
So I think to really answer that I can't give you a full answer to that because I don't have the full list of everyone that you can be talking to. But I think the most important thing there is to pick a challenge that's close to your heart. There are so many challenges that we have on this continent. There's so many challenges that we're aware of. Pick one that is important to you because then you're going to be invested in working on it. Pick something that you're passionate about, that you're going to work on regardless of whether you get that funding. I've seen some of the most amazing innovations come out of the African continent. And things like, for example, did you know that one of the very first sort of glove to interpret sign language actually came out, I think it was Cameroon. Now, there's some MIT boys who got credit for it, but actually it came out of Africa first. And that wasn't built with any sort of funding. It wasn't built with big partnerships with big tech. It was built because someone had a passion to do it. So find your passion, look within the technology. We have access to so much, especially here when you're lucky enough to be somewhere where we've got good infrastructure, where we've got access to the internet, where we have access to good power. Use the tools that are available. Figure out what you're going to do, where you want to focus, and start building the community around it. When you build that community through those connections that you're making, you're going to get the right introductions to the right people. But don't stop by saying, oh, I can't do this unless I get funding. Start saying, I'm going to do this even if I never get funding, and take it from there.
Thank you very much. A great presentation. So two parts in your presentation. The first one where you talk about having the LLMs in the cloud, and the second part where you talk about AI moving to the edge.
Yes.
And then I think within the African context, you know, having the AI in the cloud, of course, there's the cost of connectivity, right? And having the AI at the edge doesn't necessarily mean that it's not accurate. There's, you know, AI at the edge can also be very accurate. So my question is, you talk about policymakers, right? How do you take this practical insight into supporting them in policy formulation? Meaning that, you know, taking realities from the ground, of course, learning from what is happening globally, but have fit-for-purpose policies to enable innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that I love that word fit for purpose, because I think it's something that we tend to miss all too often. When we think about fit for purpose, and unfortunately I do find this when I've spoken with government, when I've spoken with policymakers, is the view tends to be limited. You know, they're given information, they've got some, but they don't necessarily have the reality that people on the ground are facing. So my advice, I suppose, for policymakers would be to really try to dive deep and find the examples of people who are already doing it. It's not a case of we're trying to legislate for something that doesn't exist yet. We're trying to figure out how do we make policy for stuff that already exists, but we just don't know about it. So you made a point to say that the edge doesn't have to be inaccurate. You're absolutely right. I think the point is that when you're using an edge device, you are using something that is more specific. The less data you need to be able to send up to the cloud, the less reliant you need on to be on the internet, the more specific you have to be in your use case, which is why, like I used the example of that, that application that looks at the baby's cries. It's a very specific model. It's got a 95% accuracy rating. I can give you examples similar to that in agriculture. I could look at them in pretty much any industry we've got, where people are using edge devices and IoT devices and using processing on device and decision-making on device incredibly accurately, but they're also very, very niche. So I think that that's perhaps the other thing for the policymakers to be aware of, is that they need to be looking at not just the general cases, but how do you take that generalization and actually break it down into individualized contexts. Okay, great. Anything else?
We have one comment from here.
Fantastic. And I have 1 minute. That's perfect.
Hi, everyone. I really appreciate the presentation, low bandwidth, high impact. I just will briefly share an experience. I remember in my final year, there was a research I was working on, and looking at where we're coming from, the institution doesn't support us with infrastructure, no GPUs, you have to get your own internet, you have to run the model, pay for your own GPU credits, and your cloud credit, and it was really challenging. I remember I'd get up every day, try to go and have access to internet at the library, but eventually I managed to build the model. And one thing I learned from this entire experience is that it builds so much resilience in you. The one thing that pushed me was so much passion. I wanted to see it come alive. Despite what happens, I told myself if I'd go by the institution, if I'd go by the government, I'll not be able to build this thing. And it actually did very well. So thank you so much. This is really encouraging, and it will keep me pushing. So.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that comment. I think that's brilliant. And I just want to sort of finish off with this last comment, seeing as I've got about 30 seconds. Now, I come from a corporate background, and I come from a background of being head of innovation for one of Africa's largest IT companies for 5 years. And there are two ways that you can innovate. One is when you have a lot of money and time. Unfortunately, most of us don't have that. As I think you were saying, R&D is a dirty word. Unfortunately, in corporate, that's very, very true. The other way is when you have a lot of constraints. When you've got to build despite the fact that you're dealing with, you've got to find your own GPUs, you've got to find your own time. I mean, even today, I know people in corporate who set alarms for every 5 hours so they can use the free capabilities of the likes of a ChatGPT to use the higher models, just because they're having to work within the constraints of the systems they're in. And that's all it really is about. Whether you are sitting in an area that has zero internet, zero power, zero Wi-Fi, or you're sitting here in the center of Johannesburg and you have access to everything, you still have constraints, and how do you work with them? And that may be to take from Ed's side, that's my challenge to you. Look at your constraints and stop thinking of them as negatives. Start thinking of them as positive ways to start thinking about how you can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Our next speaker is an entrepreneur. He's a founder. He's an investor. He's one of the first, or the first, PhD in AI on the continent. And the first time I spoke to him, I was pitching AMLD, and I told him that our mission is democratizing AI on the continent. And then I saw the stupefaction on his face, and he said, "Look," and he showed me in his office, he had a banner written on it, democratizing AI to benefit everyone. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Jacques Ludic. Jacques Ludic.
Thanks, Khalil. It's great to be here. I must say, all the talks resonate deeply, so it was really nice hearing all of it. Spoke to some people in the audience as well, and there's a lot of things that resonate. Okay, thank you. So it's 20 minutes? Do we have 20 minutes? Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, so the specific talk is about shaping a better future in the smart technology era. And for me, it's a part of my own massive transformative purpose. I've been in technology for most of my adult life. Been in academia as well. Before I started my first AI companies, I sold my first AI company to General Electric way back before the AI hype really exploded. It was 2011. Things happened seriously after that. But for me, it's really about us as humans. So I like it when we bring it back to why do we have the technology? Why do we have all the infrastructure? And it should be about optimizing quality of life for as many people as possible. And we've got incredible opportunities here in Africa specifically, but globally as well, to actually make a change, make a difference. And we need visionary leadership. We need innovative thinkers. And this is what I'm hearing here when I listen to people here. And we need to get it out. So this particular talk, there's not going to be time to go through everything here, but we'll make the presentation available. My book, Democratizing AI to Benefit Everyone, with the subtitle Optimizing or Shaping a Better Future in a Smart Technology Era, is available everywhere. It's on YouTube, on Apple, it's on Amazon, Kindle, etc. But it's also, you can download it for free, the PDF, from my website, jacquesludic.com. And it was actually published just before ChatGPT, the era of ChatGPT, but I was talking about that and this era that's coming and what's happening. And it turned out to be incredibly relevant, especially the last number of chapters, because I was kind of visualizing what that future should look like. What is the massive transformative purpose for humanity? What is the things that unite us? What is meaning of life? How can we use technology to actually make a difference and optimize quality of life? Those kind of things. And also be very pragmatic and realistic about what we can do and work within the constraints, as Alex also mentioned. And I've got currently some interesting vehicles that I've created that will be vehicles to facilitate change and to help make a difference. So the one thing is this AI-driven fund of funds called Sustainable Technology Venture Capital Fund of Funds. We're using AI, eating our own dog food, but investing in this sustainable, abundant kind of future. And I will be talking a little bit about that as well. There's also a company called Bluefin focused on the infrastructure development, especially in Africa, to create those infrastructure that we need. Houses, roads, the energy infrastructure, all of the things that goes with helping with quality of life, making a difference. There's also the non-profit, the Machine Intelligence Institute of Africa, and through that vehicle I've been able to connect with a lot of institutions like this one as well. Over the years, Data Science Nigeria, Kenya, AI, all over the place effectively, and trying to also work on that mission to transform Africa. And I'm glad to say, when I started that, there's a lot of things that happened since then, and I'm quite proud to see all these innovation and visionary leaders that is actually doing some fantastic stuff. So we live in the smart technology era. I talk about this also in the book and talk about what I mean by that as well. AI is obviously kind of the leading technology driving a lot of the innovation, but there's a bunch of other technologies that is also collaborating, creating this smart tech. So effectively, we live in that kind of era that sits on top of the internet era, the industrial age, the industrial revolutions, and the agricultural revolutions. And this particular slide, and I'm not going to go into too much detail there, but it's actually, if you look at holistically and looking at a high level, you can actually identify the primary catalyst for each of the revolutions, the agricultural one, the information, the industrial one, and the current AI revolution. And also, what is the primary technology, who's the winners, who's the losers, what is the opportunities? And we're sitting at an inflection point here, if you look at all these things from those perspectives. So if you take all of that in consideration, and you also think about where we are right now in the world, we also realize that we're actually it's like a runaway train, effectively. Everything is moving faster. We're sitting on these kind of exponential curves and multiples of exponential curves where we see really critical things. It's almost like humanity is busy with a massive social experiment with itself. If you think about the internet, you think about social media, the positives, the negatives, all of these things that's actually happening. And you see that people are struggling. There's mental health problems. There's information overload. There's all sorts of issues that people have, struggling with meaning of life, all of those things. And we need to think about us as humans and say we should be careful that the technology is not pushing us in the wrong direction. But we have to make very smart decisions. We need to be wise to actually create that better future. And if you think about what are the problems, now Johannesburg doesn't look like that, but if you think about holistically and you see the problems, even in the US and other places, people struggle with sense making, meaning making, wealth gaps. We're hollowing out the middle class. Capitalism needs to be fixed. We see all sorts of issues with the economy, and I talk about this in my book. The book is not just about technology and artificial intelligence. It's actually talking about all the specific things that we need and thought leadership that we need to actually address the root causes of the problems that we face. Anyway, so there's a bunch of things that one needs to look at, and really what we need is kind of the visionary leadership, the collective sense-making, the wisdom, the practical actions to ensure that humanity and our civilization is moving in the right direction. And I believe, as an entrepreneur, you have to be optimistic and positive. You have to visualize what that end state could look like. And that's why, for me in the book, I talked about this massive transformative purpose for humanity. What can this future look like that we can actually create using the technologies, but make sure it's human-centric. We don't create this runaway type of thing with technology that's not supporting us. So for me, that is absolutely critical. So we live in this smarter world, but is it going to be a high-quality world? Is it going to be a world where we feel there's meaning of life, there is proper, we can live our lives as we like? So I'm going to quickly skip just in the interest of time. So if you look at the things holistically from a financial point of view as well, there's actually multiple problems on a bigger scale. Obviously, we talk about Africa here, and there's incredible things that we can do in Africa. But if you think about the global picture here, we actually have a $1 trillion nexus. We have a problem as opportunity where there's 30 trillion in annual global value chain waste and lost resources. So that's one of the problems. There is a critical shortfall of 35 trillion cumulative investment need for global energy transition. I mean, obviously implications for Africa as well. There is a 6.4 trillion financial gap with regards to the Sustainable Development Goals that we talk about. And even if you think about financial plumbing, I know in Kenya, for instance, there was some innovation around mobile money, all sorts of things. But what we obviously need, we need more kind of transparent, efficient, scalable conduits for capital flow. That's another thing that's quite important. So we talk about something like 4 to 5 trillion fund flow bottleneck, effectively. So there's a lot of opportunities to actually to make a difference. So the question is, what can we do? What kind of vehicles can we create to actually focus on these bottlenecks, focus on these problems? And one of the things that I'm involved in is the Sustainable Technology Ventures Capital Fund of Fund, and driven by artificial intelligence, but the focus is really on addressing the $1 trillion nexus of inefficiency. It's not only inefficiency, but that's a big part of it. And then also the investment, and then focusing on the future of sustainable technology-driven businesses. Businesses that innovate, that disrupt, that identify the bottlenecks, that actually make a change and make a difference. And on the African continent, there's plenty of opportunity to actually do that. I'm not going to go into the technical details around what we do, but this is just an example where you can use AI to actually automate the investment process, from all the way from deal sourcing and screening, deal evaluation, portfolio management, all of those things, but also the market intelligence in real time, the knowledge management, the collaboration, the security, all of those kind of things. And this is exactly what we're doing. And again, even with HVC, there's a vision for sustainable abundance. So we need to say, this is where we are now. How can we practically get to this world, where Africa, for instance, where we see sustainable abundance? And there's multiple things that one needs to address. So you have to think at a meta level as well, but there's very practical solutions. And it starts with small startups that's making a difference, high growth businesses. The other thing that we also invest in is mega projects to build the infrastructure and put the infrastructure in place. So we work across all three spectrums or categories. The other thing that's also important, if you think holistically, and it's quite interesting, we kind of see this productivity paradox. And it's because there's maybe a lagging effect. Some economists talking about this implementation lag. Yes, we've got this innovation with technology, although we don't see it yet from an economic productivity perspective. The opportunity here is to actually close that gap and to say, what can we do? How can we be really smart, pushing money in the areas to actually close that gap and help move faster and accelerate this kind of productivity that we need and that we absolutely, it's critical for Africa. So that's one important thing to look at. The rest of the year, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's focusing now on the investment paradigm. We've got our own AI Alpha engine, the structures that we use and so forth. That is more kind of from a financial point of view, competitive mode, so I'll skip all of that. What I want to close off with here is, we know there's incredible risks and potential problems that the world can face if we are not doing the right thing. So we are aware of the risks, concerns, and challenges, but we know there are incredible benefits for society and for social good. So it would be wise to actually say, what are the things that we should be doing? What are the policies? What should we do to actually enhance the probability of getting to those potential benefits for society and social good? And not just give up. I see Elon Musk and some people they just pushing without necessarily thinking about the cause and effect, the consequences of what you're doing. So I feel like there's potentially a responsibility also. Although there's great innovation, there's wonderful things happening, but you have to think about the big picture and what is really important for humanity. So the risks are real. The human agency is critical. So in my book, I also talk about solutions that's more decentralized, and I'll end with that. But it's really focused on optimizing quality of life, making sure that we have individuals that's robust, that's not too dependent on technology as well. We live in this world of technology, but we have to make sure, can we use the AI to help us or whatever technology to make us more robust, critical thinkers, have empathy, have better sense-making capability, understanding others' point of view, understanding cultures, all of those kind of things come into play. So I think data sovereignty is incredibly important. So we don't want data abuse. The bias and all of that we get is potentially a problem. And actually what I talk about is two things. I talk about quite a bit in the book. And I'm really concerned about this because it can easily go in this direction. And it's incredibly important that one pushes decentralized, human-centric type of solutions that empowers as many people as possible on the planet. If you think about a human body with all the trillions of cells, you want every cell to be healthy. It's very important for the body. All the organs need to be healthy. So it's incredibly important for humanity that we've got a healthy Africa, for instance, or Southeast Asia. We need to make sure that we use it for good. So surveillance capitalism is potentially a problem. It is definitely a problem. So we need to think about ways to counter that. 2 minutes, okay. State surveillance is a big problem as well. You want freedom. So what I talk about, I'll just end with that massive transformative purpose and the goals, because I do think that's part of the future that we should be excited about. When Elon Musk talks about, I'm excited about the future and going to Mars and expanding consciousness in the universe, all of those things, that's great and so forth, but we've got real things that we need to do on this planet to make a difference in billions of people's lives. And there's quite a bit that one needs to do. Anyway, there is solutions to address AI's anticipated negative impacts, improve human collaboration, develop policies. There's some people here that's experts in those things as well, that's directed at augmenting humans and the common good, and then shifting the priorities of economic, political, and educational systems to empower individuals. That's very, very, very important. So I'm going to end with this now. The proposed massive transformative purpose for humanity is evolve a dynamic, empathic, prosperous, thriving, and self-optimizing civilization that benefits everyone in sustainable ways and in harmony with nature. And there are 4 buckets. There's 14 goals around this. But if we just focus on the top left one there, decentralized adaptive systems to benefit all. I think it's incredibly important. We need to have systems, and we can have AI systems, governance systems, economical systems, that are very flexible, but that's decentralized, adaptive, agile, agile in terms of economic, social, and governance systems. If you think about the future of politics, the future of economy, the kind of world that we want to live in, that's going to be very important. And what do we want to reward? We want to reward positive, active participation and positive contributions to society and civilization. Those things are critical. But you want to also protect. It's almost like a body. If you've got cancer or something, you want to focus on addressing the problem. So if there is, you also need to think about the balance between the individual and the collective. So it's going to be very important to have nonlinear dynamical systems that assist us as humans in this very complex world that we've created to actually be very flexible in solving problems in a real-time dynamic fashion. So that whole first part is about that. I'm almost done. The next one is democratizing smart tech to benefit all, then optimizing quality of life to benefit all, and then sustainable livable planet and explore the universe. And then there's obviously the goals around this that support and complement the sustainable development goals as well. And there's also a solution that I've proposed, Sapiens, and there will be a lot more on that in the future. We will also be investing in this kind of solutions that is more decentralized and more human-centric, and that will empower individuals, and where AI is batting for you as an individual, as a family, as a community, as a smart town, smart city, as a nation. So that is what I'm really looking at. So anyway, it's great to talk. Over to questions.
Thank you so much, Jacques. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for questions, but Jacques will be hosting a panel in 30 minutes right here called From Lab to Livelihood.
Yeah, from the lab to livelihood. Yes.
Lab to livelihood. And Jacques will also be sitting outside later to sign some bookmarks.
Okay, cool.
So, thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Jacques Ludic. Now, I've been here since 9:30, and I've seen the energy growing and growing and growing until we reached 11 a.m. Right now, I would like to ask from all of you to maximize the energy for a gigantic round of applause for our next speaker. Our next speaker is a business leader. He's sits in boards, but he is also country head of Google South Africa. And I would like right now, everyone, huge round of applause for Google, because they are our sponsors, they are our gold sponsors, and they are enabling this event, and they are enabling us to gather here today. So please join me in welcoming Kabelo Makwani. Stronger, stronger energy, way!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's morning. It's such an absolute pleasure to be here while they're busy getting the tech to work. They didn't tell me, they didn't warn me that I'll be standing behind a pulpit, and so for us vertically challenged people, this is a big challenge. And they even put a chair here, so I'm not sure whether the chair is meant for me to stand on top of it so you can all see me. But I hope you can see me and also hear my voice. It's such a pleasure to present to you. And thank you to the previous speakers because they did all the heavy lifting for me, which means I don't have to explain AI. You all get it, right? Right? So I'm not going to be doing 101 or level 50 AI explanations. But what I am going to be doing for my presentation is to show you the art of the possible, because a lot of the things can seem too far afield, too futuristic, out of touch, out of reach for many of us. But actually, AI is more embedded and entrenched in our day-to-day lives, more so than we actually realize. Just to prove that, how many of you have used AI today? How many of you have used maps to get to WITS today? Any mapping technology? In your car, on your phone, anywhere? How many of you have been responding to emails while the speakers are talking? You know that auto text, that smart reply that finishes your sentence is AI. So we've been using AI for a lot longer than we actually care to admit and realize. So for today's purpose, I'm going to focus on 4 key areas for my presentation. And it's titled Advancing AI, advancing bold and responsible AI together, and also for good, right? So the 4 key areas that I'm going to focus on is the AI economic impact for Africa, highlighting just quick things around what the opportunity is. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time because I'm in an academic institution, so I want to give you enough to take away to go and play around and experiment with. So I will share with you what is going on in our world at Google in terms of the research and development and the advances that we are making with AI technology in a very fundamental way. I'm also going to be talking a little bit about this topic that previous speaker spoke of using AI responsibly and what we are doing to make sure that AI is safe, we self-regulate, and we also mitigate against nefarious uses of AI. We've all seen some of the news that's making the rounds about celebrities and deep fake images of them in compromising positions. That's really not a great thing, right? So as research and developers, as people who are actually advancing this technology, our responsibility is huge in that respect. And then I'll end off with some practical, and as I said, the previous speakers did a lot of the heavy lifting. They were talking about the art of the possible. I'm going to show you the art of the now in terms of how people are leveraging, people like you and I, are leveraging AI to create solutions, to develop specific technologies using the large language models, and to solve real problems. And guess what? We've got a lot of opportunities in Africa to solve real-world problems, not just for ourselves, but problems that are exportable to the rest of the world. Does that sound like a good plan? Yeah? Are we excited? Can we get going? All right. It's just a pity that I'm not going to be interacting and asking you to ask me questions while I'm going, because I'm pressed for time. But I'll try and give you as much as possible. So we conducted a study, an independent study, and we partnered with a company called Public First in 2024 to assess the economic impact of AI. And for the African continent, AI represents a $30 billion revenue value opportunity by 2030. Just to put that in context, that's 3 times in terms of the growth of economic opportunities driven by tech versus where we are now. In South Africa, that's a $9 billion economic opportunity. And in the rest of the world, it's a $15.7 trillion opportunity that presents itself. Let's put that into perspective, because numbers are just numbers, right? I can throw numbers all day. The fact of the matter is that any one of you who's building, developing, researching, and creating technology these days, using these platforms, and then using the scale capabilities of technology providers such as Google, and by no means we are the only ones, you can then reach, at an instance, over 2 billion users globally. This is mind-blowing just in terms of reach and how quickly your innovations and your technologies can be overnight unicorns and overnight successes, and we want more of those. For South Africa specifically, and the rest of the continent, the study also talks about, from an investment perspective, when we make a $1 investment in AI, skills, capability building, etc., it translates into doubling the economic value, a $2 return. So 100% uplift in terms of economic value that's generated using these technologies, because they deploy at scale, as I said, and also the cost of entry, the barriers to entry, which has always been an inhibitor for research and development in technology, is dramatically being lowered by the advent of large language models. Yeah? So, our goal is to make AI useful for everyone. And this goal is very much aligned with our mission statement as Google, to organize the world's information, make it universally available and useful. That's really our reason for existence at a global scale. And in this context, making AI more useful means that technology has to be transformational. And it is. We are seeing the transformational impact of AI in terms of people and societies and the rest of the world. At Google, our products and services, over the last 2 decades, we actually made a bold statement almost 2 decades ago that we're going to be an AI-first company. And when we made that statement, we were still in the rudimentary age of machine learning algorithms, right? Which today, by the way, still power search engines and search capabilities, the things that we take for granted in terms of how the internet has helped bring information, has made information access available in very, very useful and easy ways. Yeah? So 2 decades ago. And yes, of course, AI was popularized by a few of the other players in the market, but certainly we are not at the infantile stages of AI research and development, and you'll see as I progress through the conversation. So making products readily helpful and available in how you smartly reply to emails from your Gmail account, and how you find fuel-efficient routes to come to Wits University in the morning is really what we're talking about. It's the centerpiece of how we're democratizing and making this technology available. And the bold responsibility and the approach that we talk about is the steps that we are taking to make even generative AI more helpful to everybody, but also in a responsible way. And this means that doctors can find cures to diseases much, much quicker using AI technology. And I'll show you some real practical examples of how this is already happening in the rest of the world. This means that the people sitting here in this auditorium can unlock their true potential using these AI technologies, and not just in one language, but in your native language as well, which is part of the research that we've been doing to make sure that we localize languages for large language models. I'm sure some of you may have read about the work that we're doing in effectively localizing these language models in isiZulu, Sesotho, Afrikaans, and we are targeting to get to all official languages in South Africa, plus Swahili for broad scope in Africa. There are a few other languages in Africa that we are targeting. There's over 2,500 languages across the continent. And so the task at hand is mammoth. But we understand that this could improve people's lives. So as I spoke to you earlier, just so that you don't believe what I say and you don't believe my hype, this timeline shows you the beginnings of where we started with AI. The most popular one that we open sourced and we put out to the developer community was the transformer. And if we have some gurus in AI, they'll tell you that the transformer finds its way into a lot of the AI large language models that exist out there. But I won't name and shame, okay? We are very humble that way. And really now what's happening is that these AI models are infused in our core products. So we are not of the notion that AI should happen in a vacuum as something somewhere out there. Today, search integrates AI. Today, your favorite messaging services integrate AI. Your productivity tools integrate AI. And I'll dive into a little bit more of that as we go forward. So the shift is quite massive. It's quite tectonic in terms of how this is going to impact our daily lives. Unbeknown to many people is that Google is not hamstrung by, let's call it the availability of NVIDIA GPUs. We work very closely with NVIDIA as one of the key players, infrastructure providers in the market for graphic processing units. But guess what? We actually have our own chipsets that we've been building over the last 2 decades. The latest chipset, which I'm going to talk about just now, Ironwood, has really broken the boundaries in terms of what compute will look like into the future. But our tensor processing units have been the fuel and energy that powers our AI capabilities and create the infrastructural platform and the very foundations of our large language models and advancements. So let's get into it. When you look at, for instance, from a platform capability perspective, we've built the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is a necessary prerequisite for us to build the application layer, to then overlay that application layer with the models, and then, of course, develop into the next evolution of these models in terms of agentification. So we have the full stack of, there's continuous research in how we actually build out this stack and tooling, as well as the products and platforms that, that are loved and used across the globe. Ironwood is the latest evolution of our chipset. And just to put Ironwood into perspective from a processing capability perspective, it's delivering a staggering 42.5 exaflops of compute per pod. And in each of these chipsets, you have 9,000 pods. So if you do the math, I'm in the company of smart people. This is an academic institution. So do the math. So from a latency perspective, from a processing output perspective, the response time has significantly improved in terms of how you experience the interactions and how, when you prompt, the responses are coming through a lot quicker than they were. And this is, of course, what underpins Gemini as one of the more popularly used AI agents. So with Gemini, we've been able to get in excess of 2 billion daily active users across the globe. This is one of the fastest growing products in our portfolio. And Gemini is making AI helpful to many, many people. The ecosystem that Gemini has is evolving. It's not just one model. It supports the entire ecosystem in terms of the billions of daily active users, both in terms of the APIs that a lot of our developers use, and also businesses that are deploying these agents in their productivity environments to help their businesses accelerate. So in our world, in the Google world, our global CEO, Sundar, always says that the person who's going to replace you is not an AI agent. The person who's going to replace you is a person who knows how to leverage and use AI most efficiently. So I think we should be cognizant of this fact because people tend to have anxiety about AI replacing jobs. Effectively, this is a next evolution, similar to the Industrial Revolution that we are seeing happening at breakneck speed. If you look at the announcement we made in November 2025, launching Gemini 3, which is really the most intelligent model that we currently have, that helps you to bring your ideas to life. You could basically integrate it in a lot of the daily activities in your day-to-day life, in terms of how you build, in terms of how you interact, in terms of how you search for information, and in terms of how you play. I use it extensively. Guess what? Also, the people that we interact with as our subcontractors in the business use it quite extensively. Who are those people? They're people like travel agents. Do we all appreciate the complexities of comparing, travel, accommodation, flights, prices, etc., etc.? And these models are able to synthesize all of that information and present it back to you in a way that is simple to consume and also make recommendations to you, significantly shortening the amount of time that you have to plan your shot left. We also have models that support the creative industry. So with Imagine 4, as an example, our newest version of Imagine, it combines speed as well as precision in creating stunning images. This image that you see here was AI generated. The zooming into the fidelity of the image, when you zoom into it, stays intact. It doesn't pixelate. That gives you a sense of the quality of imagery that you can produce using AI models these days. And in the creative industry, we also have VO3. 3.1 is the latest version. And with VO 3.1, what we've done is, to bring richer audio, more narrative control in terms of how you create video imagery, and also enhanced realism that captures very, very true lifelike textures in terms of the video generation that you produce. It's state-of-the-art technology that really, from a prompt adherence perspective, takes us to the next level in terms of creating audiovisual images. So let's practicate that. These folks here, okay, they are in audiovisual, right? What they're going to do after the session is take all this material, synthesize it, condense it, and edit it, etc., etc. These tools enable them to do that at a fraction of the time. That's the benefit of technologies such as VO3. And by the way, they can also ad-lib and add to the edits that they've made in case there's some striking feature or something that they want to integrate with the video production that they want to put out into the internet. That's the opportunity and that's the benefit of these technologies. And I want to show you that this is not something that is far out there. We already have South African creatives who are taking full advantage of this technology. And Kobe is actually one of those who's been able to use this technology to his benefit. And he's created his own version of Grand Theft Auto with a South African flavor. Let's have a look. Is there audio? Sound? No sound.
In the Jacaranda city. I had to become a master at that.
Yeah, I'll restart it, yes.
In the beginning. Sister Bettina! All right. In the meantime.
You steal from the rich to give to the poor. Yeah, that makes Robin Hood sound like a real hero. But when I do it, open the vault! Dan is eigenlijk die probleem.
The system is offline. Good morning, Mukazanzi. And welcome to another day in the Jacaranda city.
I had to become a master at their own game. If you can't beat them, join them. I traveled from city to city and it's the same everywhere. The rich gets richer. And the poor stays poor. In a country that needs saving, they keep on stealing. So I think it's time that the people get their own hero.
Superman, Batman, Iron Man, Spider-Man, VS, zal jou oppassen die donker. Zal die wereld voor jou aanvallen, jou een hero VS.
So Corbin Hofmeyer has become an overnight celebrity star in video production. He's literally working out of his basement studio and is, created this video clip and also Grand Theft Auto representation completely using AI models. So with Flow, we move into this era of built for creatives. It's an AI filmmaking tool. It creates cinematic, real lifelike cinematic scenes and stories. So the audio as well as the visual imagery. And its consistency is actually mind-blowing. Some of the applications that, some of the use cases for Flow find their ways into movies. If you think about Avatar, the latest Avatar movie, yeah, they leveraged a lot of this technology to really shorten the production time to get this movie out to market. In April, sorry, I'm juggling two things here. In April, we expanded our capability in April of 2025, and we introduced Lyria. So Lyria is a music sandbox. It's a sandbox environment for creators in the music industry where you can actually create a full sort of track using AI models. And I see I'm being hustled for time now. We started late. How much time do I have?
At least to have some questions. Maybe we can, if we can.
5 minutes? 10 minutes?
If we can take some questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we can take questions.
I'm happy to wrap up, and then we can take questions.
All right, that's fine. Let me speed through the rest of it. Project Astra is probably one of the most ambitious developments that we've made so far, and we're working quite closely with WITS University from a South Africa perspective, and the Google DeepMind Institute. Just to give you a sense of what Project Astra is about, it's now taking all this capability and then infusing it into devices as well as lenses, basically, to help AI be a true personal assistant. Let me show you what I mean by that.
I'm here with the latest research prototype of Project Astra, and we're going to see how it can help me fix my bike. Hey, go online and look for a user's manual for a Huffy mountain bike.
I have found a user manual for you. What would you like to know about it?
Okay, cool. Now scroll until you find the section about the brakes.
Sure thing. Looking for that page now.
I think I stripped this screw. Can you go on YouTube and find a video for how to fix that?
Of course. I'm opening YouTube now. This looks like a good video.
Place a rubber band over the head of the screw.
Oh, nice.
Press down
Thanks.
firmly.
Can you go through my emails with the bike shop and find which size hex nut I need?
Sure. According to the email from Bicycle Habitat, you need a 3/8 inch hex nut for your sprocket. I've highlighted the correct bin for you.
It seems like I need a spare tension screw. Can you call the nearest bike shop and see what they have in stock?
Yep. Calling them now. I'll get back to you with what they have in stock.
I think my brake pads are wearing down. Can you check the manual again and see if it talks about them anywhere?
According to the manual, if you look on page 24,
Do you want to get lunch? Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Can you finish what you were saying?
as I was saying, if you look on page 24, section 2, you'll see how to replace the brake pads.
Hey, any updates on that call?
Yep, I just got off of the bike shop. They confirmed they have your tension screw in stock. Would you like me to place a pickup order?
Could you show me some examples?
Okay, in the interest of time, I think you get the idea, right? Integrated in with this experience that the user is showing you is search, it's video streaming using YouTube, it's AI basically acting as a true personal agent, and it's also the visualization of objects that the user is not familiar with or doesn't have the technical know-how to be able to do. Extrapolate that and put that into wearables like glasses, and you understand what the true potential is for you to navigate the complexities of the world using this technology. I am speeding through very quickly. Today, we've actually embedded AI models in all of the 15 products that you're familiar with Gmail, Search, YouTube, etc., most of which enjoy daily active usage in excess of 2 billion across the world. AI overviews is actually the most used product now. And AI overviews, as you know, is when you're searching, that gives you a very quick caption of the information that you've been searching for so that you can get to the nub of the thing quicker. And then this is very simple to enable because, you know, today, both on your phone, mobile devices, as well as your laptop, you can actually just switch from traditional search into AI mode so that all your searches now kind of give you results that are rich and also give you this experience that I've just shown in the video. We're moving and accelerating quite quickly into the realm of agentification and AI capabilities with AI mode, and interconnecting this with all of the different products that you use in your day-to-day lives, from your docs to your tricks, sheets, to how you do video editing and how you save and retrieve information on your devices. And I spoke about the integration into devices, wearable devices, auto, your car, as well as TV, in what we call connected TV experiences from a streaming and interaction perspective. And with Android XR, we're taking this to the next level. Android XR is effectively the Gemini integrated into all devices that we interact with, from your virtual reality to glasses to your phone as an extension. Let me give you an example. When I traveled recently to Europe, I was using Android XR to navigate the street. So literally, basically like you would do when you set up maps, and you ask it for directions. And when you hold the phone up in Europe, this feature is already available, and it's something that is going to become live in Africa soon. When you hold your phone up, it actually gives you a street-level view that guides you as you're walking, not just from a driving experience perspective. And it tells you what buildings are there that there are. If it's a museum that you're passing, and you can click on it and search for more information about the environment that you're in. Key to this is that we've got over 9 million developers that are working and building new technologies. 13 million globally that are using Gemini to build new solutions. And we've seen a 20x increase in the number of use cases. And that's the opportunity for leveraging these large language models with Vertex AI. And so when we do this, though, we have to be responsible. We have to be bold but responsible in terms of how we use AI. And so from a Google perspective, we've got principles in terms of how we deploy AI in a responsible manner. We are self-regulating around things like, hallucinations, the nefarious use of AI in terms of deep fakes, and also, people actually being kind of positioned in unfavorable ways using our AI models. So those guardrails are there from an impact perspective to society. The most important thing I think I wanted to share with you also today, very quickly, is this is Nobel sort of laureate territory in terms of some of the advances from our Research and Development Center. So using AlphaFold, we've been able to deconstruct the molecules of proteins. And to date, with the AlphaFold technologies, we are working very closely with people in the healthcare sector to actually find cures for dread diseases and terminal illnesses like cancer treatment, Alzheimer's, and so on, right? Those sicknesses or illnesses that have been quite difficult to treat. There's over 200 million proteins that AlphaFold has been able to decipher, and we are now moving also into the molecular analysis space with DNA and RNA analysis. So we can identify genetically coded diseases and be able to treat those diseases using AI. There's 25,000 researchers here in Africa that have access to this technology. We have a big hub in Ghana, which is our Research and Development Center for Africa, but also we're working with academic institutions such as WITS University, University of Pretoria, and others, in their research and development departments. There's also something that we've been doing locally, a solution for expectant moms and moms who need some help postnatally from a support perspective. And they're interacting with this tool called ID Insights. We see in the region of about 40 to 60,000 queries per day of moms, right, who don't know what to do, and their infants might be ill, they might be behaving in ways that they don't know how to interpret. And most importantly, if you think about the rural impact, because these technologies are available on their mobile devices, it's almost like having a doctor on call with very, very strict guardrails from a healthcare perspective. Open buildings is another solution which was developed in Africa. An open building, so think about the challenge we have across peri-urban and rural areas in Africa where street addresses do not exist. So open buildings allows for people to be actually recognized, at the same time for government officials from a town planning and city planning perspective to plan more effectively using these AI models in terms of demographics, psychographics, and the information that can be produced from these, and the analysis and predictive capabilities of these models in those particular locales. And more recently, what we've been using AI for, and I hope that we can adopt it at pace in South Africa, given what we've just experienced in Limpopo and Mpumalanga around the floods that have actually taken lives. It doesn't have to be, because the technology is there to do flood forecasting, to do weather pattern change forecasting, so that at least you get the advanced warning to people so that they can move to places of safety. These technologies are available, and maybe in this particular institution, with all the innovators sitting in the room, we can engage with the requisite institutions to do just that. So ID Insights, I'm wrapping up. So ID Insights is basically, SynthID is our way of being responsible, and SynthID basically puts a watermark on every single AI-generated image so that you know transparently that this image is actually AI-generated and you can tell the difference. It also protects intellectual property for creators. So you can tell the difference between what is AI generated versus what is an original production. So maybe to wrap it up, I'll just quickly flash through. We've committed to investing $1 billion in the continent from a skills, research and development perspective, supporting SMMEs and startups. And to date, we've actually spent of that investment $27 million US dollars. Last year alone, we spent $7 million training students, youth, small and medium enterprises on these tools. Google for Startups has reached over 260 startups in South Africa alone, and there's been in excess of $600 million US dollars raised in seed funding for these startups working together with Google. And Hustle Academy has reached over 17,800 graduates in sub-Saharan Africa. 4,600 of those are in South Africa. And I think for us, at the core of all of this is making AI useful. If you think about, as a small business owner, how you're reaching your markets, how you're reaching your constituencies, how you're reaching people that you want to sell and produce for and position your products to, it's absolutely imperative for you to think about the behavior of people these days around using digital platforms. We call it the 4 S's of human behavior. People are searching, they're scrolling, they're streaming, and they're shopping. So for small businesses, this is absolutely critical. Gone are the days of standing by the roadside curb and dishing out flyers and pamphlets. You will not reach 2 billion people doing that. And that's the power of what this technology presents as an opportunity. I thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I see so many hands. But guys, do you realize we got GTA 7 before GTA 6? How crazy is that? I think we can open the floor for a couple of questions. I just want to start by saying thank you very much for this presentation. I wanted to ask you more general questions. So at AMLD Africa, we try to always get the agenda to be speaking about the most relevant stuff, the most actual stuff, and state of the art. This is why the agenda is broad. Yesterday we had sustainability, we had healthcare, today cultural preservation, tomorrow there is ethics and governance. And as we're planning for next edition, I would like to ask you, internally, our discussions, we think that one of the most important topics currently in Africa and everywhere in the world in AI is data and the availability of data. But even more important than that is compute and infrastructure, energy, and the availability of compute.
Yeah.
So what do you make of this statement? Should it be an integral part of next year's agenda?
Absolutely. So there's some partnerships that we've been busy with, and you can Google this. Excuse the pun. For instance, with large telcos in the African context and other ecosystem partners. So we've partnered with the likes of Vodacom, MTN, and the big telcos. We've also partnered with the Cassava technologies with liquid telecommunications, and Cassava is actually as part of our partnership with them is offering free AI training and also some free data access packages for youth and emerging enterprises. So some of the things that are absolutely worthwhile taking advantage of. And I think it's absolutely important that we keep data and infrastructure front and center in bridging the digital divide for how people use and absolutely take advantage of these technologies. This is partly why we're investing in kind of like submarine cable systems to connect Africa with the East as well as the West, right? The Equiano cable system that Google has deployed to cover the coastline terminates using some of these ecosystem partners like telcos so that we can build out infrastructure at pace with the rest of the world.
About Cassava, we are having the head of AI of Cassava speaking this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I believe it's 1:50. You can look up the agenda next to the door and the website. So I think we can open the floor for one question.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. My name is Clayton. So I wanted to ask more on the video models.
Yes.
I often struggle, just a bit of intro. I use a lot of AI in software engineering, you know, developing apps.
Yeah.
But then when I think of the use cases of how we can use video models for commercial use, you know, I often struggle in that sense. What do you think some practical ways we can use the video models to make money as young people?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So commercializing video production is absolutely something that we should take full advantage of. It's a big opportunity. So what we do is that please check out the website. We do host creative workshops in our office. Sia, help me remember, who's that social blogger guy who's a young and vibrant guy? Reggie, yes. So go look up Reggie, Reggie's blog on YouTube, and you'll see more recently, like last December, November, December, he was actually in our offices and he brought a whole bunch of guys like you, creatives, to showcase, but also to learn how to actually optimize the use of these technologies. So I invite you to participate in that.
A very small comment from here, and then we can move to the panel.
Okay, yeah, I'll be quick. Great presentation. I noticed on the project Astra demo, quite in depth, and basically as a third-party developer, basically there's no way to get OS level access to some of these native APIs. So will there be any plans to have an SDK in future so third-party developers can make apps on top of that?
Watch this space.
Okay, I'm watching.
I wanna be here next year to present again to you. So I'm not gonna give you a roadmap yet, but watch this space if that's good enough for you.
But next year I want to show you my app that has the
don't
SDK.
worry. It will be before next year. All I'm saying is there's a lot of let's call it capabilities that are coming through that will make this a lot easier for you. So please keep tabs on that.
Thank you very much. Please, big round of applause for Google, our sponsor. Thank you, Kevin. So, for the long-awaited panel, and I hope you guys still have some energy for a very insightful panel coming up. The title of the panel is From Lab to Livelihoods, How University AI Research Can Deliver Economic Empowerment. This panel will be moderating by someone you already met today, Dr. Jacques Ludic, who is sitting here. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Jacques Ludic. Joining Dr. Jacques on stage are three extremely important figures of African AI. I would like to invite everyone to give a big round of applause for Vukosi Marivate from University of Pretoria. Prof. Yeah. Hi, Vukosi. Another round of applause for someone who supported, again, this conference very much. Prof. Benjamin Rossman, Mind Institute and WITS University. Last but not least, please, another round of applause for Prof. Jonathan Schock from UCT AI Initiative. So actually, I think everyone knows you guys, but let's try to... Test. Some mixing up. Doesn't matter. I think everyone knows you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to fire away. We've got some brilliant people here to my right. And we are very much looking forward to talking about, and I need to get the theme right. It's how university AI research can deliver economic empowerment. So actually it starts with from lab to livelihoods, how university AI research can deliver economic empowerment. Now we've got three gentlemen here, professors at university doing AI research in various areas. And what's really nice about this question is it takes you out of the kind of the comfort zone of academia and think about also what is the practical realities of what you're doing in terms of research. Also the broader picture, and I talked about, you know, that's a big part of my massive transformative purpose is how can we use the smart technology, and AI specifically, to actually optimize quality of life, how we can democratize smart tech, AI knowledge in such a way that empowers people. So I'm very much a believer in human-centric view of these tools that we need to use for us, for humanity, to improve quality of life. So I wanted to spend a bit of time on the inflection point and the paradoxes, but I've explained that in my talk. So I want to go straight to the panel, and I'm going to start with Benji. I'm going to start with you. And congratulations, by the way, with some of the awards that I saw recently, your big influence and stuff. I'm proud of what you're doing with Lalapa AI. I'm personally going to talk to you guys as well, in terms of things that I'm busy with. But that is an example of where you are actually kind of bridging that lab to livelihood gap, effectively, because you're trying to do something practical with the business as well. So in terms of that, and I know what Lalapa is doing, but maybe for the audience you can briefly just mention that. But in the context of the smart technology era and the context of Society 5.0, where tech is inherently human-centric and decentralized, I know you're working with African languages and so forth, but how do we incentivize researchers to build for Society 5.0 and not just create a world where it's runaway technology? I know we've been in many discussions before and talks, and I know in the past you're big on reinforcement learning and where's the human, and forget about the human maybe, but maybe over time you thought about things as well, and you're busy with things that's making life easier for humans. So I would love to hear your perspective on that.
There we go. Okay, works better when it's on.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Thanks, Jacques. It's great to be here with you and
share
a stage again. And it's great to be here with two of the people I think I respect most in the African AI space, partners in crime. And it's great to be here with all of you. So, morning again, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the hard and important questions, right? So, you know, there's this long history of the kind of separation between academia and like the real world, right?
Yeah.
And this is for many reasons. But like there's this kind of whole pipeline of different kinds of thinking that typically need to happen before something can change in the world. And the kind of way I often think about this is, you know, any VC would be going and like, you know, investing in the new smart watch thing that's optimizing the way you exercise and your health and stuff. But like that's only possible because of the GPS satellites that someone else went and put into space. And that's only possible because someone else went and, you know, did the relativity type things. And like this talks to like a long pipeline between kind of theoretical ideas and stuff making an impact in the real world. And this is just like, you know, a reality of, you know, if you're trying to do something paradigm shifting. What I think is interesting in the AI space is that that's completely condensed, and for a number of reasons. And I think the way that the community has evolved, particularly that, you know, we've got people doing work in more fundamental questions that also have a seat in a tech company. We've got a lot of investment. We've got a kind of culture that we build things and put it on GitHub, and other people can access that, and that's part of the kind of reproducibility of doing our research. And you know, I marvel you take that, you know, pipeline that could have taken 100 years for like stuff to be sitting in someone's pocket, and you compare that to like, you know, the Transformer coming out in 2017, and then the whole world, you know, 5 years later is addicted to LLMs, right?
Yeah.
So I think this has been a progression in the field, I think an interesting characteristic of our field. But I think it's important to kind of balance out these two aspects. You know, it's clear that the impact AI can have in like any domain, whether it's, you know, ranging from theoretical chemistry through to like practical questions around like, financial inclusion, for example, that's all influenced by similar kinds of technology. But I think it's important that we do keep everything in perspective. So that's like the approach we've taken here with the Mind Institute at WITS, is that if we ground things in a deep theoretical understanding of the field, we've got to be innovating in the technology itself, but also in the applications, but also thinking about the impact. I think there's this whole kind of pipeline that we've got to think about responsibly. And I think we're at an era where it's possible to get that. Now, not everybody is very few people are going to be strong at every aspect of the pipeline. So I think this also talks to collaboration, why, someone who's more theoretically minded needs to be talking to the people that are more societally minded and the people that have a deeper interest in agriculture or whatever it might be.
Absolutely, I love that. Now to the rest of the panelists, Vukosi, Jonathan, I want to, before we get to sector-specific empowerment, I know, Jonathan, you want to talk about healthcare, agriculture, those things as well. And Vukosi, I think we're going to talk about languages as well, and the wonderful things that you're doing. But just on a high level, if you think about choke points that's preventing this kind of lab to livelihood, I mentioned something there in the pre-notes about lack of funding, or is there a massive transformative purpose that connects researchers to real-world market failures? But how do you think about those things? Because I think it's important to identify the root causes of problems. You sit on this side, you want to make a difference. What are those choke points? And if both you guys can just answer those questions. Go for it. Yeah, because.
Okay, there we go. Great to be here. So I think.
Switch. There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think something that's important to understand is, on one side, yes, AI is going to be is in some ways very fast, transformative in lots and lots of different ways. But it's also still a technology, right? It's a tool that can be used one way or the other. I think there's multiple things that do impact ultimately what gets into to become societal change, right? So whether we're thinking about education, so sometimes you cringe when you hear, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to throw AI at our basic education problem in South Africa, so high school, primary school, and it's going to work. But then at the same time, there's a lot of disempowerment. One of the biggest ones is just the part of you need to kind of wait for very big organizations or much more wealthier countries to be the ones that then offload the technology to everybody else. This doesn't work. It hasn't worked in many, many technologies. All right, so the technology just being there is not enough. You can go back to thinking about when the internet became available. It was highlighted as going to be this great equalizer. Knowledge is available to everybody. You fast forward to 2026, I do not think you'll be able to convince anybody in this room that just the internet being available means society overnight is like solves these challenges of poverty, with education, health, all of those things. And AI is unfortunately feels the same thing as what was happening when the internet was becoming more and more widely available. What it's actually going to take is people both on the sides of the front lines, not just on application, but also to send information back. That as I'm trying to work on A, B, or C, I'm actually experiencing these types of friction. And how can then we change some of also the theoretical work to take into account this friction that is actually being experienced? So you can't just go one direction of saying the technology goes that way. There also has to be feedback that comes in, and then it adjusts actually what the AI models, when you're training them, they actually are. Sure, in a lot of Africa, you'll talk about, yes, you have low resourceness in different ways. You might be your internet connection. If you're working on language, where your data is coming from. Even if you're working on computer vision, where is really the data coming from to train these types of systems? So that powerlessness, sure, creates a issue that on one side, you might have then the part of now giving up to the decision making to external organizations, that they will come into your country, your community, and be the ones that do the work. That's not going to happen, right? The simple way I tend to use as a heuristic, if Africa has 2,000 to 3,000 languages, maybe through a gaze of people from outside the continent who do have a lot of money, who do have a lot of compute, let's say we got to 100 to 200 languages. Maybe. This is actually supremely optimistic. What about the other 1,800 to 2,800? That is going to happen by people actually being coached in building up the research kind of locally. So I'll leave my comments maybe to the research ecosystem, in that because I've been versed a lot in thinking about the mechanics of having research in countries and continents. But then I think that's an important piece to bring through. And I think in terms of us three being on this panel, each leading an institute initiative, we're thinking about this a lot because it's not enough. We know that it's not enough just to say we have good researchers and things are not getting out there, but at the same time, how do the things that are out there bring back to building up good research?
Absolutely, and I think Alex was talking about the constraints that we operate in Africa and provide. Well, if you think about the languages specifically, well, that's a reality that you have to face, and you need to come up with solutions around that reality. Jonathan, what's your take on it? UCT. I'm also from Cape Town.
Thanks very much for the invitation to be here, and thanks for the questions. And I want to echo my other panelists here that it's wonderful to be here and to be able to talk sort of from the point of view of universities starting within this space. In terms of the original question about those choke points, universities are very good at research, and there is clearly excellent research coming out of many of the universities around South Africa, around Africa more broadly. But the translation from that research into real-world impact, that's often the difficult thing, and there are a number of factors that are really vital to take into account there. One of the major ones is not building for people, but building with people. There's a famous story of the National Health Service in the UK where literally billions of dollars were spent on an IT system, on a database system for doctors. And they rolled it out, and it turned out that they hadn't actually spent much time speaking with doctors about what they needed, and it was completely useless. So money, time, energy can go into these things if they're not done collaboratively. I think the other thing is that somebody being a really good researcher and being able to write papers for NeurIPS is very different from being able to actually think about how do we turn an idea, a paper, into a product. And that's something that I think South African universities do need to put more emphasis on, is how do you support people with brilliant ideas? Because there are many, many people with brilliant ideas. But a part of the problem is very often that people don't know that there is the opportunity to do something with that. And this is really important. So I think that being able to give mentorship, somebody coming from a computer science department, a math department, a stats department, might have brilliant ideas, but just might not know about the business aspects, the IP aspects, all of these sorts of things. We have a wonderful example of a success story here from Lelapa, but I think there are many, many other people out there within South African universities and beyond who have these great ideas, but don't have the support. I spent a lot of the last year going around and speaking with people at different labs, and I found, or universities, and I found that very often there is massive support. And yes, it's an investment. You do need to invest in this, but to have people that can support those who have the brilliant initial ideas, to take them to become successful businesses that can actually help people with real problems, with real solutions, that's something that I think we really need to invest in a lot more. So is that full pipeline? And it shouldn't just be about thinking about where do we start in terms of the foundational research, which I think the Mind Institute is doing an extremely good job at. But thinking about that full pipeline from the foundational ideas to the people who are actually going to use these products, and then how do you support people along the way? And although it's an investment that brings back, it can bring back massive capital into a university.
Yes, go for it, Benjamin.
Yeah, I just want to kind of jump on that as well, because I think that's a really nice point. That, I think all of our universities are investing in kind of this kind of incubation type idea. And And this is the thing, like at WITS recently, we've looked at and we've said, okay, the way we've been doing it hasn't been working. So last couple of years, launched a new, like the WITS Innovation Center. But, you know, I think it fundamentally comes down to, I like that point you made about universities are good at doing research. And, you know, as a academic, you spend years training to do that. But the kind of mindset you need to even set up a company is wildly different. And I think there's a lot of like, even just psychological factors and sociological factors that, you know, you need to be comfortable with. And, you know, it's something that, you know, is famously really good, like the US is really good at, and many other places in the world haven't cracked. But I think we've definitely got the potential, we've definitely got the talent, but it's about, again, I think connecting the right kind of people. Is like half the time, if you're sitting with a research lab, you're not going to be aware that there might be commercial potential out of some idea you had, and even if you think there might be, you've got no idea how to go forward with that. And I think this is a hard, you know, again, you look at some of the big, say, US universities, and they've got zillions of these startups coming out every other Tuesday. Whereas, like, if we get one or two big success stories, and that's like a national success story, and I think it's just because, like, we're not thinking about the numbers correctly, that, you know, you need the successes that are able to come back and mentor, and you've got to take risks on these things. You've got to try different ideas. I mean, you know, we've mentioned a couple times now that Vukosi and I have walked this journey to an extent, and that was,
okay, so
you know,
today we're
wildly
going to go through 9
unfamiliar
free
territory, and
of plugins
there was
that
much
you can
learning we
download
had
today
to do there, and even then, I don't know how easily these things repeat off one data point. But this is a very different skill set that we need, like our universities, our ecosystems, to be thinking about.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I was in your position as well, for 5-6 years before I started my first AI company at Stellenbosch University. So, and that's a wildly different mindset. I think you all three make excellent points. Jonathan, also in terms of pipeline, I think we need to think about, I think that's critical. Diversity, like you guys all said, that's for me practical solutions. I was just thinking, before I get to another question, are there universities globally that are setting a good example? I'm just thinking MIT, Stanford, in terms of specifically MIT as well, or in the UK as well. Are there examples of universities that are getting it right that one can try and emulate? Jonathan, go for it.
Yes, I can give a couple of examples of places that I came across last year. One was the CISPA Cybersecurity Institute in Germany. They have an incredibly impressive sort of incubator system, and it's all about support. It's people coming from within the institute. If they have a good idea, they are given a year's worth of support and mentoring along the way to actually turn it into something, you know, really, really big and powerful, and that works well. The other place that comes to mind is the Matsuo Izawa Lab at the University of Tokyo, where over the years they are one of the top AI research labs, foundational AI research labs in Japan, and they have created startups now worth around $1.5 billion.
Fantastic.
They don't need to apply for funding. They don't need to go for government funding. They don't need to apply for sort of external investment. It's a full system now that feeds itself. And so there are examples of places that do foundational AI research, but when you spot an idea, they have the capacity to take that on and actually build something really, really impressive.
Fantastic. Great examples there. Yes, sir. Go for it.
So I'll now talk the whole science ecosystem part here, because to connect to that, we're looking either at Germany or then looking at Japan. It goes back to my first comment on the part of being disempowered in some ways, of waiting that somebody else will kind of come in and bring the technology. So one of the ways that this shows up on the African continent is going to be, if you look back, whether it's Japan or Germany, R&D spend in terms of GDP, right? So there's a point, whether it was because of the world wars, that science spending increased, and then this was kept up after the war, or a country deliberately started and say, we are going to work, public sector, private sector, and are going to spend money on R&D. And then through this, we know in the long term, research shows, long term, the outcomes of the health of your citizens increases over time because there is that investment, maybe not, let's say, just spend that investment in R&D. Now, with that, South Africa, I think right now, probably just over 0.65% of our GDP is spent on R&D in general, not including AI. I'm not going to just say for AI. Maybe Namibia and Rwanda are higher, but because they are much smaller countries, their GDP is much lower. So South Africa is basically number one in terms of how much funding is actually happening on the African continent when it comes to R&D, whether it's private sector plus public sector. The benchmark by the African Union is 1%. No African country meets that. Right? I think if you're looking at the US as a country, you're somewhere at 3.6%. Right? And then if you look at China, Shenzhen, just as a region, is 5%. And 90-something% of that comes from the private sector. So we will have these great examples of institutions, universities. The reason I believe the African Institute for Data Science and AI at UP, the UCT AI Initiative, and Minds are all working is to figure out also how to create that kind of snowball effect of being able to increase the amount of R&D investments that are happening, right? And through that, that's when now it brings up a lot of questions. I know there was a previous talk just before we came in. A very simple question that I would like to ask any CEO of a company in Africa that says they're AI forward is, please tell me what your R&D spend is and how much are you burning on GPUs? Because I think that's very instructive. If those are like supremely like it's very hard then to say there will be that understanding of how do you connect. That if somebody comes up with an idea, that you will be like, I want to invest in that to try it out because I understand there is a major risk in trying the stuff out. If those spends are very low, everything is about being safe. And it's not really about necessarily solving the problem, which I think is what Jack is saying.
Yes.
Yeah, it is not about solving the problem. It's just about what is the thing that looks safe that we can actually invest in. While if your R&D spend is high, you understand it. You're going to put out 1,000 investments, and maybe 2 of them come back, and then those are very high.
Excellent point. Jonathan, you've mentioned AI's role in healthcare and agriculture, I think in the prep emails as well. In the Sapiens model, okay, I haven't spoken too much about it, but we envision AI agents that help people optimize their lives. Now, from a mathematical research standpoint, how do we build models that are small and local enough to run on a farmer's device, but smart enough to solve their specific soil and crop yields? Now, that's kind of interesting and relevant to some of the earlier talks about kind of edge computing and stuff that Alex also mentioned as well. Love to hear your view on that.
So, I mean, I don't have the solution in terms of here's the model that's going to do this. give me a few minutes.
Some ideas.
But I think that we do have parts of the puzzle. We do understand about distillation of knowledge. We're not looking to take a multiple trillion parameter model and try to put it on somebody's phone. And again, working together with people is really important. I was thinking about this earlier, and I think that the point is about the constraints. And constraints can be seen as something that holds us up, or it can be seen as the driver of creativity. There's a really nice movie called The 5 Obstructions, and it's basically it's 5 different short movies where each time the director is given an additional constraint. You've got to film within this particular format, within this place, within this style. And actually what you end up with is something brilliantly creative. And I think we have to stop thinking about this as being the problem and think about it as being the thing that's going to drive us to really interesting solutions. So, yes, having everything, on the cloud, that's going to cause problems. Trying to put a large model on a small phone is clearly going to cause problems. Thinking about not only the multilingual aspects, but the code switching, the things that Vukosi, Lilapa, Benji, Masakane have been thinking about for a long time. There are people really aiming to solve these very particular problems because of the constraints. Not in spite of them, but it drives that creativity, and that's really, really important. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were working as a researcher at Google or OpenAI and you had to solve a problem and you didn't use like a gazillion GPUs to do that, you're wasting an opportunity. And everyone would be like, why are you doing this? You have all those resources. Why are you not behaving in that way? But by the same token, if we don't have all those resources, why are we trying to play the same game? And I think, again, this is like, I've always loved the idea of frugal innovation, right? We've got to think differently because we don't have a choice.
DeepSeek, another example.
Exactly, right? So, you know, you take something like LLMs and like, you know, there's tons of limitations with it, but as long as, like, if you're in a position where you can keep throwing money and compute at it, like, why wouldn't you? That's the easiest thing to do. You don't have to think much about it, but like, it's those of us who are in situations where we can't just do that. That's where different solutions, different ideas, new models are going to come from.
Fantastic. Vikosi, one of my MTP goals is around democratizing AI knowledge, etc. With your work on Masakane, you are tackling the language barrier, as we all know. You also see Masakane a sponsor here, I believe. How can we ensure that the breakthrough in NLP doesn't just result in a better chatbot for the bank, but creates a livelihood for a rural entrepreneur who can now access global markets in their mother tongue?
Sure. I think, yeah, with Masakane, one of just the founders of the Research Foundation, and now we have the African Language Hub, and I saw Chennai is here, the director, and it's a great story of resilience. It's hard to, again, do these things, but people should be trying, and yes, it's not going to be everybody in those spaces. I think one of the things maybe to highlight is to punt the keynote that's happening in the afternoon, Prof. Chijioke Okori, who will partially, I think, look at options from a legal perspective on solving some of these challenges of saying what happens if you innovate here, whether you're creating models, you're creating data, and then this being actually a way that you can then move towards sustainability. There are things that we're still leaving on the table, and Africa, we believe, is very much in the forefront of figuring out other ways, right? They might not be through the chatbot that people are paying for, but there are things that are of value in these areas. The second thing is maybe touching or building on top of the frugality is to understand as you're building things why you need them. So yes, I love LLMs. I took some of my December break playing around with Claude Code to really push it to its limits. And one of the things is just that I had this, like, you know, that last experiment that you never ran that I wanted to try and get done. And this was comparing a Roberta-style model, 300 megabytes. I can fit on a phone very easily. When you fine-tune it for specific use cases, whether it's name identity recognition, classification, like, you know, sequence classification, how that will compare if I actually then had to do a fine-tuning of a LLM up to 12 billion parameters. And what I've seen so far, we'll just update, I won't write another paper, but we'll update the documentation for the specific model that we built in Setswana called Pua Berta in 2021, is you're at the same level. The performance increase is negligible to use the 12 billion model. Compared to, no, this is, no, it's an important piece to keep in your mind, that you can be very directed and very of saying, I'm going to build something that is small, but then for a specific use case. You don't necessarily need the everything machine. And that's the problem that people are seeing. And that's the thing that maybe for some people, it looks very risky to try and move into the space because they're thinking, I should first build the everything machine in my language, and then I can then do the other thing. Why not just do the thing? And you probably need much less data, much less compute, but then you can likely then explore more sustainable business models. Right, because then you don't have that constraint that I have to now have access to 100 GPUs, and I'm probably going to have to go get all of this data. And I think that's like you know, right now a very interesting path that Masakane is working. I'm just advised the Research Foundation, and hopefully advise on the side the Language Hub. That's the interesting, like, you know, path that they're walking. there are interesting things when you build big models, but then there's also very interesting things when people are very directed on what they're trying to do. And how then does all of this, again, how does the information come back into the innovation? The last piece is just going to be that with data.org, with oversight from Masakani Research Foundation, there will be playbooks on, I think, will be launched in the next 3 weeks, especially on things like translation models. There will be a few, hopefully by the end of the year, on small language models. The reason, again, being on what are the things we've learned over the last 7 years that people don't need to kind of just rush on the thing that everybody says, just build an LLM for your language or your country. But there are things that you can do at much smaller. Yeah.
Yes, Jonathan.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think what this also allows us to do, and maybe it speaks to sort of the points that you've been focusing on as well, are that these huge companies are, it is all about profit, it is all about creating these enormous models. The human is not in the loop. And what this allows is really to have a human in the loop, is for this to be absolutely human-centric, not as an add-on, but from the beginning. And I think that's really vital. And not attempting to do everything allows you to do that. If you're trying to do everything, then who are you trying to do it for?
Exactly.
Whereas this way, it's very clear.
Fantastic. Okay, for the panel, how do we prevent, I talked about data abuse, state surveillance, surveillance capitalism. We've got Google here as well. I know they have got a good, I just want to say, I think they're doing a lot of good in the world as well. I'm using a lot of Gemini as well. But anyway, how do we prevent data abuse, surveillance capitalism in these sectors across the board? Can university research lead in, say, user-controlled AI, where you can calibrate things where, say, the farmer owns their data and the research lab provides the engine? That's a very simple example, but you can extrapolate to all sectors effectively. How do you think about, can university research lead to kind of that user-controlled AI? Benji.
Can the university help? Yes. I mean, look, like, kind of to the previous point, like if you've got companies developing products, the profit is really your major KPI here. Firstly, you need different people to be, and sometimes the same people, to be raising like that these are issues in the first place. And then building systems, building norms, building regulation, like, all of these don't come out of nowhere. They come out of, people being concerned about these issues, studying them, looking into them, seeing where the problems are and where they happen and what we can do about it. I think the solutions to these are also complex, right? There's societal solutions, there's, legal frameworks that need to be in place. Like, we look at like, say, Poppy, for example, as a response to other kinds of challenges. And, the question is, where do you push kind of this kind of legislation? It's obviously going to be dealt with differently in different countries. Like, can we take the best practices and learn from that? But again, all of this comes out of people asking the questions, having the space to ask the questions, which I strongly believe is kind of the point of a university from the research perspective.
Yep.
And then, looking at different approaches to solving this that fit within the constraints of whatever ecosystem, because it's, there might be a great technological solution in some cases, but to get that working, you've got to be on the back end of whatever the tool is, and that's not going to work necessarily if this is the way you want the problem solved in South Africa, and you're talking about tools developed somewhere else. And so, like, these kinds of constraints, again, force you to have to think about different kinds of solutions.
Absolutely. In a decentralized world, human-centric world, I think we can get to that. Jonathan, just you're obviously involved with the African Hub on AI safety, peace, security. How do you respond to the idea that strict safety protocols might slow down economic empowerment? And can we reframe AI safety as a competitive moat for African tech, where our livelihoods are built on trust and ethically aligned networks that the West is currently struggling to implement? How do you think about that?
So I think a lot of this is about transparency. It's about actually, when people are building, understanding what the constraints are. So I think in a sense, we're at an advantage here. Because we are building and the scale is different, we are not starting from, the Googles and the OpenAIs. What it means is we don't then have to alter what we're doing in order to fit into, the EU regulations. It means that we can build with those things in mind. It means we can actually not only build with them in mind, but actually help to facilitate them, figure out what's actually going to be best. And so I think it doesn't seem like a constraint. I think we're in a really good position here because as we build and we understand the regulations, we build the regulations at the same time. Because of the difference in scale, the risks are different. I think the risks, if you're having a small model, it allows for interpretability. It allows for us to have more control over the model. And again, this sort of human-centric aspect allows a much clearer understanding of the potential harms. We don't know what the potential harms are of these enormous models. Yes, it's extremely important that people are working on the AI safety aspects of these models, but it's also, I don't want to say losing battle, but it's a really, really hard one. Whereas when you're building models that are smaller, that you can understand, and you're working with the people who are going to be using them actually in person, then I think we're in a really good position. So the implications for these models and how they're going to impact society, individuals within Africa, I think we're in a really good place for that.
Absolutely. You want to say something? I just want to quickly time check. Khalil, how far are we? We've got...
Test. We still have about 5 minutes, but then we can open also to...
Okay, yeah, I think it would be good to get questions of the audience. So,
I think one part to think about in this impact spaces is, I think, being human-centric about the end in mind, and maybe a lesson, more recent lesson for me, learning, is understanding the needs out there. So internally, it's not really been announced, but I guess it's here. For example, I had to make that decision to leave on the deep learning Indaba side. I'm no longer a trustee. The reason being, you need new people to come in. The problems we identified, myself, Benji, back in 2016, 2017, might not be the ones that people are facing right now, thinking about how they coming into the AI ecosystem across the continent. And you want those things to happen, right? It's not just going to be our ideas going on forever. That's number one. Number two, there are people working in these areas, whether it's agriculture, all those things. Interact with them. I spent time at AfriChai last year, and I got in early for that conference. It's an African Computer-Human Interaction Conference, and I decided to use, I think they had different, on the tutorial days, different paths you could take, and I took agriculture. And sitting in and actually listening to people describing a problem in agriculture, and then trying to juxtapose it to how the papers I've seen in AI and people talking about agriculture was mind-blowing. It's so far from each other. And as such, some of the things in really being able to deal with the responsible, sustainable AI requires you to really be able to listen to people and say, this is how. Because once you do that, actually, typically you start assembling your team the right way. Not that you start first and then you figure out that, oh, the reason that to be sustainable or responsible we need to do this is because somebody is giving you a regulation.
Sure.
It doesn't start that way. It actually becomes on part of the, oh, we're working in a community. The community, we need to make sure we set up boundaries that are correct, that they understand what we're going to be able to offer. There might be flexibility we need to build in, right? Because I'm building an app that assists with helping with yield for maize, but then they might need a few extra pieces of information that are not part of what I would think is AI, but I would design them in because it gets us to actually collaborate with each other. I designed the system in that way. And maybe in the past, I might not have had that the words for this, but then again, sitting with HCI researchers, guess what happens? You finally find the vocabulary that are the same thing. I hope that people for the keynote this afternoon, you will get to understand on why licensing is important, because if you will have feelings about it, but you wouldn't know how you actually navigate those spaces without having people who are actually in those areas. We just need to kind of remove that ego and learn again and learn again.
Absolutely, that's a beautiful point. Jonathan, yes?
Yeah, I think actually just to follow on from that, trust and humility is absolutely vital here. Even if you go in and start working with the community, going in and telling people, I can solve your problem for you, you're going to be laughed out. So it has to be about building trust, and it has to be about going in and saying, is there actually a shared set of information that we can create that's actually going to be useful? Because otherwise it's all going to collapse.
Yeah, it's like stakeholder capitalism or looking at it. Benji, yes?
Yeah, it's like the old Silicon Valley story of the wrong way to build a startup is to get your friends, decide what the world needs is this, go sit in a garage, build it for 5 years and come out and say,
exactly.
Here it is, world, and no, the world didn't want that.
Russian roulette, is it going to be relevant? Okay, I think we've got some questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, guys.
Good afternoon. This one has been burning since your session earlier.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm Ishe, a data scientist turned AI safety researcher.
Okay.
Okay. So for me, we've got a case study at hand, the tension of democratizing access to advanced AI systems now conflicting with safety thresholds. For example, the Elon Musk Grok deepfake abuse shows that democratizing AI can rapidly democratize sexual harassment at scale. So then my question, not just to you, but to the panel as well, is how should democratization be evaluated when access disproportionately enables gendered harm? Yeah.
Okay, just very quick, I would love to hear you guys as well, specifically on it. For me, you have to, anything that touches the public is going to go through some sort of regulation. Because if you need to think about the harm that you potentially can cause. So even if, so it's a fine line. You want the free speech, you want all of that, you want to democratize, but you also want to have a fine balance. If anything is harming the collective in any specific ways, you want to be responsible in handling that. So, and that's why Grok, that's why Elon Musk, they had to address the issues very quickly, and they did around that. But anyway, I would love to hear what Benji and Jonathan, because, do you want to say something? Go for it.
I mean, there's a lot to say about this. I mean, this is a kind of question that I spend a lot of time thinking about. And it struck me as interesting, like early on, kind of in the ChatGPT era, that, with democratizing being such a strong force, I heard someone make the analogy that the way it's being done is a bit like saying, someone's developed nuclear weapons, so we have to democratize, so let's get every single person on the planet a launch button, right? And I think there's good ways to democratize and bad ways to democratize, and I'm not convinced we did the right thing. And I think this very much comes out as a kind of conflict of incentives, that even the way that ChatGPT came out in the first place was apparently because they heard that Anthropic was going to beat them to it. And so since the beginning, there's this whole race dynamic and needing to come out as the bigger one because you've got to raise your funding and more funding and that sort of thing. I think there has to be some sort of stopgap between building new things, doing way more kind of safety testing than is being done before rolling things out into the public. Someone pointed out to me recently, if you look at WhatsApp and you look at the Meta thing there, and the little disclaimers on these things that, anywhere where you're using one of these LLMs and they're just be careful, this might do things that are wrong. When in the past in human history, would you think of rolling something out to billions of people with a little disclaimer, this might be a garbage product, but you can use it anyway. It's kind of weird that this is the norm we go with at the moment.
It's like a big social experiment. If you think about social media, all of it as well, and we're just continuing on this path. There was a lot of other questions. Okay.
I'll make it brief, I'll try. So AI research in universities has a huge potential for economic empowerment, but students often struggle to commercialize it. So I want to know, what are the practical steps that entrepreneurial students can take to turn academic AI research into viable ventures? Thanks.
Okay, who want to take it? Jonathan?
Yes, as I sort of mentioned before, I think that we're lacking in this pipeline, and I think it's about support. It's about showing people that they can do this, but it's really hard to do it alone. And so having people who understand about IP, who understand about setting up a business plan, you know, somebody who has a very good technological idea, you know, as Benji says, they don't necessarily have the right knowledge, and trying to do it alone is really, really hard. And so having support systems within the university that allows for this, and not only allows for it, but encourages it, I think is really vital. I think that having ideas like a fund whereby, you know, let's say a master's student or a PhD student at the end of their degree, they are actually given the opportunity to spend a year working on whatever they've been developing. They are given support, they're given funding, they're given the mentoring. And yes, not everybody's going to turn it into a viable product, but it's about this investment that sometimes you will end up with something really brilliant.
Awesome.
Yeah, sorry. Something maybe parallel to that is ship it. Ship. A lot of research, unfortunately, never makes it outside. I conceptualized it, the paper, I tested it.
Most research.
Yeah, most research does
yeah,
not. It is something worth to try. I'm just giving to the room. I think I once heard, I think it was Data Science Africa 2017, and had Neil Lawrence speak, and he's like, oh, in our lab we have this thing where you have to write the software in such a way that it must always be like getting out. Sure, I might say my lab at the university does not do 100% of that, but we do so much of it that you learn. It builds up this muscle of, I'm going to build something. I mean, we're going to do the research, but then we do it in such a way that when the paper is out, it has all of these artifacts. That is a part of also getting you ready, that if you wanted to take the entrepreneurial route, you've already figured out, how do I get feedback? How do I deal with feedback? How do I deal with something running out there? We've had projects, I remember, I think the Masakane translation project that we ran it for a year. The amount of headache of keeping a service running 24/7 inside a university that does translation, all right? And yeah, on the other side is like maybe 300 people visited the translation tool the whole year. But like, you know, and to even connect this, we at that time had Hugging Face approach us and say, why don't you just host it with us and we'll deal with everything? And we said no. Why? Because it wasn't just us at UP, it was also AMI students at AIMS, and we all decided like it is worth learning these processes, because then when you need that entrepreneurial jump, it is also not the debt that you have to still pay.
Sure.
Of saying, how does a service actually run? So it is worthwhile to figure out, but yes, you need to be protected. And I'm going to again punt Chijioke's keynote, because you can build up ways that you use licensing to enable you that even if you're releasing things in a way that is open, in a way, there's limitations that people don't exploit you.
I just want to
with Benji?
Connect up a couple dots there as well. I think, you know, what we really want is what John said. Like, we need those systems in place, but like, you know, if you're this way inclined and don't have those systems in place, you can't sit and wait for them, right? You just got to know that there's challenges and you're going to have to figure this out. But again, like, it's much easier if you walk the journey with other people. And having that humility to say, I don't know everything, and in fact, there's huge things I don't know about, I need to find the right people. I think a lot of people don't go and talk to other people because they're worried they're going to steal their ideas. And look, that's possible, but in my experience, like, nobody's got time to steal your ideas, and if they do have time to steal your ideas, they're going to do a bad job of it anyway, because they didn't have anything else going on. So, you know, like, I think it's you should always err on the side of just trying to build a better team around you, figuring out what's missing. Obviously, you don't know what you don't know, but you go to people in the university, you go to supervisors, you go to people you look up to, particularly the very busy ones, because they're definitely not going to have time to steal your ideas. They also might not have time to meet you, that's the problem. But, you know, I think trying to figure it out, and then, you know, at the end of the day, remembering, like, you're very successful entrepreneurs and innovators. It's not like you had one shot to do it in life. Usually they failed a few times, and that's what taught them enough to get the fifth attempt working. And so don't be scared of failure. Failure is like the best way for us to learn.
Absolutely. great to end on that note. Khalil, is that all right? Can we finish? One more question?
We have a very brief question.
Great.
If we can make it maybe fire.
Go for it.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Edmund, and I'm a philosopher. So my question is, I think, Jonathan, you made mention of human-centered design. It almost sounds like it comes from this populist account of democracy, the will of the people. What does it mean to have a human-centered design? What humans? What model of democracy are we using for such designs?
Philosophical question.
I'm a poor string theorist. This is way too complex for me. No, it's a really good question. And the answer to that is, I don't know the answer. So I have to work together with the people who have studied these things, who do understand about sociology and politics and anthropology and all of the other areas which are really vital to get it right. You know, I have my speciality, and you know, this is really, as Benji says, you know, don't try and do this alone, because we will mess up. We'll mess up anyway, but maybe we'll mess up in slightly less dangerous ways if we're working with people who have thought about this really carefully.
This is why in the Mind Institute we have philosophers and sociologists.
Exactly.
Because I don't want to leave these questions around the future of humanity to like a computer scientist or a string theorist. Should actually be someone who knows what they're talking about.
In my book, Democratizing AI to Benefit Everyone, there's a chapter focusing on the meaning of life and those things as well, and thinking about, and then trying to rope in all the different perspectives, philosophies, and try to really have a balanced perspective on this. I think it's very, very important, and it might differ, democracy, or the way you think about it in different regions. That's why a decentralized, human-centric world that's adapting to the cultures in the region is much more pragmatic and practical as well.
Can I add one last tiny
Go for it. Yes.
There was a great lesson I learned during my PhD when my supervisor made me collaborate with another student on something. And that was, if I'm really struggling with something, I think I'm an idiot. But if someone I really respect is also struggling with it, it changes my whole framing, and I think, oh, maybe this is actually just a difficult problem.
Exactly. Excellent point.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Just a yes,
no,
go for it.
so I think it's maybe that also connects back, I think, to the question that came about, like, you know, Grok and everything. Yeah, whatever, might destroy any connections to X or XAI here. But the point is, we knew this. I think there's a lot of things when it comes to society where you say, yes, what are values and where do values come from and all of those things. And maybe that's how I take it, of saying that there's democracy, there's different lenses and all those things, but then maybe thinking about it from what are the values that society has, and that you can maybe take on and literally get people around the fire and say, like, what are the things that we take as being how we want our community to be represented. But then now take that against an organization that has gone and said, like, all of that is thrown out. When I use just, again, the lens of language, they were at a point, right, before Ellen came in, where when there are moderators in that organization, for small European languages, for languages that have millions of speakers in Europe, had one moderator who could read that language. And that was because they were required in the EU to declare those types of information. Think about that. Millions of speakers, and then they would have one person who sits there and has to figure out all of the nuance of the memes or whatever, all those things, and say, this content shouldn't go on or should be removed. And I believe if you then say African languages, they're probably like 0, right? So now it comes in of saying, like, all these services of saying, we're just going to let this AI system go on the internet. It was to be expected what has just happened over the last few weeks. It is not a random occurrence. And that's the part I think that, again, it's almost when they say, oh, it wasn't really that we will switch it off in this way and that way. No, we all knew that this was going to happen. And it is part of, on the other side of when it's policy making and all those things, to engage in the policy, and some of us will have to be in those areas, bringing in the information about this is how these models work, this is how you build them, and this is why you can't just do it by, oh, don't worry, we will remove the bias out of the model somehow, right? And that's the problem. That's the promise that is being given. it is not going to happen. And I am on one side, I don't know, like, we don't want to say that. I'm saying, yes, as AI researchers, sometimes you want to apologize to society and say, we're sorry for this types of stuff happening. But then it means also then going in and saying, how am I part of changing some of this culture?
Exactly, fantastic. I think on that end, I want to say thank you to the panelists. You were awesome. Please a hand to the panelists. Thank you very much. Can you do a quick photo of us?
Thank you very much, guys, for your leadership. So, a few practical information before going to lunch. You will find Dr. Jacques Ludic sitting on the right-hand side of the door signing bookmarks about his book, which is available online for free. You will find Edzai sitting on the left-hand side, signing about also his book about mathematics of disruption. You will find in the afternoon, you will find Tom Laurie, who is our keynote from yesterday, in the Lechotla room, which is upstairs at 3 p.m. for an open discussion. Everyone is welcome to join. This is an area of collaboration, especially for the people who know what Lechotla means. At 1:50, we will meet in this room for a talk from the head of AI at Cassava. In the other room, WSS3, Robert Basmadjian, who is presenting the supercomputer of UMC-SPE Tupkal. And at 1:30 in WSS1 for the IBM workshop on geospatial exploration. In the afternoon, we will have the keynote that Fukosi mentioned, Prof. Shijioke, who will speak about the licensing model, and we will have a panel that is supported by our dear sponsors, Masakani Language Hub, whom you will also find at one of the booths on the right-hand side of the room, next to the Mind booth and Turkish Airlines booth. And a reminder for the Oppo challenge, so just feel free to post online, hashtag Oppo AMLD challenge to win one of 2 phones. Please, a round of applause for the speakers and for yourselves. So everyone, this is Farah. So speakers, please follow Farah. Startups, communities, and the rest of the attendees, you can follow me and we go grab something on the left-hand side. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. It's a pleasure. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, John. Sorry?
I'm going to have to race up.
Sure.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot for coming.
ليه بالعكس جو مش
so much. Bonjour. Oh, good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, I know he talked to me like 2 years ago. It was his mom story. You know, husbands and his mom come from the same neighborhood. Okay. So we know each other from like kind of our family from so. Yeah, I know what this is going to be. And I tell them, no, I know. But let's figure out if there's. Yeah. No, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think some water. I think I want some water. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I prepare this? You need to admit me. Can I try and join again? And then you can admit me. Okay, perfect. I'm in. Yes. So now, when the next person joins, yeah, you can just submit. No, it should be fine. I'll just connect in. Thank you so much.
2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello.
Okay, so I sent you the link so you can join the meeting, but you just have to join it outside so there's no audio link. Okay, perfect. And then we'll chat. If you can hear me, I can hear you, then we're okay. Okay.
1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
The next guest after lunch, is it online?
Yes, I think so. Sakina or maybe Ruga? Ruga online. No, it's not online.
It's not online. Okay.
Hello, hello. 1 2. Mic check. 1 2. So
Yeah. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, I got Faris on the line. Hello, Faris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. I can hear you clearly. Is there any echo?
No, your voice is amazing.
It's sounding clear. Okay, perfect. I can hear you very clearly as well. So I think our online test is working. When they join us just now, we should be 100%.
Now you're not speaking.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. I have bad connection here, but I can hear it perfectly.
Okay, that's perfect. We're fine. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Bye.
audio must come through the speaker.
And then I put it back on mute.
question. Hello, everyone. Thank you again for being here. I hope you're all hearing me well. So I'm Sarah, and I'll be hosting this afternoon's session, and we have really exciting talks today. So to continue from the keynote from Google this morning, if you're here, you probably heard of Cassava and their collaboration with them, and we're really happy to have the head of commercial AI here with us, Mr. Hein Badenhorst, and he'll be speaking about their AI factories, especially in Cape Town. A round of applause for him, please.
Afternoon, everyone. Just want to check, is the audio clear? Too clear? A little bit more? Excellent. So afternoon, thank you very much for your time. Really excited to share what Cassava has been up to over the last year. It's been quite exciting for us, lots of hard work. I've been through quite a few infrastructure implementations in my life, but this one has been very entertaining. testing all our creative problem-solving skills day by day. So happy to share with you. But maybe just as a quick introduction, just by a quick introduction, Cassava Technologies, we're headquartered in London, but we're a company that operates across a number of African countries. We are constructed around 5 core businesses. The first one is what we refer to as our connectivity business. So we own quite a few fiber networks in South Africa, but also fiber networks across Africa. So we literally have a fiber cable going from Cape Town to Cairo, Nigeria to Nairobi, and all the other countries interconnected. And that's part of what we feel so passionate about, why we think we can really enable sovereign AI factories across the continent. So the first one is our connectivity business. Second one is our cloud and cybersecurity business. So this is where we actually work in close collaboration with quite a number of the hyperscalers. And we've got very good close working relationships with them, not only in South Africa, but across the Africa countries as well. The next important business for us is what we refer to as our Africa data centers. And once again, that is one of the key assets for us across the continent. If you get very close to everything happening in the AI space, it's all about data center capacity. And at least we've got quite a few data centers across the continent, and we're hoping to consume all that capacity sometime soon. AI offerings and services we can make available to each one of the countries we are targeting at the moment. The last option is our payments business, fintech, and the one that I represent is what we refer to as our compute business. So that is Cassava AI, and we do have a lot of partnerships. You heard about the Google one this morning, but our biggest and latest one is very much around NVIDIA. But just to give you a bit more of a sense what we are trying to do, because we have the fiber connectivity between the different countries, we are targeting to bring sovereign AI factories to the Africa continent, and we're starting in Cape Town. So phase 1 is Cape Town. We're busy commissioning that at the moment. When we talk about scale across the Africa continent, it's usually a question that comes up pretty much at every one of my presentations or client engagements. How many GPUs is enough for AI for the Africa continent? And my usual response is, nobody knows yet, somebody has to start. So at least we as an organization working with quite a few of our partners, we decided to start. So we're starting in South Africa, Cape Town to be specific, and the scale we're bringing into a particular data center is around 2,048 GPUs. So it's quite a substantial compute capability, and we're working very closely with the NVIDIA OEM partners. The first choice was our Hewlett-Packard enterprise capability, and we have the choice as we look at different capacities rolling across Africa, do we partner with a Lenovo or the other OEMs that build these supercomputers? But the point being is, South Africa to start with, then Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Egypt. Priorities keeps on shifting, but we'll at least over a period start commissioning all these data centers, and because we have the fiber connectivity across the continent, we can actually connect all these AI factories together. So if we need capacity in South Africa, we've got that available. If we start rolling out to Kenya and the other countries, we can start looking at how do we make capacity available across the different countries. And once again, that has to do with also data center capacity. Okay. So when we talk about sovereign AI factories, I think most people are very familiar with the concept around data sovereignty, okay, which is one portion of being part of the construct of a sovereign AI factory. The second dimension that we focus on is what we refer to as operational sovereignty. Okay? So if anything happens with anything hosted in the US, Europe, undersea cables collapses or whatever the case is, we've seen a lot of these global outages, you get affected in some shape, way, or form. Now obviously if we've down in Cape Town with all the core infrastructure there, with all the data, all the compute, all those sort of things, operational sovereignty is the second key thing to think about. The third key thing, who's been tracking AI governance and AI regulations? Okay. Are they all the same? All the regulators take the same perspective, same approach, same philosophies, right? So keeping track of that and making sure that you're compliant to all of those things at your business process level, data level, AI level, and all those sort of things, very complex, right? Put it in one country, one sovereignty, one regulatory environment, makes life a lot easier from meeting compliance. Then, because it's inside a data center inside Africa, we talk about that complete sovereignty, and the last dimension that's now sort of getting to the forefront now is what people refer to and the regulators talking about is algorithmic sovereignty. So how do you take these models, customize it, and retain it? Because at the moment, a lot of these LLMs and foundational models is created, trained everywhere else except in Africa. And if you want to localize it and customize it, you need a certain amount of compute to be able to do that, which is the scale we talk about that we're implementing at the moment. But it gives you that ownership of the algorithms and the modifications to that because we host it inside our infrastructure. Where typically if it's hosted everywhere else, if somebody switches off something, you lose that. And that's going to become a lot more focused, I think, from a regulatory perspective, because of all the governance aspects around AI, transparency, explainability, you know, the long list, it becomes important to have that capability. Okay. So we're all familiar with the concept of factories. Okay. You give it input, it produces something, and there's lots of outputs. Now, in the context of AI, basically what that means is you need a lot of software components, a lot of infrastructure components. The infrastructure component is not only the GPUs. So to put it into context, let's call it the AI factory infrastructure we're putting down for the 2048 GPUs. It translates into 256 GPU nodes, servers, another 20-odd management nodes, etc., etc. It takes up an entire data hall inside our data center in Cape Town. The point I'm trying to make is these things are massive machines. Okay? You can only talk about an AI factory when you've got scale. You want to manufacture AI at scale, and therefore you need all the proper infrastructure. The second portion, as part of the NVIDIA AI enterprise software stack, we get access to the ecosystems that contributes to their software stack. So anything from MLOps, microservices for particular GPU type capabilities, all those sort of things. The frameworks, pre-built templates, designs, reference architectures, all of that's included. But part of that is also being able to reach out to that ecosystem or the deep technical expertise sitting inside the NVIDIA organization. So our own internal teams are busy becoming very proficient in the NVIDIA technologies, and over time we will be this one capability across the continent that can support not only the infrastructure, but also having the competency from a team perspective. And that is one of the big reasons why we were also appointed as a NVIDIA Cloud partner. Now, basically what that implies is we can sell the GPU and infrastructure components and software components as a service. And I think that's quite an important distinction. We don't just buy infrastructure and become a value-added reseller and sell it back to clients. We host it, we maintain it, we optimize it, we operate it on a day-to-day basis, and we've got the competency inside our teams where we actually develop AI products and we make that available to our clients and communities, startups, NGOs, whoever else we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Okay. Just want to talk about what full stack implies. I don't think people realize the complexity behind these environments. This is a 1,000-foot illustration of all the moving parts sitting inside these NVIDIA AI factories. But the point behind the slide is we get access to all those tooling and technologies. So if they've developed very specialized AI models for healthcare somewhere else in the world, it becomes part of the frameworks, the libraries, everything that we can make available to our clients. And I think that's quite exciting because we often find, and we've now experienced that ourselves, you adopt something from these libraries, but you still need to customize. So the creativity and problem-solving skills and how you apply these AI technologies developed in the first world will always be customized for Africa. So for instance, what I mean, wireless networking team, they consumed a model that was designed to optimize 5G networks, and Africa has still got 4G and a couple of other permutations, so we had to customize that model for 4G networks. And now we run automated performance management, tuning, and optimization of the mobile networks. Just to show you how these technologies will always have to be customized for Africa. Okay. Our particular choice in GPU, everybody familiar with GPU? Hopefully, this is a machine learning conference. Okay. You've heard about all the different permutations. You would have seen that, for instance, historically, most organizations has always dealt with the H100s or the A series and all those sort of things. But we were very specific on selecting the NVIDIA H200 GPU for a number of reasons. First of all, one, its capacity to process large models, so anything 70 billion parameters or more, and the performance for the power consumption was 50% more efficient than its predecessor. Now, when you start putting these large-scale factories together, the first thing you calculate is the impact on power consumption for your data center. And we have to upgrade our data center capacity from a power perspective, all those sort of things. We started in Cape Town because that's still a fairly new data center. Everything was ready, and we can put everything in there. That efficiency on performance versus power consumption was a critical decision because that's also in support of our sustainability strategy. Because if you deal with these large enterprises, somewhere somebody's asking something about sustainability. And therefore, that was a key decision for us. The second important thing, because of the way that the NVIDIA software licensing works, we actually get to the NVIDIA AI enterprise software stack, and therefore we can make that available to the clients through our constructs, which I'll talk about a bit later. But the point being is, once again, very strategic choice, because these H200s were designed to a large extent for large-scale foundational model training, customization, optimization, and if you choose to, create your own. Okay. Then the last portion, and I'd like to leave a couple of minutes for questions, is just how do you get access to this? First of all, we're not live yet. We'll be going live in the next few months. But the key permutations that we have is you can access it through what we refer to as bare metal as a service. Now, basically what that implies is connect to it, and we prefer that you buy a dedicated fiber connection, 10 gigs or 100 gigs. Then you connect directly to a GPU node, and we can integrate that into your hypervisor environment, your virtualization environment, and then you take control of that node. Now, usually that type of service offering is designed for large enterprises, highly regulated, where they actually need to take control of that GPU node. So once they take control of it, they can deploy their software, integrate it into their environments. GPU node, 8 GPUs, H200s, 2 terabytes of memory, 30 terabytes of internal storage, and 400 gig connectivity. Okay. So highly specialized in the sense that the teams that needs to connect to that, you need to really understand how these GPU nodes work. Yeah. The next one that's quite familiar to many organizations, because I'm pretty sure if you've been dealing with AI, you've already sort of researched new cloud providers. So there's quite a few of these, especially in Europe and the US. They've brought to life this whole concept around GPU as a service. So this is where we do a virtualization capability, where we connect all the infrastructure components and we can make GPUs available at very small increments. And usually clients want to deal with that small increment during experimentation phases versus getting into a stage where I want elastic scaling for my GPU on demand offerings. And we'll have the 3 permutations. So it's GPU on demand, which basically implies as you connect to it and you kick off your workloads, or you have your clients or your students or whoever interacting with the platform, you can do the scaling. We'll agree a couple of parameters to how big and how many, so that it's not uncontrolled, because that's always a risk. You never know which bad actor is going to make your GPUs work too hard, and elastic scaling is going to have an interesting invoice at the end of the month. So we'll put in those safeguards for you. Otherwise, the other option is GPU reserved. So this is where you upfront commit to 5 GPUs, and it takes, then it's up to you to keep that GPU busy 24/7, 7 days a week. And then the last one in that construct is what we refer to as GPU spot. I think that's quite attractive for many research, startups, etc. So basically, if we've got spare capacity, we can make that available for very cost-optimized environments. The only risk is if you kick off a job, training job, and it's interrupted because we need that capacity and make it available to the on-demand and reserved clients, then that would stop. But usually organizations or research institutes that deals with GPU spot, once the capacity, because they usually create these big jobs, that is already designed with checks and balances and places to stop in the process. So it's not a high-risk environment for them, but at least you've got that capability. The more sophisticated one is what we refer to as AI factory as a service. So this is basically the capability where everything inside the AI factory is being multi-tenant orchestrated, very specifically similar to what you can see on the cloud. So if you think about how you enable services when you log onto your AWS or Azure account, you select your services and you spin it up, same thing. But this is very specifically to all the NVIDIA AI enterprise software stack, so the NeMo, the NIMS, any of the reference frameworks, all of that becomes available. And because it's a multi-tenant orchestrated platform, we can do micro-tenants, you can refer to it in that sense, where if you want a very small capacity, you can sign up to that, all the way through to large enterprises that would want to rent a big component for that particular organization. And then the last one, if you've created some form of AI capability where you need to host it very close to the GPU capabilities, we'll have the environment where you can host it as well. So I'm just going to pause there and see if there's any questions, because this is usually a 2-hour presentation that I've now shrunk into 50 minutes and want to at least give you opportunity to ask some questions.
We have one first question here. Please keep your questions sharp so we can have as many as possible, and try to stand up when you ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for this insightful speech. It's clear how you've invested in GPUs. So I'm curious here, what are your thoughts about what we called the distilled large models?
Sorry, the?
The distilled.
Distance large model.
Distilled.
Distant.
Yeah.
Far away versus local.
Far away, yeah.
Yeah. So part of why we invested in the GPUs in South Africa to start, there's 2 types of latencies that you usually contend with, right? When you start interacting with large language models or any sort of AI capability. The first one is what we talk about latency at a network level. So from a fiber network perspective, if it's inside the Africa continent, that round trip is quite short. Okay, if it stays in South Africa, for instance, with our dedicated fiber connections between all the data centers and the AI factory, we can get that down to less than 50 milliseconds. So that's the first thing that you need to be worried about when you start talking about connecting to models in Europe or US. The second one is what we refer to as model latency. So how long does it take for the model to react and process the first request or first prompt? And that's once again where the data and the GPU capacity, memory comes into play. So that first time it spins up, brings the memory into play, and depending on the size of your GPU memory and the number of GPUs stitched together, you can get that model latency down quite dramatically. And hence.
But my question is more about the distillation.
Sorry, the?
Distillation of the models.
Distillation?
Yeah. It's more about tiny models instead of the big ones.
Yeah, okay, so distillation like shrinking. Okay, sorry, my apologies, yeah. I honestly believe you will spend a lot more time focusing on smaller models, okay? Always remember what will happen is you'll have this argument's sake, say, agentic AI framework with many different models, and pick the model that is designed for a particular intended purpose and use and stitch them all together. So for instance, what I mean by that, if you've been following Lelapa, one of the partners busy training large language models and creating small language models for all the African languages, you would want to use that small language model in the context of a voice model for quick interaction on voice instead of having large models trying to constantly doing everything. And the same will happen from a agentic workflow. For instance, OCR, don't use a large LLM for OCR. Okay, we like that because we're going to charge you for a lot of consumption, but that's not being smart about it. So you have to consider small, medium, large, and I'm not convinced 120 billion parameter models will always solve the problem for you.
Thank you. We have one question over there as well.
Myself and quite a few of the people attending are students in the computer sciences that are graduating in the next year or two, and we have a lot of knowledge of the actual models themselves, but not how to implement them practically. So you oversee a large pipeline, involving software skills, hardware skills, and various things. What have you found to be some of the biggest areas that you're lacking skills and just lacking people who have that knowledge in, and what people should really focus on coming out of university?
That's a tough one, okay, because just remember, I deal with large enterprises and academia and research and all those sort of things, but the one thing I can say, the complexity in creating AI technologies is underestimated, and it's not one thing. So is there going to be an engine that we need to create working with our factory capabilities, working with small startups and academia and student communities on how to actually figure out how to make AI components usable and consumable? Is always going to be multi-dimensional, multi-skilled. So if there's a particular area, okay, my preference is going to always be go and do some NVIDIA certifications, because everything we do is around NVIDIA, but that's also not being fair, right? If you want to productionize and get into the game of really understanding how to apply AI in organizations, I would highly recommend that you also spend some time on looking at how do you integrate it into legacy. Because in my mind, that is one of the biggest challenges. It's always fun to create these nice tooling and technologies, and it's quick as long as it's in the new world, but as soon as it has to integrate with the old world, that's where the two worlds collide and things slow down dramatically. Okay.
Thanks for the presentation. So as a startup founder, what would be the advantage for me with using Cassava AI's factory as opposed to, say, Google or AWS? And just for context, also related to that, so my startup has credits, these programs they give free credits to startups, right? And are you going to set up some sort of a startup program where you're going to give credits? How are you going to attract startups?
Yeah, okay, so we've actually, as part of our Liquid C2 business, the cloud and cybersecurity business, we've actually kicked off a program called Falcon, and we reach out to startups who's interested in dealing with us as an organization. There's a prerequisite and checklist that we go through just to understand what it is that the particular startup is interested in. And then we start working with them to figure out how's the best way we can actually serve them. So at the moment, it's very difficult for us to say, yes, I'll give you free credit while we're still commissioning, right? But the entire program, as soon as we get a good view for the actual demand, and make no mistake, that list of startups that's already reached out to us and on our registers in the 30s plus numbers at the moment. So as soon as we get that, let's call it critical mass and interest, then I can build business cases to say, how do I create a pool of credits that we can make available for starters to experiment. Obviously, we want to put a bit of time constraints and dimensions and KPIs to that, because the last thing that we want to see is that we get into a situation where we constantly experiment. On our side, we keep on paying because of the investment, and the startup enjoys the free. So being constructive and being very critical around the business case is very important. Make sense?
Yes, I guess. But okay,
Yeah.
I'll just do more.
But there's many commercial dimensions to discuss on that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hein. Unfortunately, we'll have to stop here for the questions, but let's give one last big round of applause for Hein and the insightful work they've been doing. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
So now that we've tackled the infrastructures, then there is one last thing that we need to discuss here at AMLD Africa. It's of course our African heritage and languages. As Alex Pryor was saying this morning, AI is widely available, but the thing is, it's mainly and almost exclusively meant for English-speaking people, and that's why that's what we'll be tackling in this session this afternoon. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mickey Moyo, who is working towards democratizing the access to open source language models. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. This is going to be a very short session. Hopefully, I can make it as interactive as possible. So my name is Ununkululeko Moyo, but I use Mickey for various reasons, one of them being that cultural integration has always been a key theme in my life. When I went to kindergarten, a lot of the children could not pronounce my name, I could not integrate well, and I loved Mickey Mouse. So my mother and my father sat down and said, we call her Minky Do at home. If we drop the do and we consistently called her Mickey, could she use that at school? And the name has actually stuck everywhere. Even in my professional spaces, I will say Mickey is preferred because I do not want people to dishonor my ancestors by butchering my name, and they do it quite often for whatever reason, even when they're spelling it. And maybe I should start with the spelling issue, because when I first engaged Sarah and her team, I'd said to her, you know, I think we should do something with the startups. I made a whole thing about it. It was a thing. They were going to do it anyway. And I really patiently thought that they'd put me to speak there, because I had been in a private equity space, and for 5 years had been telling them that we need to move away from traditional markets. There are things that are happening that I don't understand, but I think that this tech takeoff might be going somewhere. They said to me, well, if you're saying this and you have a stake in this fund and it's worth 3 billion rand, could you tell us exactly where we're going to invest this money that you're asking for? I did not have an answer. And then I sat at home and I said, if I had to think about AI, I had to think about myself, and I had to innovate in order to be able to understand the people that I'm going to go out and search for to suggest to this private equity fund. Where would I start if I was told that it was highly time for me to participate in this new age of tech revolutions? And I said, I've been using softwares for a very long time in my personal life, in the education space and even at my workspace. I would type things out. I would use Grammarly. I will use Copilot later on. I would always go and check my code and run it and debug it. There is only one thing I've not been able to successfully debug in the last 10 years of my technology implementation, work environment, and in my personal space. And that is the red linter that appears underneath my name at the end of each and every presentation that I've made. So I thought, okay, if I was put in the startup presentation day, what would I say to the guys that were going to present? And what would I say to my funders about what I found? And I thought, you should probably try and see if you can map out who you would fund if the 3 billion rand fund people said to you, yes, sure, because you have 5%, we're giving you a couple of hundreds of millions. Who are you going to start with? And I said, well, the same problem that bothers me, I'm going to say something around large language models, and I'm going to say that something else needs to happen there. It's not going to work for us. So then my godmother asked me, I knew that the image wasn't going to show properly, so we'll go past. So she asked me, she says, how are you going to speak on something new when you don't have knowledge and ask for us to put money behind you? And I said, okay, I am going to go and learn as much as I can about what's happening with large language models, so I can tell you that something there is not going to work for Africa, it's not going to work for our languages. Guess who was hired by OpenAI to run a very niche little working group applying, let's say, if there were languages of the machines, it would be English and some few languages. But English is the source. But English has become dialectical, even with the machines, because it is spoken differently. We have Pidgin in Nigeria. We have different forms of expression. So they wanted a ZA expert, someone who would come in and ensure that whatever they were feeding the model, whatever queries were coming in, they'd be able to give them answers that were quote-unquote localized. I work for OpenAI, and I am now going through the testers. They put in the queries. So what you essentially do there is you make up a question as though you're going to use the AI. Before the AI is launched, you make up the question, and the question runs through, the AI gives you an answer, and then you go and you mark the answer from the AI, right? And then I come in and I look and I say, but is this locally relevant? Is this correct? Has the right term been used? Has the right reference been used? It was one of the highest when I started as a reinforcers in my group, because what I did with almost every question is insert a context in South Africa, in Africa, that included an African name. Oh my, the hallucinations. The thing would not be able to find Gemeli if I said Gemeli, not Maponya more because of Maponya. There were things that I was kicking out, and what we do with human reinforcement is we train for failure. We want the model to fail as we're inputting the data so that it learns not to repeat the mistake. Okay, now I have a good case use. I know what's going on with large language models. What am I going to do with it? Oh, before I could finish that, I now am dependent on a salary that OpenAI is paying me, which is not good enough. I'd wanted to ask a question from the Google guy. Are they going to tell us the truth about how long their pipelines are and how well ahead they've forecasted where they're taking their money in this AI revolution? Because if they don't tell us that now, I cannot go to people who are starting their innovative journeys and say, yes, maybe do that, or no, don't do that. Because there now became a disjuncture between the venture capitalists or private equity managers and what the people who had the money to back the revolution we're doing. I'm going to come back to that, but we have, just look up physical intelligence. Physical intelligence is worth 1 billion. Go to the physical intelligence page, PI, and then go to the bottom. The PI website will tell you who is backing physical intelligence, right? The reason why I'm bringing up physical intelligence is because this news bulletin alone told me that there already was a sense of where the money was going, and it was up to us to figure out whether or not we're going in that direction. So news bulletin 1 is telling us what physical intelligence is worth. Second bulletin is surveying. So I work in implementation. So we're asking, is the software going to work where you're selling it, right? So currently I sit with Odoo. I have an Odoo partnership because I thought we needed Odoo. Odoo works on accounting, CRM, ERP, app ecosystem to help businesses run what they're running. So to back order, to deliver, to work on their financials, and then to bring out their ledgers and to give them a business health. So there's all starts landed costs. It manages everything on your business. I took Odoo and I said, okay, I can sell this because our startups need something that is easy for them to see their whole business without having to pay multiple subscriptions, right? When I thought of AI, I said, okay, but who are the people who are going to implement AI first? And then it was the second guys. So Slack is asking 17,000 workers about AI because we have now Copilot at work. So I can just plug in Copilot, it's been paid for, and then I run through the code that I'm working on, whatever it is. We have Gemini, so I can just plug it in on my emails and everything. We have Grammarly, so I can plug it in on the stuff that I'm drafting to send out. So clearly you now see that there are people who are going to have to use AI because where the money is going also determines who behind the money is standing to ask for what and what they're going to gain at the end. I don't want to get into the politics of whether or not ChatGPT and the AI movement is a bubble, but we know what we know and we see what we see. But where do we step in? I don't know how I'm doing for time. I think I'm still good. I think for the first time, remember that girl who was sitting there, looking at her computer, seeing her name. I imagine that it is myself at different iterations. That girl isn't who we are thinking about when we think of Africa. When you think of Africa, we're thinking about the girl who's not sitting in front of the screen. So we're going to be told that we don't have access to internet. We're going to be told that we don't have enough data reserves for our languages. We're going to be told all of these things so that they can manage how we participate. So then I end up one of, I'd say, thinkers in the space working for a meager something dollars from OpenAI when I could be doing something about my inclusion or exclusion. But do I have the time or the money to leave now my job and go and create something new? And then for the Startups Day, had I been, this is the last time I'm harping about it, part of that, I would have said, then we have to say something about the people who are taking the leap forward to create something, to nurse their emotional crisis over not knowing whether or not what they're creating is durable, is necessary, or even is the preferred solution to the problems that people love. Because a lot of people like to say that create something that solves a problem. But no one tells you that when it comes to money, people decide what problems are worth solving. But we have a problem that sits with only us. That if we could think about what we have, and then I said, let's play a game where I see how much of my slides actually matches all of the other topics that we've touched on and all of the things that we've done, because I think that then I've done a good job in my market research on where we should be going with this AI revolution in Africa. So the first thing that I thought I would say is stick with the languages, because in the past, we were a frontier on the outside because the language that was easier to integrate into the machines was English. And then when you have the AI quote-unquote bubble, you now have a situation where what is easy to have, and I write about neural hungry libraries because it comes out of the research that, well, the issue is not only that the languages are underdocumented, but that now in terms of the language of the machines, we don't have enough resources, according to Lady Dogeju, who say not only are African languages receiving little attention from the research community, but also there are real building obstacles due to data-hungry neural networks. This only applies to us as a huge problem for those who are building in this space. If we want to follow, and I put the nice language there, downstream NLP tasking, percentage of world's languages under resource and everything. But all I wanted to say here was when the Google guy says, well, we built Gemini and now we're going to go to localization. So we're going to take Gemini, however we've been training, and then we're going to take Zulu and try and sneak it in and see if we can reproduce whatever it is that has been working at the top. And then we'll do that for the next language and the next language and the next language. And I'm saying, don't do that. We don't have enough data, but also we need the right people to collect the data. I worked with Uliza, a company that has hundreds of linguistic workers in the country who came together to help us build a new library. So I was the project manager for that, helping them integrate new technologies to make this work. A new library of all the references we needed to be able to teach robotics and coding to students. And then in Lost, I thought during that project, instead of us taking the language of the machines, which is English, and then trying to translate and co-train, we then need to innovate in the direction of saying, let's teach as though we were teaching mother tongue. There's a lot that can happen with that conversation. I don't have the time. The presenter who spoke about mathematics was onto something really big there, and I really tried to niche into that in my preparation of the notes, but I wouldn't have enough time to go through it. But what we essentially want to do is we want to train our local models to be able to master a language. Because we're dealing with small data, we're going to have high accuracy rates. You did hear that from someone who spoke as well. And as we're training these models through this crawl, clean, tokenize, train, and then we go through the cycle again, what's going to happen is we can create new languages through which we then go back to the kids and say, instead of teaching you mathematics and going and trying to build schools on you for you to understand how to use computers later on because you don't have them, we're going to teach you computational mathematics. in your home language so that there's no barrier of understanding. And then I thought, that sounds a little bit like a revolution. That sounds a little bit more than inclusion. But the work is not something that a startup founder and technical co-founder can do alone. So, and then we need a mind of our own, right? I think I'm up with time. We need a mind of our own where we can get together with researchers to figure out a way to build from the ground, to collect the research, to perfect our models, and then to go back to market. And someone spoke about sovereignty, saying these are our languages and our governments need to back us. And this is the work that we've done. These are our creations. You're not going to come and pay people $2 to translate anything for you. You're going to buy the data from us, or you're going to actually use our platforms to achieve whatever it is that you want to achieve in your little nice game of localization, because we don't need localization, we need inclusion, and we need real African players to be leading in the spectrum of creating new realities through AI. Ngiyabonga. I can take questions.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
So thank you very much for this inspiring talk. I really appreciate it. So we have room for 1 or 2 questions. So who want to start?
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just say briefly, let me just act as a devil's advocate, for instance. You mentioned that money actually determines what problem ought to be solved. So let's say if I am an investor and I've done my analysis and I realize that 60% of African population are young people, 60% of the population that use technology are young people, and between the age of 14 to like 34. And they have mostly invested in English. What rationale do you think I need to put my money to invest in traditional or indigenous languages when I know that I won't get return on investment?
So that is a good question, and that's how money speaks, right? So we have a situation where there is what is in the best interest of the business, and I think that's why I had to put a disclaimer that private equity is also looking at this, especially black players. The people that I'm sitting in the room with who are saying, I'm going to raise 3 billion rands in South Africa, and I want to put it somewhere where it matters. Can you help us to figure that out? Those are the people I am interested in talking to. When I leave this room, I'm going to go back to the 3 or 4 JSC members who sit there, who have access to, and say, hey, now we have something going on. There's this startup and that company, which I think is worth investing in. We're not going to break through the people who've already put $1 billion behind physical intelligence, because they're now invested in that working. So we're going to have a large language model until the bubble either explodes or things work out and then they take off without us. I'm not interested in negotiating someone who's already put their value somewhere, but in the people who are saying we need a revolution, we need our money to go where our people are, and we need to change something about it. So definitely I would not win that argument, but what I would win is the people who are saying it's time that African money went into African hands.
Thank you. And we have another question right next to him.
Hi there. Hi, Noku. Sean here. Quick question. So, like, as a startup founder, like, I'm working on a startup that is actively, translating and like working on large language models and voice models that are in vernacular in Africa, specifically for education. It's called It's Learnable. And one of the things that we face when we're working with vernacular is that some terms and words, for example, to teach mathematics and rocket science and sciences don't exist in that language. So you increase your token amount by about 200%. Because whenever you talk about astrophysics, right, if you want to say it in Xhosa, for example, you have to break it down. That word becomes like 2 sentences. So you increase your token amount by about 300 or 400% whenever you try to teach something in vernacular. So that's like 200% more words to teach someone something, and your tokens are very expensive with AI. So I wanted to know, like, how are you tackling that problem of sort of just trying to leverage resources that are there to, effectively and sustainably, teach something in vernacular? But yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to say the project that I did on this, and thank you, such a beautiful question, failed because of the token count, and we had a limited budget. And that's why I'm actually here, and that's why I brought this here, because I thought there has to be something that can happen, because the mother tongue revolution isn't actually answering the question of machine learning. It's answering the question of we have a resource gap where not enough Africans have access to ideas, and you have to take them through translation. Because remember, if we're talking about neural networks, we're now talking about the human brain, and we're modeling against a human brain that thinks in English. But we have people who do not think in English, and we have to find a way of helping them think with the machines, or the machines think on their behalf, so that we don't have to go back and build 10,000 schools to get children integrated into the education system. I don't know how we solve that problem, and I think that is why I was here to say, someone is going to tell me that there's something that can happen with the token count, because I already have a couple of millions that drowned in the last year. I'd hired over 250 people, and having to write out those letters saying, we're not going to be able to continue with the project after doing our first level of training was one of the most heartbreaking things. So I need you guys here who are building these things to help us understand a way to be able to break that token count barrier that is costing us a lot of money. So thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I probably missed half of the presentation, but just grappling on the last bit. We are here, we exist for what you're building. I'm a startup founder for Tweak My Prize, and I did a customer discovery session. It was covered by Alice Nichols from Bobson College in Boston. Now, my reality is I'm taking a taxi to go home. I'm building a solution for low to middle income earners. They talk in my language that I think in, which is isiZulu and whatever other languages. Now, when I'm doing my hypothesis testing, conducting interviews, and having to get that feedback and translate it to how it needs to make sense to actually grade me and say I did my customer discovery successfully, it's a challenge. Just having to come into this platform and we have 2 minutes, let's say, to ask a question, I have to go to ChatGPT and really structure my question in such a way that it makes sense for the panelists. I'm thinking in isiZulu, but I have to make sense for everyone in the room. One, need to represent myself. I want to treat myself like a brand, and so many other things. So you can imagine the amount of impact that you are doing and making for us. So I don't know, anyone in the room, if you have a friend, please back this up, because we do need it. It's difficult to translate. Why I'm mentioning this is one of the respondents with my hypothesis and questions, I did it in English, right? Translating that question for it to make sense for my collection of data is making my data collection somewhat screw. So how can we maybe bridge a gap with that? And I don't know, yeah, I don't know if you've covered it, but here's a real case scenario. Thank you.
Mickey, please keep it short because we're running out of time.
No worries. So
this
apparently,
will be our last question.
Yes, so apparently we have an advocate who's mobilizing funds, we have a real case problem, and we have someone who's building a solution. And that's all I'm going to advocate for, is to continue the conversation between these three players until we find the correct way of moving past this hurdle. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't think mine is a question. It's more of a comment, really, just to underscore some of the things that you've been saying. I think yours is a very radical approach. And I'm not quite sure what it is personally in your life that sort of drove you to this point. But the point is, it is absolutely necessary. This is the first point I think we need to make. We are leaving behind a lot of people because of language. We have, fortunately, we live in a multicultural society in South Africa. Let's take Afrikaans as an example. Afrikaans developed in South Africa. It's a new language, virtually. Afrikaans developed in the 1920s, 1925 to be specific. Yet, Afrikaans is a lot more scientific than most of our native languages in South Africa. You can do a lot on AI using Afrikaans than you can with Zulu. Why is that? So, it is very much possible that we can actually have a wholesale reimagining, a wholesale new outlay for our languages to be adaptable to AI techniques and the rest of the other technological sort of revolution. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for Mickey. Thank you. Now it's with great honor that I'm introducing our next speaker who is joining us online. He's the CEO of Crane AI Labs, and he's joining us right away. Let's give him a round of applause. It's Kato Steven.
Hi, sorry, Kato. I just wanted to give a brief announcement for anyone if you're interested in speaking with Tom Larry. We're starting upstairs, but also Kato is going to give a great talk, so enjoy.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Kato Steven Moviru, and I'm representing two sort of entities here. Lead at Cohere Labs. In the community, I call it the Regional Africa Group with my co-founder still at Crane AI Labs, who's called Bakunga Bronson. And starting with Crane AI Labs, we work on AI for low resource settings, that is low resource languages. We make sure that it works on devices that are common on the continent, that is working offline or in 2G, that is SMS, USSD. But we also help build benchmarks for different tasks on the African continent. We also build SDKs. So currently we are closely collaborating and partnering with Google via different arms, that is Google DeepMind, the Google DeepMind Education team, the Google DeepMind AI for Climate team, the Google DeepMind AI for Society team, the Google Health team, the Google Developer Relations team, and the Google Org. So we are part of the Inception program at NVIDIA. We are also part of the Microsoft Startup programs at the top tier. We are closely related to the World Bank, which we are founders of the mentorship program, and many, many other things. But today, I'm representing Cohere Labs, which is part of Cohere, the Canadian AI company, but a lot of which contains the people who were under the godfather of AI, and Jeffrey Hinton, the CEO of Cohere, was his prodigy. The CEO of Cohere wrote, the co-author on the Transformers paper that brought this generative AI evolution. So we are under their research open source community, and me and my co-founder lead that, where we foster collaborations around the continent. We host a lot of sessions. Whoever has research just reaches out or joins the community through the link on the internet or LinkedIn, anywhere. We really want to host African researchers, ensure that they collaborate. Through that, we worked on a project called AfriAya, which is based off of vision language models that Cohere itself built. We tested them according to our culture, and we found that they were not performing well. So along the way, we decided to develop a data set. It was not an easy job, but this data set seems to be the testing point for AI on African vision. So I will move with my slides. So I will just put a slideshow. Let me know if you can see me. So yes, the journey comes during what we call the Cohere AfriAya expedition. Cohere Labs usually has an expedition where the community members come up with ideas and they choose the best. So during that expedition, my colleague Bronson decided to go for the vision models that Cohere has, which are called Aya vision models, and just asked a few questions. One of them, what is this dish? Now, this dish on the right is a common dish in Uganda. It is matoke, and there is pumpkin, and there is greens. But as you can see, it didn't understand the matoke at all, which is a very common staple food in East Africa. So along that, we said, okay, how can we improve this model to understand matoke as we want it? if we say dress in our culture, it should say gomesi. That is the Uganda culture, not just a normal dress. So the cultural context was missing, and that prompted us to dig deeper. We wanted to understand what are we really solving and what are we bridging. Just to clarify, I was supposed to come to South Africa in person, but with a lot of things going on, I decided to present online. Hopefully you can bear. So the gap that we found is there is lack of data. Now, when you go to the Masakane research community, there are a lot of researchers working on linguistic problems. We are members of that community. We have collaborated with many. The Masakane Languages Hub is also doing the same work. But you find that they are just starting, some of them, to really clean this data for other researchers to use, but the data is not there. Some of it has not yet been captured. Our team has always found that you may have to even translate some of these things yourself to make them represented in AI in the first place. So the translation, as I said, is not enough, and there is a fragmented landscape. You know, Africa has a lot of cultures. We come from East Africa, from Uganda. Personally, we can work on AI that speaks Swahili, a language that is most spoken on the continent, and cover the East African region. But we can't do the same for South Africa. That would need researchers and linguists there. And so that fragmentation requires a lot of collaboration, you know, and building bridges for AI to represent our continent. So next slide. So it led us to have two critical questions. Number one, what if we build the foundational data set ourselves, which is a huge task? And number two, what if we did it within the entire community? So after winning the Cohere Labs expedition, which you can actually just go to Google right now, put AfriAya. When you put AfriAya in Google search engine, you get the blog that Cohere has written about us and the community efforts, which will explain that it was really, really a rigorous process. So with these two questions, we said, okay, let us galvanize the community that we have, because at the community in Cohere Labs usually hosts people from Google, Meta, and those big universities, Harvard, Stanford. But we wanted to represent for us Africa in a different way, not to keep hosting people from these big companies, but to also make sure that African researchers, however young they are, contribute their own AI, and later on maybe we can bring these experts to help them verify their work. But during the execution of the project, which I was overseeing on the side of the project timeline and doing the project management, as my colleague Bronson was doing the research side, we realized that the hardest part of AI development is the data part. So we hit a wall where the community was enthusiastic. A lot of Africans joined the Cohere Labs community, and we want many to join. But few knew that it is actually hard to contribute to your language, especially if it is in terms of vision. So that work that requires you to clean the image and do the translation to your language wasn't beautiful. And few of them really stuck there. Some contributed a few rows, but some of us had to do sort of an engineering work, which you will see later on. So initially it was exciting. We've won the expedition. We've won Team Asia, we've won Team Europe, we've won Team South America, we've won Team North America. So, but actually implementing it to the stage that you have the data set out was really a hard task. So as leads, we faced a critical moment. How do you keep a global volunteer-driven project alive when the hardest work has just begun? That is the question we had. But we found mechanisms. So what did we do? So we built what we call a hybrid human pipeline. So we pivoted to build a pipeline, realizing that some models, like the speaker earlier talked about Gemini. So we are closely related to the Google team, and some people at Gemini, who work on the Gemini models. So we realized that all these models are really good in some African languages, especially Gemini. So what we did is we created a pipeline where Gemini could translate a few of those images, what you can understand in that language. Then we make it easier for the community member just to edit a bit the language, and it's a bit easy. So we use, at that point, we used Gemini 2.5 Pro. We used our credits. via the startup that we have, Pioneer Labs, and also the access to the Gemini team to tell them, okay, help us here and there. Among the community champions is Omaima from Morocco, who contributed a lot for her language. Aisha from Egypt, who did much. Then there's Jawad, probably from Ethiopia. I will check. Very talented. This is a talented bunch of researchers. We have actually never met, but power of collaboration. And then we have technical experts from the side of Oracle. So some people from Oracle came in, Oracle AI. Some people from the South Asian languages, Sea Lion, they came in, they were interested, helped us a bit. And then we had the Cohere Labs itself, their researchers, where we could just ping maybe the head of operations or the researcher on languages, and they help us go through the process, because we're undertaking something that requires you to have these skills, but we didn't know. What we have learned is collaboration also can teach you. So as part of community rallies, so many countries were participating. A few really put their languages, some we didn't put them in because we had a few rows, so we wanted the data set to be a bit balanced. So after that, as I said, this exploded into a blog that you can actually now check on the internet anywhere. You can just put AfriAya and see, about this work. So we developed the data set, put 13 languages, and we managed to make 2,400 plus high quality human verified pairs with few errors, and that is the first version. We are working on a version 2 already and a paper that we hope to put out. We also fine-tuned a vision language model on the dataset, but the vision language model wasn't performing well because the dataset is small. So we didn't really put it out. We hope to put it out as an artifact soon. What did we learn about collaboration? Yes, you can have enthusiasm, but you need structure to make things work. So you need skills for a project manager. Number 2, AI can empower human collaboration, not just replace it. We use a lot of AI even on our startup side. Claude, Gemini, sometimes Grok, sometimes ChatGPT. Yes, there's some rules that are going to go away, but if you can pair it with what you're good at, you can get phenomenal results. Especially when you talk about, African data is elusive. Well, you can use the existing models to sort of generate synthetic data and get linguists to clean it, rather than telling them, please digitize these old manuscripts from libraries, universities. You can just use the existing models to sort of give you a reference of how the language may look like and clean it. That can be voice, that can be text. We have a voice project we're working on, and that's what exactly we are doing. So this is just the beginning for us. We have, as I said, version 2 is along the way. More researchers from different countries have joined in, and we hope they could contribute their languages. We want other people to step in and take leadership. We want to help grow the African AI ecosystem through collaboration. You can check the dataset on Hugging Face. You can just search Cohere Labs community or /AfriAya, which you'll see. You can read the Cohere blog, and also we were recently just written about by the sort of the journal that leads NLP in the world, Slater, talking about how we built this visual language dataset. To clarify, some other people had done some similar work, but not as clean. That's why the fragmentation needs to be bridged. You may find someone, a lonely researcher may do it. It won't be really impactful if they don't communicate and bring others in. So that is my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Yes, we have one question in the room.
Thank you so much for the really, really, really interesting work. My question is more like what you said briefly, because I also agree that there are a lot of fragmented contributions all over Africa, and quite a number of these research exists either as university projects, small independent groups, and you mentioned how the Cohere community really supported your research. So what do you think about bridging this gap, right? You identified that there are a lot of fragmented, and you said people should speak up, but when you talk about university research, I'm talking about undergraduate masters, it's not really more than a thesis, or if the person is so ambitious, maybe a paper. So from your experience, what do you think? And you also mentioned project management skills, where enthusiasm is great, but structure is important. Do you have a recommended structure you think African researchers should follow when it comes to collaboration? Because in my experience with working on projects where I had to collaborate, you have maybe a team of 5 or 6. So even if there is no solid structure, it doesn't really matter. But when you're involving community of hundreds of people, right, that's huge scale. So what are your recommendations?
Yes, thank you. Now, about collaboration, we have not yet mastered this as a community, but I think we have skills to share. So number one, as a researcher, I'm an engineer per se. I'm not a researcher, but my co-lead is a researcher. He has studied law research.
Kato, are you still with us?
Where the economy is growing, so you can be.
Can you maybe start from the beginning, because we didn't hear you?
Are you hearing me now? Yes, I was saying, for while in the US or in Europe or in developed countries, you can be a niche researcher and you're okay. You can work at OpenAI and say, I'm working at scaling, I'm working on reinforcement learning, but as an African researcher, you don't have that luxury. You have to work on everything because your continent doesn't have those layers. So even in the community, you have to know what you're good at, what needs to happen, and expand your skills. As an African, you don't have the luxury to just have one skill and solve everything. You need to learn everything and also allow others to have a chance. We worked on a model called Swahili Gemma. You can just search it in Google. It's on DeepMind's website. And that model, we didn't speak Swahili, but we collaborated with someone from Asakani who spoke Swahili and another startup founder in Kenya, and they validated the Swahili. We just gave in our work and they did. So if Africans could just allow others to take over, because that's what those developed countries do. I develop a transformer model, I put out the paper, and others step on. You can't sit on your work alone, and you have to collaborate. You have to be open. So I say, if you want to do it, just reach out to people. More people like you can bridge the gap. And you just need to list out the communities. You know, there's this one, there's this one, there's this one, and always reach out, post your work there. Surprisingly, someone will reach out and say, I like what you're doing. Can we collaborate? And that's how you get a project. So mainly expanding your skills, having the ability to put out your work, and knowing that you are in the global south. So you need to know more than someone who is not in the global south.
Thank you so much, Kato. We'll have one last question.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
So, talking to the work that you guys are developing, I wanted to ask, like, what's the killer or the biggest use case that you can see for these models, especially like given a commercial perspective or use case, especially like for farming, agriculture, or anything in that space?
All right, thank you. Yeah, for example, vision language models can be used on AI glasses. And the AI glasses can be used for healthcare, can be used for agriculture and other use cases. So if you have a vision language model, for instance, for Africa, you encourage another African to enter manufacturing to make glasses. You deploy on the same glasses, and someone else says, I'm going to make it work for agriculture, then it goes on like that. So you just play a role, and then others, there's already someone in the community who will, if you put out the work, someone will look at it and say, okay, I want to use that. There's a model we put out, and there's a student who picked it did not taking up that works offline, and he just reached out and said, oh, I built this. Really, you may not use it, but you can see that if you do it many times, then it can even impact the economy at a certain point.
And with that, let's give a big round of applause for Kato Stephen Mubiro. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And now we move to the last speaker before our break. Let me call to the stage Ishianesu Misi. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay, great. And he's going to speak to us about transfer learning and African languages. And I think the founders and startups in this room are really going to appreciate his talk. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
Thank you, thank you. Just have to click. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, hello, how is everyone doing today? Doing great, sure? Or if you don't speak English, Saubona, Dumelang, Magadi Enyu, Wahoti Sein, Salamnu, Habari Yako. Okay, so basically today I do have a few slides and we will speak about the technical things. But I don't want to linger too much on the mathematics behind models or anything like that, because we're at WITS, we have some of the best minds out here, but what I can tell you about is building AI for African languages without big resources. So I am the CTO and co-founder of Ambo AI. We are a local language African AI startup. We've raised over 300,000 in cash and grants, and we've raised an additional amount in compute as well. And we are hoping to build for as many African languages as possible. Okay, so let's get started. So in Africa, can anyone tell me how many African languages there are? Anyone at all? Okay. You said over 2,500? I will say maybe. Anyone who has another guess? Someone say 4,000? 4,200. Okay, that's a big guess, but okay, yeah. So you know who's correct? Unfortunately, you're not correct. Unfortunately, you're not correct. And unfortunately, I'm not correct either because no one knows. Yes. So what I will tell you is that there's 2,121 African languages that have ISO 6392 codes from Ethnologue. But it's highly debatable whether those are all the languages that there are. Good example, if you go to Kenya, a lot of people speak Sheng, and they actually had a proposal for Sheng to get a language code, which was denied. So estimates are about between 2,000 and 3,000, but we can't be 100% sure. Nigeria alone is doing over 500 different languages. So it's a lot of languages that we're trying to build for, and so this is the space we're in. 2,000 African languages, less than 5% have meaningful AI coverage. And when we say meaningful, by the way, it's not as if we get very large data sets with Swahili or anything. We just make do with what's available there. So, as someone who is in the tech space, we're thinking of, okay, so there's all this research, how do I get this out there to people? How do I make this commercially viable, okay? So you can think about us as the last mile delivery for this whole ecosystem. So there's barely any data. We've heard about that over and over. We have no huge GPU clusters. We've got some GPUs, but next to Meta, OpenAI, absolutely laughable. We've got basically no data. So this is a situation that you're in when you're trying to get things out to the market in this space. Okay, so a lot of you probably heard of this. It's a process called transfer learning. So with transfer learning, instead of us trying to train a model from scratch and do the whole thing like that, we're trying to take a pre-trained model. So a pre-trained model is the likes of Llama. Llama's being used in on your WhatsApp. There's Whisper. Whisper's an OpenAI model, ETC, and all of that. To train a model from scratch, the size of Llama should be about $2 million or so worth of compute. It's a lot of compute. It's a crazy amount of compute. And again, there's not a lot of data to begin with. So we start on a base. Okay. Even if you don't have enough African language data represented in your base model, you have some representation even in the form of the speech patterns. You might not have, if the TTS model can say out, hello, how are you? You're better starting off from a model like that than starting from nothing at all, because there's some things that are universal, there's speech patterns and things like that. So we look for base models. Your Whispers, your MMS, LXLR, you can look those up if you want to, and you fine tune on whatever data you have. So fine tuning is just basically training an AI model, an existing AI model, and you're just trying to add on top of that, you're just trying to steer it in a particular direction. Okay. And then hopefully you get to your production model for the language that you're targeting. Okay. So part of what we're doing is the evaluation parts. Okay, so here's an interesting thing that we discovered quite a while ago. So the traditional approach is actually to have an English model that you fine-tune, because English models are everywhere. But you'll actually find that a lot of the time, a lot of models that have Asian languages in them actually have a lot of similarities within African language spaces. If you've ever met more than a few Zimbabweans, eventually you'll meet one called Tanaka. It's a really common name. It's too common. But you'll find that Tanaka is also a word in Japanese. I have no idea what it means in Japanese. Yeah. So you'll find actually that a lot of the times you might be better off starting from somewhere else instead of from the common English base. So we look at the data sets of the existing models. These big tech companies hardly ever open source their data sets, but there will be something in their paper about what was included within the training mix. So you want to look for languages that have some kinds of similarities. Your Yoruba, of course, being an African language, but your Mandarin and Vietnamese. So you want, for speech, you'd want a model that's seen tonal variations and things like that. You want to look at the language family. So the language family is very important, and it works as a bit of a hierarchy, as we'll see a bit later over here. You have very broad language groups, and they're in subgroups until you get to your very own particular language. So ideally, you want to look for pre-trained models that have the closest relation, but as you go further and further up the tree, those linkages are still very, very important. Okay. And yes, important pro tip, is to do a very small fine-tuning job when you are starting out. So we just like to call it a smoke test. You know, before you start burning on your very limited GPUs, by the way, before you start working on your very limited GPUs, you want to do a very small test, see what you can evaluate, see if you're going in the right direction. The direction might be, let's try a different model altogether, let's do this or that. Right. Okay. So we have the prioritization framework. The prioritization framework is an extremely important part of what we do as a commercial entity. We are not a non-profit. So if you ask me to come and work with you on your project, I will ask you for money. Okay. So since we're a non-profit, since we are for-profit, excuse me, we have to prioritize languages based on something. You can't just do every language. You can't do every language at once. So how do you pick out languages? Okay, so high impact, low effort over here, right? So this is your Swahilis, your Kinyarwandas and everything. So you'll see for basically any African AI startup out there, whether they're from Ghana, South Africa, etc., they'll say, oh, we offer this language, and I can almost guarantee you they'll say, we also offer Swahili. It's not because we all have cousins from East Africa, it's because Swahili has a lot of data available. So, because there's a relatively low effort, what we all do, we prioritize that, we put that on the board, add Swahili to your platform, to your whatever you're doing, right? You need to plan very carefully, okay? So you need to know the ins and outs of the languages that you're going for. You need to know what languages are related to, what languages are related to each other, what data sets are available over there in the other languages that are related. You need to think it out completely as much as possible before you do anything. Okay, the low impact, low effort over there, you fill gaps later, right? So things like dialects. You might fight me for saying this one, but Ndebele in South Africa and Ndebele in Zimbabwe sound very similar, right? So instead of trying to fight both wars at the same time, it might be easier and might be more practical for you to pick one and at least have a baseline to work on and then come back later. Because remember, we're working on very limited time, very limited resources, so we need to think about all of these things. Right. Avoid tiny speaker populations with no data. This is not anything personal at all. This is the practical thing. Because remember, if we are going into this and we've got a very small compute budget, maybe we've got $10,000 in credits from Amazon, we need to do some data labeling as well. If you go for the small population, it goes without saying that there will be less commercial value back. Not that that language doesn't matter, but it's not going to matter to anyone if your startup runs out of money and you have to close down the whole thing. Right. Okay. So this is just an adaptation of how we've done it over the past few years. So your foundational ones, obviously Swahili, Kinyarwanda, were easy to start off with. Proof of concept over there, and then you expand to languages in the same family, right? So if you've got Zulu TTS, you're close to having isiXhosa TTS, right? And then scale, the scale is the part that we're trying to get to at the moment. So at the moment, we support 60 languages fairly well, and we're trying to get more into that scale lane, trying to work on prioritizing all the other languages that we left behind initially. Okay. Yeah, this is some extra detail on that. I'll skip that for now. Right.
We should be moving to the Q&A soon. If you can
okay,
wrap up.
okay, yeah.
Thank
Let
you.
me just wrap that up. All right, yeah. So this is just the hierarchy I was mentioning from before, and that example over there with the isiXhosa and the Zulu over there. If you want the details, I can always send these out. And yeah, I think that's the most important part of it. My email's over there and open for questions.
Thank you so much. So we have room for 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you so much for the really interesting presentation. My question is more on the part you left out, the low impact, high efforts, because there's also the conversation of language preservation, because can we say that when we leave out these languages because of time, by the time we want to come back, do we still have those language speakers alive because they're very small? Or do we just abandon it and chase the money? How do you balance that?
Yeah, very important question. So it's specifically about prioritizing, but not about abandoning. So we'll start where it makes most sense to start, but with the effort to go towards all the other languages as well. Yes, some populations might die out, but in the broader scope of things, we think it's still important, even if there are 0 speakers left in a language, to have these tools available as a reference point. You even have research on hieroglyphics in Egypt and things like that. Yeah, so it's still important.
We still have time for one last question.
He's trying to reach over 2 rows.
Hi, I first like to compliment you because you talked about the prioritization based upon the utility, that is, how many people speak it, how many people are in commerce using it, et cetera, and it surprises me, so I'm going to ask you, did you ever study etymology, that is, and in doing so, there's a reason why certain languages become the lingua franca, right? And although we like to attribute it mostly to war, imperialism, and conquest, it's really about the ability to share the idea. So the Kiswahili, for instance, became the 1/3 of Africa speaking it because these people were trading with each other, and also Pidgin in the West African sense is becoming a language because these people are trading with each other. There was no conquest to that, for instance. English, for instance, became lingua franca because the sun didn't set on the British Empire, not because they imposed it, but because if a Chinese person wanted to sell something to a South African Bantu speaker, how did they understand that they were speaking in the same concepts? So it was for the sake of the economy of it. So you're reflecting that in this language expansion that you're doing, and I just wanted to compliment you because you are actually coming to the same conclusion that linguists have for a number of years. Where do you think this is going to end up going with regard to the preservation, however, of the least spoken languages? And how can that become valuable in a market sense?
Okay, so very important questions, very tricky questions as well. So I'd say, again, we try to do what we can. I don't have power over large organizations, large societies or anything. But I think the first step is to have the tools available. That's one check. And then to encourage it in different places. And that also involves a lot of buy-in from the governments, for example. So here in South Africa now, there's a big push to have educational content available in every language that's spoken. That's the right kind of thing that needs to be there. But as regards to what will happen in the future, they say no one can predict the future, least of all an expert. So I won't guarantee anything, but I do feel that at the moment, at the stage that Africa's in, there's been a lot of awakening. A lot of young people are saying, you know what, I don't think English is the coolest thing. I want to speak my mother tongue. So I think a lot of languages in the middle ground in terms of number of speakers will thrive a lot. I think languages that are maybe on the bottom 25% may die out from, what on earth is that? May die out from lack of usage, but they can still be kept alive in the sense that there will be tools, there will be resources available, and things that people can always reference.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Sorry. And if you didn't have time to ask your questions, you're lucky because we're going into a short 10 minutes break. And then we'll be back in this very same room for our keynote session. And then a panel where he'll also be joining. And the panel will be hosted by our partner, Masakani. So let's do a 10 minutes break and get back here at 3:50. Thank you, everyone.
Guys, if you're not South African, don't freak out. Thunderstorms are common in South Africa. We're known for our thunderstorms. So people actually come here to do research on lightning. So yeah, don't be scared. It's gonna be a bit noisy, but don't be scared.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope the thunderstorm didn't scare you too much. It's actually starting to become a tradition at AMLD Africa. We also had a storm at the Nairobi edition 2 years ago, and hopefully third time will be a charm next year, so let's pray for that and continue with today's session. I'm super happy and proud to be hosting this last session of the day. I'm Sarah, I'm part of the organizing team of AMLD Africa, and this session is actually very special to, I think, all of us in this room as African citizens. We're highlighting our cultural heritage, our beautiful languages, the diversity of our continent, and there is no one better than our esteemed speakers to do that today. I hope you all enjoyed the talks, the sessions throughout the day and throughout the conference, and we'll be finishing the day really strong, starting with our esteemed keynote speaker who's coming from the University of Pretoria. And let's start by just having a round of applause to start this beautiful afternoon session. Thank you, everyone. And let's call to the stage Professor Chijoki Okorie. I hope I'm saying that right. Excuse me if it's not right. More energy, people, please. That's way better. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. This one. All right. Okay. Where is the slide? So my name is Chijioke Okorie, and the topic of my keynote is equitable open data licensing and introducing the Noodle solution. So wherever I talk, especially when I'm in the midst of, in a mixed crowd where, you know, are there lawyers here? Any lawyer here?
I have one here.
One. Hi. Okay.
And one former lawyer.
Former? In your past life? Okay. Okay, but I like to always start from a place of common understanding so that we're on the same page, right? I run a research group at the University of Pretoria called Data Science Law Lab, and the long and short of what we do is to use law as a tool to enable the growth of data science in Africa. So, remember that I said that my topic is on equitable open data licensing, right? So I'm going to start from licensing, then we move to data, then we move to open, then we move to equitable. So it's a journey, right? So licensing, what is a license? A license is essentially an authorization or permission that without that authorization or permission, the thing that that license authorizes or permits would be unlawful. So let's think about instances where a license comes up. Your driver's license, your vehicle license, a liquor license, right? So if you don't have a driver's license, you're not permitted to get behind a vehicle and drive it, right? If you don't have a vehicle license, your vehicle is not supposed to be on the road. And if you don't have a liquor license, you are not supposed or allowed to sell alcohol. And if you do so, it will be unlawful. So now, when you think about data licensing, you're now thinking about something that authorizes you or permits you to use data. And if you did not have that license, if you did not have that authorization, it would be unlawful or illegal for you to use that data. We're following, right? Yeah. So now, remember that the license is not just about the person who needs the permission, the person who needs the authorization. It's also about the person who is giving the authorization, the person who is permitting you. And you can't permit someone to do something if you don't have control of the thing in the first place. So the government gives you a car license, and they do so because it's the government, and they say this is what you're supposed to do, otherwise you go to jail or whatever, you know, happens to you. And the same thing happens with a data license, in that supposedly the person who is giving you a data license has ownership or control over that data, and that's why and how they get to say you can use it for this purpose or for that purpose, right? Again, with every license situation, you have conditions, you have maybe some eligibility criteria, right? So with a driver's license, the government says you need to be a certain age, you need to be 18, you know, or whatever, and then they have other criteria. So they say things like you have to apply, and then you have to first get a learner's permit, and then you graduate to an actual full driver's license, and then you can get on the road. Again, with a data license, you are working with someone who has ownership or control over that data, and they get to say, these are my conditions that you need to meet or that you need to fulfill so that you can then have that license to use that data. So, data set. I'm just borrowing from the definition from IBM about what a data set is, that it's a collection of data that is typically organized in tables in specific formats for easy retrieval and analysis, and that they are essential for data analysis, for machine learning, for AI, and other applications that require reliable, accessible data. The previous presentation before we went for break, we saw the things about how you prioritize whatever it is that you want to prioritize in the whole NLP workflow, where you decide, this is what I'm going to be working on, these are the resources that I need, this is where I'm going to get them from. So in the AI or even in the NLP environment, you're always thinking, where am I going to get my data from, right? And then when you get the data needs to make sense. You're working with the data in a specific environment, in a computational environment. So the data needs to be in a format, that machines can access or can read them or can, you know, interact with them, right? So you put in all that effort in terms of labeling the data, annotating it just so that it makes sense for whatever task that you want to finally use the data for. Now, I'm going to now start talking law. In the law environment or in the legal environment, there's always that question of who owns data. Is data just information? And if it's information, there's a constitutional right of freedom of access to information. Your information wants to be free. People should have access to information. They shouldn't have to pay for it. But information in an environment where it's just information is not useful to anybody. The same way that data is, in the sense that if you just know that there are 50 people in this room, what does it do for you in and of itself? Nothing. You need to be able to put some context behind that information. Do you need it to know how many people to cater for if you're going to give people food? Do you need it to know whether the more people can be allowed into the room or not? So you need all that kind of context so that you can make sense of the data. So even in an environment where data wants to be free, where you want to see, where you want to have access to data for whatever purpose, you also need that context. And sometimes that context is costly to put on the data. Remember, again, I'm going to still refer to Ishe's presentation where he was talking about annotation costs. You need people to come and make sense of the data so that when you deploy that data in specific environment, it gives you what it's supposed to be giving you, right? So remember that we've moved now from licensing to data, and now we are on open. Are we following so far? Yes? Yes. So now, when it comes to open, you're now thinking there's data, and I have control over the data. I have ownership of the data. I want to give people permission to use the data. I want to authorize people to use the data. Then you're thinking, how should I authorize people to use this data? You now have that issue around, do I want to be open? Do I want to be closed? When I say open and closed in this instance, you're thinking, how much restriction am I going to put on people who I want to give license to use this data? Am I going to say, you pay me money, X amount of money, and then you have access to the data? That will be closed in the sense that if I don't have money to pay you, even though I need the data, I'm not going to be able to access it. Or do I say, people can use this data set now for anything they want to? I don't mind. I don't have a problem with it. That's being open, really open. That's an open license, right? Now, even in the context of being open, there are so many approaches to being open, to giving or to granting people an open license. It's on a spectrum. You can be very open where you're saying, don't even pay me money. Don't even ask me for permission. I've already given the permission. I've already given the license. Use it for whatever. Don't even say thank you. Don't even bother doing it. Just take. That's really, really open. Or you could say, take, do whatever you want to do with it. But whatever context you've used it in, just mention my name. I just need you to say, I got this data from this person. So all I want is some sort of acknowledgement. All I want is some sort of attribution. That's open still. But you've put small condition, right? You could also say, use, mention my name. Also, don't sell it. Don't use it in a commercial context. So if you're a business, don't touch my data. It's still open, but to some people, right? There's also conditions attached to it. You could also say, take, mention my name. Don't use it in commercial settings. Also, don't modify it. Just take it the way it is and be using it like that, right? So you're now saying, I don't want to see you transform. So all this fine-tuning, you take a model, you fine-tune, you do your, no, I don't want it. Take the model, be looking at it like that. So you could have that. And it's still open. Why? Because people have access to it, some sort of access to it, without needing to, pay something. But they are paying somehow in kind, in that there's all these conditions attached to it. So that's the open, closed dilemma or decision to make, where you say, what conditions do I want to put on this data set, on this trained model, on this AI tool that I've built, on this app that is powered by AI? What conditions do I want to put on it? So there's always that, decision to make in terms of how open do I want to be? Do I even want to be closed? Let's talk about examples, right? There was a question someone asked in the panel, in the presentation before Isha's presentation, where the person was saying, you could be a researcher. I'm a researcher. I'm working in a research environment, and things like that. When it comes to research, the context or the concept rather of open science, we hear it a lot, right? Where science needs to be open. Everybody needs to learn from things. So there's that predilection to being open. But then you then start thinking about, if I give all these things away, what's in it for me? how do I sustain whatever it is I'm doing if I don't have if I'm not getting anything in return? How do I build the next model? How do I create the next data set if I'm using an open license? Science wants to be free. I'm giving this thing away. Like, what's going to happen, right? So there's all that conversation. But you hear and you see these big commercial entities actually being open, actually giving away their models. You can access it. You are not paying money, you know. And then you're asking yourself, how are these people making money? How are they staying in business, right? So with every license that you think about, you're supposed to be asking, right? Where is the money going to come from? How am I going to keep this thing to be self-sustainable? And within the open community, so remember, we've moved from licensing to data to open, right? We are on this journey together, right? I've not lost anybody. Okay. So when you are now in the context of open license, there's a wide array of choices in terms of the license that you can use. Remember the examples that I gave about somebody saying, I just want you to mention my name, and somebody saying, I don't want you to use it in commercial settings, you know, things like that. Now, with all this licensing, you have the Creative Commons licenses, for example. I think it's very popular. Everyone knows it? No? Yes? Yes? Okay, so with the Creative Commons licenses, this is just what the license is about. You have one license that allows people to use it and just mention your name, just attribute. You have the variety that says no commercial use. You have the one that says no modification. So you have all those. What I then want to round off with is to say that within that environment where we are talking about providing an open license, for cultural preservation purposes, right? You heard about how many languages we have on the continent. We heard about the fact that these languages are low resource languages because there's not a lot of resources on them in the digital space. So if you then decide that this is an environment where you're going to be using closed licenses, will our languages grow? No, right? But then there's the other dilemma of you are using an open license, but how are you going to be self-sustaining or self-sustainable, right? And so we then started thinking about what's the middle ground. And that middle ground is this Nwulitobo, the open data license. I led the development of this license, so I named it in my language, very cute. The short form is Nudu, which, you know, just to make it easy so that, you know, whatever. The crux of this license is equity. And it's equity because it recognizes that even though you are given data sets for free using an open license, you recognize that the users of your data set are not equally placed. So you could have Meta, for example, which is a big tech user who has the money and the resources to run with that data set more than me now, for example, here in Africa can get to with the same data set. So we are now saying that if you are from a developing country, you should have more access with less conditions, with less restrictions. But if you're from a developed country, you should offer a benefit. And that benefit needs to be something that will be decided by the person who is giving the license. So the person gets to assess their situation to say, maybe we need more compute, for example. So we give the data set in exchange for access to compute, for example. Maybe we need more skilled people working in this space. So we give the data set in exchange for access to you know, upskilling and things like that. So that's in essence what the Noodle license is about. What is supposed to be showing now is a QR code where if you have comments about the license or you have questions, you can participate and get involved. That's what is supposed to be showing.
We will be starting the Q&A session, but let's start by thanking you for the great presentation.
Okay.
We can already start by questions in the audience, and then we can move over to the QR code. Is there one first brave person for questions? So there's one up here.
Hello. It's not such a real question. It's rather an acknowledgement, because I'm representing a lab in Tunis, and we are working specially on not licensing on data, but licensing on the code, on the software code. So we specifically we work on the software license compliance, because even in coding, when it's a matter of open source softwares, developers, they think that they have the right to use libraries together without any checking the license, the text of the licenses. So my students, I have really genius students in masters, I have PhDs, and they are actually developing prototypes to aid, it's a kind of aid in enterprise to when calling the libraries, it's an aid given to the developers just to check, because it's based on LLMs. We read, we have a lot of data sets of labeled data sets, labeled licenses, and instantly we give them insights if they have the right to use this library or not. And in maybe as a support decision systems, we provide the alternatives. Really, I acknowledge your contribution. It's really emerging areas, and there is a lot of potential, let's say, even for startups, yeah, I think.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
And maybe we need to be friends, huh? Okay? Wait for me.
We must.
Hello. Hi, my name's Kim, co-founder and founder and consulting CEO of Back Office Pro. And I wanted to ask you a question that I actually had to write down, because the comment the gentleman made earlier was so mind-opening that it had me wanting to add on to it. So the question is, how does Noodle, I would love to pronounce it, but I don't want to embarrass myself. How does Noodle license protect communities from extractive data practices? And especially when data is collected locally, but value is created elsewhere. How do you then protect what's going on, especially with licenses being used and libraries being used in other packages? Now the integration of it, yes, being collected, say, in Nairobi or South Africa, but being used in Europe. How do you manage that?
Okay, what the Noodle license does is to give you, let's say it gives you the power to decide how your data is used. So you get to use the license from the get-go to say, these are the parameters that I would allow for you to use this license. It's flexible in the sense that you get to define your context, and then from defining your context, you then build around it to say, these are the conditions that would align with my context. So the Duoluo community in Kenya has used the Noodle license for a specific data, community data collection project or exercise. And I think it's a good advertisement for the Noodle license in terms of how the community actually walked through, the Noodle license and then define their own, what their benefits should be and what the parameters of use would be. So when you think about benefits, the thing with Noodle is when you think about benefits, you should be thinking about it more broadly. Don't think about it as only something financial or monetary. Think about it also as something that you can insist on to enable you to achieve whatever you need to achieve that makes sense for your own context.
One more question here.
Well, okay, my name is Andre. I'm a lawyer, well, amongst other things, but I'm a lawyer. And enforcement. So I really didn't hear what I needed to hear, so I'm going to ask in a different way. For instance, we all know about the enforcement in which the motion picture and the record industry came and sued the sharing in court some 20 years ago. And then we can go as far as in the modern day, we look at Adobe. When you install any Adobe app on your computer, you have a robust back system that's using a tremendous amount of your data and CPU just to monitor you. And if you put if your app loses its license, or if you get it from a piracy site, oh, they might not catch you at first, but eventually, with enough communications, they're going to start breaking down your computer, right? I mean, I don't know, I have had that experience. So how do you enforce it? Because you have all of these different jurisdictions on this continent alone, you have 54. In South Africa, getting to court as a civil case is going to take you 7 years because they don't have enough judges. So if you want to rely upon the external honest sources, is that really something you can rely upon in an underdeveloped country? And what I mean by underdeveloped, not because the people are whatever, but because they don't have a robust court system. They don't have a robust enforcement system. The police take bribes. Or are you going to do a lot of self-help like Adobe? They say they don't, but we all know that that's a lie, right? So how does this license, law has no meaning unless there's a force behind it. How do you enforce your license?
I think that's the next frontier of question about open licenses in general. And it's not just something that is unique to the Noodle license. It's the same question that has always come up with Creative Commons licenses as well. The point for me personally is that you first have to start from the point of the license as an expression of your desire, for want of a better word, as an expression of your desire for what you want to see done with your data set. The enforcement enforcement for me has always been an exercise in strategy where you take a decision and you decide, is it worth it going after this person or going after this company or the other? And I think also that part of the work part of the thinking that we are having, especially at Data Science Law Lab, is how do we build in some sort of self-enforcement that happens with technology? And we're not there yet, but that's also something that I am thinking about, is what I would say, yeah.
Thank you so much. So that was our last question, but I have good news because you're still staying with us for the panel discussion, which will be starting right now. This panel discussion is very special to us. It's organized by our sponsors, Masakani Language Hubs. So that's they are enabling AMLD Africa, and we're really proud to have them with us today. The panel will be moderated by Lydia Taban from Masakani Foundation. So let's give her a big round of applause. And joining her is Chennai Chair, who is representing Masakani Language Hubs. One more round of applause for her. And our last speaker, who was actually giving a great session earlier, is Ishiana Somisi. And let's give him another round of applause. And with that, Lydia, the floor is yours to start the panel.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think the amazing presentation we just had before has really set the pace for this conversation. Our panel is going to be focused on how we can build research and responsible NLP for Africa, reaching across academia, across ethics, across community. So I'm just going to ask a few questions. First of all, starting off with some reflection from our esteemed panel. And so I'd like to hear from you first. From your perspective, what do you think is the preeminent challenge facing African NLP in our lifetimes? Chennai?
I was hoping to not start first, but hi everyone. Thank you so much for still being around. I know the last session of the day can be the last session of the day, so I know everyone who's in the room is excited for this. So thank you so much, Lydia, for the introduction. So your question is, in our lifetime, what's the biggest challenge? So
in your perspective.
In my perspective, I would start off by saying that in our lifetime, we actually don't know what the challenge will be in the next 2 years. So I'll start off by backtracking in that and saying Masakane existed as a community, loosely set up community of people interested in NLP who were researchers. 2019, they were not being allowed to enter into certain rooms because people were laughing off languages, African languages, or they would go to only one conference that happened every 2 years. So 2019, the issue was actually representation of African languages and them being taken seriously. COVID happened, people were meeting online to find support for each other. The issue there was no funding. And so then people were doing things by the bootstraps, where basically it was you come into a call on Slack and say, I would like to do this, and then someone says, me too, I speak this language, let's get back together and figure it out. 2023, people started going like, hey, new market in Africa. We had all of this data, but we can't just collect the data in Africa by ourselves. It actually has cultural nuance and context. Let's fund open source work. All of a sudden, the money was there, but then the licensing issues, as Chijoki had pointed out earlier, started emerging. So Masakane Research Foundation was set up to steward the community in response to the reality that one of the biggest challenges was actually coordinating everybody so that we wouldn't lead to extractive neo-colonial practices. So the big ethos around that is Ubuntu. Then Masakane African Languages Hub emerged as a project in the realization that the funding needed to come from an African entity. And so then, yes, we are sub-funded by international organizations, but the mandate we have actually in responding to maybe a consistent reality in this lifetime and going forward is actually ensuring collaboration and community engagement in this work. We cannot do it alone as technologists, as lawyers, as sociologists, in actually building up African languages in the digital ecosystem platform. So in the lifetime, to answer your question, is really how do we ensure sustainability from a collaborative and a community perspective? And that is part of the work that we're doing as Masakane.
That is a brilliant answer. I'd like to pass it on to you as well.
Okay, the biggest problem?
The biggest challenge of our lifetimes with African NLP.
Of a lifetime. Okay. I think for me, it's the question of how do we articulate what we want versus what we need. I think from my keynote and from some of the questions that I got, you would see that there's there's this tension in terms of, on one hand, we want African languages to grow. We want African languages to be represented both, you know, in the digital space, in the digital environment. We want technologies that work for us, for our own context. On the other hand, we don't have a lot of money, or we even have none. We don't have a lot of resources as well. So on one hand, we need help in terms of, you know, accessing the resources we need to grow our languages. But on the other hand, we also need to be self-sustaining as well, because you can't keep, you know, what's in Nigeria we say it's beggy culture. So you can't keep asking, you know, people to help you, because every time that people help you, they would ask for something from you. And it's now a question of what they are asking from you. Is it too much? Is it something that you can give without losing yourself? So for me, I think that, for me, the challenge that I find is being able to articulate, you know, the areas, we know the areas where we need help. We know the areas that would help us be self-sustaining. How to marry the two and get it to a point where it's balanced, we are giving as much as we are as much as we are getting as well, is for me the biggest challenge.
That is super enlightening, and I like that we've been able to marry both the aspects of community and frameworks. Yeah, I'd love to hear from Ishe about the enterprise, because we've talked about funds and sustainability being a challenge. So coming in from the perspective of making it business, how do we go into the future? What's our big challenge?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So we've heard all of the same things about there's not enough data sets, there's not enough compute, not enough resources, a lot of that, which is true, but I think the biggest challenge we face is there's not enough buy-in from the correct people who need to push these kind of things forward. And this happens on every level. There's no one we can point all of our fingers at and say it's this person's fault, it's this person's fault. It happens on every level. You have situations where a business, for example, is setting up their online store, they're setting up the AI chatbot for customer support, everything like that. You'll have situations where someone will say, it works in English, that's fine. That's good enough. They understand the English, which is true, but you're also automatically excluding the person who would prefer to speak Zulu. They can speak English, right? But they prefer to speak Zulu. On the government level, governments have, I'm actually going to applaud the South African government on this one. There's actually been a very big push to have educational content available in all South African languages. They didn't have to do that, but that's a conscious decision that someone made that we want to do this. Local investors as well. Local investors can say all day long, oh, well, there's ChatGPT over there, so we don't need this or that, which is also, again, true. But they're also forgetting that we are not here to compete with ChatGPT. We're not here to compete with Claude or any of those people. We're doing our own thing. You go to Kenya and you talk about people have, you talk about MasterCards, Visa cards, Amex, all of that stuff. Fine, you might have one, but in Kenya they like M-Pesa, because that was a Kenyan thing. That's how their own reality was shaped. And the same thing with AI. We can have ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT all the time, but we also need solutions that are made for us.
Awesome. So I'm just going to stick with you and bear with me. We're going to go into it a little bit. I love that you've talked about buy-in. And it's incredibly valuable for us as a continent to find a way to buy into AI, because we are in the AI age. And we are phenomenally in the presence of academics. And so my question to you in industry is, how do you think that bridge can come about? What is missing currently in industry that academia and industry can work together to realize for African NLP?
Even just the introductions, actually, I met someone who said he works robotics building over there just a couple of minutes ago. I think, with a few exceptions, these are almost completely divorced worlds. We run off to our WeWorks and all of that, and we work over there. Academics do papers over here, instead of just literally just coming together and saying, okay, so the research says this, and that. That's one thing. On the other hand, I just went to 10 businesses and I tried to sell this. It didn't work. So there needs to be more collaborations. There needs to be more incentives for collaborations as well, because a lot of the time we might not have the exact same goals. Your professor's trying to get a research paper out. I'm trying to pay my rent. So our goals are slightly different, but what we both want is better African AI.
Okay, this is sounding a bit like a challenge for Masakane. I think
Yes.
we'll look into it and we'll work more on ways we can be that bridge. My next question is focused on ethics, law, data governance, and how we can be part of the enabling community in that context. And so this question goes to Chijioke. So the question is, as we're now in the AI age and it's taking hold globally, there are more international actors that have an interest in working with African data in the continental NLP context. How can we codify ethical frameworks that yield the best outcomes for Africa and our cultural preservation? Noodle is a fantastic place to start, I would say, and I'm very appreciative of the great work you've done in that. What do you envision as the next step?
Next step is to build the mass. So I think when I was answering when I was responding to Andre's question, one of the things that I said is that enforcement is about strategy at the end of the day. So speaking from a lawyer perspective, if Masakani were to be my client, for example, and they come to me and they say, we've enabled this, we've enabled 50, what's the number that you're looking for? 50 grantees to create more data sets in, underrepresented languages. Mm-hmm. Now they've created the data set. Now they've used Noodle as the license to provide access to this data set. So they've done that. They've ticked that box. How do they now go from Noodle to getting whatever it is that they said in the license? I would say then that the strategy, it's the nobody likes the devil. The angel is in the detail, right? One of the things that has worked in the licensing space is power. And power comes in different ways. It's either you have the money, the finances to pay the lawyers, to go through the judicial system, sue these people for all they are worth, show them that you're serious. They also take you seriously, get their own lawyers, we fight it to the finish. We have the numbers, we have the evidence that there's been unauthorized use, there's been a breach of a license, there's been breach of terms of use or terms of service, whatever. You sue them until you get a resolution. There's that, right? But there's also success that happens because you have enough might, enough backing for people to take you seriously. I'll give you an example. In the US, there's been series of cases around the big tech companies that have used copyright protected content to train their models, so Meta, OpenAI, and so on and so forth, right? And in those court cases, The issue is, were you supposed to ask for permission, or is it fair use, all those sort of things. And there was there were other authors who were Africans, but they wrote in English, right? So their books and their novels and things were part of the, for example, OpenAI data set. So they were called upon to be part of the class action in that case. Now, because of the sheer number of the people in that class action, OpenAI settled. They did, right? And there are all sorts of millions of money being mentioned that people were going to get, right? And I said that we are not likely to have that kind of litigation here on the continent because we don't have the numbers. How many people, and Masakani will be the ones to tell you that, how many people are publishing in African languages? How many books are in African languages? Look at all the data sets that have come out from Masakani alone. I'm not even talking about Ghana NLP or Hausa NLP or whatever. Yeah. Just Masakani alone. Look at the data sets. Mm-hmm. Look at the sources. You would find that they are not books. Mm-hmm. It's you go to this radio broadcast, you go to this news, you go to this blog that someone is running from their kitchen or whatever, and you pick, here and there, and you build the numbers. And I'm saying this is massive effort, right? Just for the love of the language, not even that anybody is looking for money. So how do you then go from this to this? It's still about building the numbers so that people will take you seriously. Yeah. Otherwise, this whole enforcement strategy will not work.
Yeah.
That's my response, really.
So I think that's very insightful. Perhaps just to continue on that line before we can finally close it off. Litigation typically would exist as a deterrent for after the fact. We are fortunate to be in this period of sort of AI infancy in Africa. What frameworks can we build that already preempt and already ensure that when we eventually get to a point where we have the numbers, we aren't crying foul and trying to fix something that already ran away and we have a difficulty in resolution?
I think it's about the bridging that we need to do between industry, researchers, lawyers, in the sense that if the people who have the technical knowledge, the tech people, the AI people, if we spoke more to each other in terms of saying, this is what the legal solution looks like. How can it translate in a tech environment? When Meta released, I think Llama 3,
yes,
in 2024, thereabout, they released it with a community license. If you look at the license, one of the things you would see there is, for me, a low-hanging fruit, where they said that if you go ahead and use this model to train your own model, you need to add Llama to the name of whatever.
Attribution, basically.
Right? It's beyond attribution. It's following you wherever you're going.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So it's trademark, it's branding, essentially, that they've put to follow your thing where it's going. But it also then means that you are building on an infrastructure that they understand, right? Because it started from them. It's foundational, right? And also you are putting their let me say their label onto whatever label that you are coming up with. And I think that those are the kind of low-hanging fruit that we could start to think about. How do we define, in whether it's in some sort of code of conduct or code of ethics, but how do we define what what qualities we get behind when we say this is African AI or this is African NLP.
Yeah.
These are the things that it has. These are the qualities or the criteria that we can stand behind.
Mhm.
Those are, for me, things that we can easily do before we get to, the point where we now have money, we can now go after people.
Okay, awesome. So I've personally learned a whole lot from that, and hopefully we will have you in a community call where we talk about it too. Okay, my next question will be to Chennai, and the focus is on community and ecosystem as the glue. I think that's a very common thing we've talked about here. It doesn't work unless we all work together. So, to Chennai, how can ecosystem actors come together to reduce friction between the sectors? And by ecosystem actors, we're thinking about hubs, funders, intermediaries, academia. How can we come together?
Thanks, Lydia. And yeah, I think I was just nodding vigorously to the two previous panelists, like those points were spot on. The question you're asking probably falls into one of the hub's tags and ethos, which is collaboration and building together. I think I've already stressed this, that we cannot do this alone, but you're right, there is friction and there is tension, and it's not everybody singing Kumbaya. And so when I think about it, it's more kind of like an ecosystem approach, where for us as the hub, we're thinking about enabling the players and enabling from a position of understanding the different value points. So of course, as hubs, we are set up by, and to put this importantly, Ishe, when you were like, I can't really call out one person, I can. I can. And I mean, I'm going to call out the necessity of actually having African institutions and African governments and philanthropic players actually backing entities that are doing this work.
Absolutely.
And so I call on the other side of business that's well established to actually invest in the young people who've been doing this work. I think about Masakani, when it started up, one of its backers were mainly international organizations who probably had a CSR or R&D department that was excited about African people doing NLP work.
Yeah.
It was not an African entity.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my first call out in thinking about how do we build in the ecosystem. And so if there is anyone with connections to big business in Africa, can you dial them up to open up the money pots?
Yeah, this is the moment.
Yeah, this is the moment. And then secondly, it's also, navigating the power dynamics. As Sijoki was talking about, licensing is a big issue. And some people don't have the capacity to sit and think about the licensing because they just really want to see their language online.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I always use this joke quite recently. A lot of Masakane's data and a lot of people who are training data were building off Jehovah's Witnesses' Bibles, right? And 2 years ago, last year, Jehovah's Witness put out an article about AI and how they found it very problematic. And of course I giggled because I was like, do they know how much they've trained on the continent with this position? But it is that thing again of like, we have to then think about what are the power dynamics that exist around which type of data we can access, the software we can build, who will have access to, and what are we continuing to propone with the type of data we collect. Earlier on, there was a question raised around democratizing AI and actually democratizing gender-based violence. And so we also have to think about it that as we are preserving languages, but we also have to work towards the evolution of languages. And there's power dynamics that need to be actually navigated around who determines what is the right language and what is the right phrase.
Absolutely.
And so then that's also thinking about the role of the different actors, so bringing in the linguists, the people who sit at institutions that try to understand language. And then lastly, also, it's quite expensive to build up all of this work. So the role of the hubs is also to take on that infrastructural burden.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's really thinking about, I can't always ask Vambo to set up a conversation with everybody in the room, but I am resourced to enable the ecosystem. So my job is to then set up these multiple conversations that happen, document what comes out of it so that it's written history and record. if these conversations are not documented by the Africans leading the work, someone else will say they did it.
Yep.
So in thinking about the whole ecosystem approach and how we can work towards it is documenting the tensions, the conversations that are emerging. And, you know, we can't claim to have the answers, but to answer your first question, if something is documented in terms of what are we concerned about right now, someone will be able to say, oh, this has been a conversation since 20 years ago.
Yep.
So it is a lifetime question. Whereas someone can say, no one was ever thinking about it, so here I am. And so that is often the reality of being a global majority language and not having enough institutional backing, but also having significant buy-in from the people you are claiming you are doing it for.
Yes.
And so then that is important so that when people go like, oh, this work was founded by that foundation and I know the problems with that foundation, I don't want to touch it. It completely negates the efforts of the technical builders, the policymakers, the people who just were interested in the work because of who supported the work.
Exactly.
So that's why it's important in thinking about it from an ecosystem perspective that we all come from different points, but I think we have a shared desire, which is ensuring that we see ourselves in the work that we're doing, that our languages are represented, and that we are the ones having the conversations on how best we want to see the work being done.
Amazing. So many nuggets of wisdom today. So closing off, I'd just like to ask one question and let all of our panelists answer it. Bearing in mind all the things we've talked about, let's talk about solutions. So what do you feel from your experience and from the work you've done in this sector are the factors that will yield this successful cross-sector collaboration in practice? We are, I would say, blessed to have a very dynamic continent, but in that we also have a bunch of challenges. In your time working in academia, industry, and community efforts, you have found the things that work. So maybe you can share with the group at large, what do you think those are, so we can all work together towards it?
I suspect I go first. Always follow the moderator's eyes. Yeah, so I'll say from experience, I'll start by, you know, naming who I am myself. I am a sociologist trained in feminist ways of thinking, and one of the things that has always worked is actually ensuring that people are at the center of any innovation. And so then that's the starting point, and also identifying our own knowledge and who we come from. We don't have knowledge that comes from somewhere and nowhere. We know where we're coming from. So a practicality in all of this is also sort of like what Masakane is committed to, setting up the platforms for conversations and then documenting the work. But then also creating, we call them Ubuntu-led values, where it's sort of like challenging partnerships that often come and are extractive, but actually should be mutually beneficial, and also finding ways to collaborate where you're lifting everybody up. So you often find that like Masakane community papers have 20 authors on them, because if one person was to write it on their own, they wouldn't be able to get their paper published. So that's also kind of like practical steps that are actually in play. And then currently, we as the hub have funding. So we are the lucky kids with the money at the moment. So our thinking is obviously sort of like, how do we work towards, so our target is to build knowledge and data sets around for 50 African languages that are the most spoken to reach 1 billion Africans on the continent with relevant tools. In order to do that, we actually then work through sub-granting into the ecosystem. We have RFP calls that are running for the next 2.5 years. I encourage everyone to go onto our website, signing our mailing list, or join the Masakane Slack. So there are spaces that these conversations are happening. But lastly, I think, well, let me not say I think, I know. I am reflecting on being a sociologist by training, is that these conversations are only possible when there are multiple people from different backgrounds having them. It will be exhausting if it is only the three of us representing the whole language ecosystem. So it is really important to ensure that success comes from when everyone is involved and we tell the story of why it's important for everyone to be involved.
Phenomenal.
My thing is that we need to be more business-minded about what we are doing. And when I say business-minded, I'm thinking in terms of the way that businesses have their business models. At every time when you start a business, you're always going to need to clearly define, this is the value that I am giving to this segment of society.
Yeah.
Because if you don't clearly define that, you'll be selling something that maybe everybody wants to buy, or they don't want to buy it in the way that you're selling it. And so we have to move beyond, what I would say, we have to move beyond thinking about this thing as something that, oh, we're passionate about language. It's fantastic to be passionate. We should be passionate about our languages and about Africa as our land, right? But we need to start thinking about what value are we actually adding, to articulate it, and to say which part of, or which segment of society specifically are we serving with everything that we do. Because that way, when you see the success, you would know it, because you articulated it from the get-go.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah. I love that answer. So for me, what I've seen work quite well so far is, actually I'll have to say to Masakane, you've done some great work there. So first of all, spaces like this where we've talked about it, first start, great. But you'll find immediately there's always two types of conferences. There's one conference that you go to and there are pictures on your LinkedIn that you remember. And there's another conference where 2 years down the line, I think it was July 2024, we did that one, and still up to now, there's an email update, there's a follow-up, there's another Zoom call, and we did this, there's the progress, there's this, that. Yes, you've done fantastic work there. Yeah, so I think we need to focus on that type of thing.
Yeah.
So as much as we start out the conversation now, we need to have clear goals, there needs to be timelines, who's in charge of the next stage, the follow-ups and everything, because after we leave here, everyone's going back to their lives and doing this and that. So whoever is in charge of that needs to actually be aware of that and needs to be very consistent in making sure that we get a tangible output and we can trace it back to that first day. Remember when we started that thing on that day? Here's what the result is now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I think with that, we can open up for questions to the audience. I can see that hand.
Thank you so much to the really interesting and insightful conversation so far. I have just one concern, and we're talking about Noodle, we're talking about having these license to empower African researchers. But what do we do when these data are primarily on foreign servers, where these servers are located outside Africa? They are bound by the laws in those countries, right? How do we still enact and enforce this?
That is a very good question.
I think that, for me, I've always thought that it goes to the whole enforcement strategy conversation. I'll give you a quick example with YouTube, for example. I personally think that the Hugging Faces and the Kegels of the world is doing something similar to the business model is slightly similar to what you have with YouTube, where you have this platform where it's free to upload, free to access, so you don't pay money to access whatever on Hugging Face, for example, and you also don't pay money, at least within limit, if your stuff is, the size is, manageable and all that. But I think that those foreign servers, those foreign intermediaries, they are small in number, and so it's easier to build something around, to build enforcement around those kind of people, because they are not all over the place, right? So you know where they are. It's easier to maybe co-create with them. That's really what I am thinking about at the moment in terms of next level, in terms of next steps, in terms of enforcement.
Great. I think we can take another
Yes,
question.
thanks. Just two questions around building our bridge. How fast can we build our bridge that leads us to maximizing collaboration? And the second one is, what are some of the tools that we need to actually build that bridge? Thank you.
I think that's what Chennai.
Yeah, so I think how fast? Yo. It's a parallel track, right? So it's a parallel track that is connected to people being ready, windows of opportunity emerging, and the energy being ready to go. The example that Ishe is talking about was we convened July 2024, and funders were coming together and asking, hey, so what can we do with African NLP? And then they pulled a lot of us together into the room. That was July 2024. 2025 Masakane Hub existed as a result of that. Now that's fast. But it was fast because there was a window of opportunity where people were like, oh yeah, language is really important. We can't just have OpenAI as being the only thing. And we're already investing into agriculture and health developmental solutions, but they need to be in African languages as well. So that's probably one of the tools. Then a second aspect is the willingness of people, regardless of opportunity. So that is the Masakane example, the community, where 2019 people were at Deep Learning in Daba, 10 people got together into a room, I think it was in Stellenbosch, and they were like, hey, what does it look like if we all got together? Wham, bam, 2019, Deep Learning in Daba. Now there are about 3,000 and something members, right?
3,700.
3,700 members on the Slack community from 2019. It's really all Lydia's work. It's really all Lydia's work. From 2019 to today. But that's, if you can't put a time to it because that's 5 years. Then there's also then the reality that all of these entities have been doing it, and we are waiting for our governments to come to the table. Only this year was the last year in 2025, where the Africa AI Council was officially commissioned. And I think an Africa AI strategy emerged from the Rwanda AI Summit meeting last year. The council, so I'm also on the council, was convened, our first meeting was this year. But the AI conversation that I started writing about AI in 2019, 2018, and people were laughing us out of rooms, basically saying we've got bigger issues than AI. But now, again, seeing the trajectory that it's usually 5 to 7 years. But I think I would say it's not about fast, it's about sustainability. How well people are ready to go. Just having 5 people who believe in something ready to do it. And then also kind of like the tenacity of, we're being laughed at out of a room, but I believe in this, and I believe it has to be done not just by myself and others, and that's how it works. And then sometimes you're lucky, the money comes. So we are now existing in the age where the money has come to African language AI, but we are already thinking about how do we make it sustainable so that it's not what did you call it, Ichoki? That it's not beggy. It's actually then so that when we have another incident, such as when USAID left the continent, people are wailing, right? We want to be able to say, oh, okay, the money is gone, but the community and the work exists. Even if Masakane Hub stops existing in its financial resourcing, there will be pockets and communities of people already doing this work, and the knowledge we've put out is something that they will continue to build up on. So those are the tools and pathways of thinking about it.
Right. Sensational. I think we might be able to take just a couple more questions.
We have 2 last questions here.
Yeah.
The question about Africa, I'm Black American, okay, so I know I'm going to get a lot of memes on TikTok coming my way soon. But I try and be humble, and I try and observe. And the problem why the African governments and the African big business has not come in to do this is the same repeated in many industries for a long time. And that's because the African business model in the world overall economic model is one of extraction, right? So all the roads lead to the beach because that's where the extraction and that's where the exchange takes place, right? So what language do they speak at the beach, okay? And that's the language that everyone needs to learn because they want to sell at the beach. So how come there's starvation? And how come a continent filled with cows doesn't have enough fertilizer? Well, you know, you might think that this is a rhetorical sort of question, but you have 2 billion people, almost, and eventually, soon, there will be. That means that there's a sufficient market to sustain any industry, right? You have enough arable land to sustain all the food you need. You have enough fresh water to grow enough food that you need and have enough for everyone to drink if everyone was trading with everyone else in the continent. And these language model issues wouldn't really be there if someone had to buy, who spoke a pidgin in Nigeria was buying from someone who spoke Kiswahili, for instance, or Shona. And we're sending it along, as opposed to sending it on a boat all the way around the continent. We're sending it directly on a highway that actually worked, right? So we don't even have road highways that actually work, much less information highways that actually work. And in order to do things like preserve the language or make it an economic imperative that these languages be able to be quickly translatable and preservable so that this sort of economy can take place, then the internal economy of Africa needs to stop being extractive, but interactive or intercontinental. So I could give many examples, and I won't because this is not the forum for it. But with 3,000 plus people throughout the continent, every person knowing being 6 degrees in separation from everyone else in the world, which is just the truth, then that means that if there was a concerted effort to change that, this 3,000 group of people could actually put enough pressure on every African government to start turning its economy inward. And then you would see these governmental leaders and these big businessmen start to comply with it. One of the biggest ones would be Dangote, for instance. How did he make most of his money? By selling concrete to Africa. He wasn't actually selling it outside. He was making his money from internal usage of his industrial products, right? And if most of the Africans in commerce took a note from how he did it, then the development of intercommercial activity in Africa would be the input that you need to fulfill the things that you want to do. That being said, how would you guys go about doing it with your 3,000 people?
Well, Chennai, do we split
Amazing
that
question.
question?
Is that
I don't have the answer, but I mean, no, but I think to respond to that, I think that is a pertinent point, and I do want to uplift something that Chijoki said around momentum and getting people involved. So the reality, what you're saying is the reality that a lot of people who started in the Masakane community were experiencing, where they were basically being told, it is quite impossible to do what you're trying to do. And they were being told at global level and at regional level, or they were examples being used as this, oh, look at this cute little grassroots community doing this work, right? Like, it was cute. But I think this is where I want to double down on the point that there is this vision that I have seen, particularly with African young people, particularly people of my generation, of like, as long as I have 5 people with me, I will try to effect as much change as I can. And sometimes that 5 grows into another 5 and another 5 and another 5. And this is why particularly I started off by saying from a feminist school of thinking, where it is that liberation is only possible if you are lifting up the other next person. And so then perhaps it is not thinking about the 3,000, but it is thinking about, have I brought you along? Have I brought you along? Have I brought you along? Because when I bring these 3 along, they will bring another set of people along. And that is the ethos that I think we strongly believe in at Masakane. And that is the reality where we go, like, we may not like each other, but we will respect each other with the knowledge that we are the ones responsible for the future we want.
Thank you, Chennai. We still have one last question, but let's please try to be straightforward so we can finish the session on time.
I'm sorry, I'll try and be straightforward.
Thank you.
Especially after a Toastmaster question like that, I'll bring the expectations low. Okay, so I understand that we can't necessarily have all the licenses work in a utopian way. And with that being said, should we think of the governance in NLP, especially data sets collected from communities without full consent or beneficial sharing? So in essence, the question is, should there be a unified ethical standard for NLP that binds both research labs and companies? And if so, should those, who would set those standards, and how do we start with governance in that aspect?
Can I answer part of that? Even though I'm the moderator and I'm
Yeah,
answering the
I
questions.
think the professor is probably better to answer that one. But I just want to say, as a bit of a side note, I think in reality, companies are a lot harder to rein in. And I think I maybe don't want to mention specific examples, but we've got a lot of major companies, major names who've had the correct framework in place and done the wrong thing altogether on purpose. But anyway, Professor.
Okay. So I can answer that question in the format of what are these 3,000 plus people doing together. One of the efforts that we have within Masakane is working on a framework that enables us to have AI evaluation and responsible design, not just as a piece of paper, but as a practice, a community of practice. And so in working together to codify that, we bring together people in a very multidisciplinary way. It's not just about your ability to build the AI, it's about your ability to have a passion and a drive for the continent, like Chennai said. And so it brings together people from a design background, from a tech background, from a research background, from a linguist background, from just, I love my language and I want more people to speak it background. And ultimately, it starts with us. And I'd like to share something. I think I had it at Deep Learning Indaba last year from Professor Ife. And the biggest way we can champion our languages, the biggest way we can champion our Africanness is to just do it. Like that's, yeah. So we just do it and we do it together and we go further, yeah.
In terms of also deciding whether we should have a unified framework or ethics or way of doing things, I don't think that that's possible. And I say so from a cultural perspective. I'm Igbo, and we refuse to agree in terms of being able to say there's the one way of doing this, right? And I think that's what it should be. We should be able to have common parameters of working. But whether there should be one way of doing something, I am not one of those who agree that there's just that, there has to be that one way. Because your follow-on question will then come up. Who gets to decide what the one way would be, right? And so let's not start it in the first place. But let's agree on common areas where we say an ideal or an appropriate data collection mechanism should have this, should have this, should have that. And then you figure out what that means for your own specific context. Now, I am not talking of a world where everybody then gets to set their own rules and run their own way. But I'm talking about a world where people where you have, you know, a good number of people agreeing that these are our parameters, these are the ways that we will do this. and then, you know, the underlying and the common framework will then work. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Shijoke. We started the session with you and we're finishing it with you as well. So we're closing a great loop and a great session of conversations today. Let's take the time to thank and applaud for our panelists. And once again, thank you to Masakane for supporting us, and also thank you to Tajuddin from their team who helped organizing this panel, but unfortunately couldn't be here with us. Hopefully he'll be here next edition. And with that, we're closing this third day of AMLD Africa 2026. We hope to see you again tomorrow for our last day. We'll be tackling AI in ethics and AI in governance. And also about our last day, we'll actually be closing also the Oppo giveaway on, remember we told you to post as much as possible on LinkedIn. So the giveaway the competition will stop at midday and we'll be announcing the winners at our closing ceremony in the afternoon. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the energy and hope to see you all tomorrow. Can you have the
I don't know where to run.
What are you giving us? What are you giving us? Baby culture.
so much. I hope you enjoyed everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was waiting,
Oh yeah. Definitely, thank you. Appreciate that. How about you? Okay, yes, sir. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Hi guys, the bus for the speakers back to the hotel is leaving in 5 minutes. So if you can go to the pickup spot. Thanks.
We also have after work drinks that were sent on the group. So after work drinks, guys. See you there at 6, 7.